Josh, how long ago did you roll out of bed? Be honest with me.
No.
You refuse honesty?
Yep.
Okay, fair enough. I'm like 8 minutes.
Okay.
We're just keeping transparency on the broadcast, okay? Some of these days can get real early.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really have an excuse because it's like...
morning as well. I don't think you're much of like a Friday night goer outer, but some of us are.
Fair, fair. Living in a Muslim country and all I've got access to is water, so I can't even have the excuse of having a hangover.
You're telling me you guys don't go and watch the darts on a Friday at the pub? That's
Yeah, we do, but with apple cider. Non-alcoholic too. 4v4 here. This toilet starts to get a little bit heated up. I think Curioso is in a little bit of trouble, but not for long. Lineups too. And Dex has his work carved out for him. Can't really do anything against that range, and Spirit Academy are off to a smashing start. And you know, one of the conversations we didn't really get to have is about that veto, and frankly, I didn't really see us going to an overpass. I thought that Spirit Academy would have enough mobility in their lineup to not let it through, but problem is they also have to try and get rid of Inferno early on, which means that now they're just stuck playing a map that they frankly don't have a lot of experience on, also don't have a lot of confidence on. But if they can actually sneak this one away, then that significantly bolsters their chances of making it through the series.
You know, yesterday, whenever you go to a pub or a bar or something, right? If you go and sit at your own table, you're kind of very isolated. You're doing your own thing. Then generally people don't approach you. If you sit up at the bar, all of the tables are full. So sat up at the bar, you just meet the most interesting of characters. It's like an open invitation for people to just start talking to you. And I spent the night talking to a Belarusian man called Artemy, and he was giving me life advice all night in just sort of broken English and very drunk, so a lot of it just really wasn't making a lot of sense. But the gist of it was, you are a man and never forget that and do what your heart tells you because it's always correct. It's like, okay, yes, thank you, Artemy. Then he's like, you will drink with me? It's like, I will drink with you, Artemy.
I trust you, Artemy.
I trust you. I trust you with my life. And he just kept, shaking my hand and giving me hugs. I was like, yes, thank you. Thank you for this advice. And then he was like, how old are you? And I was like, 25. And he goes, I am 33. I have more years of experience. Trust me with this. It's like, okay, thank you.
Like, I'm 8 years older. I am a little younger than Kerrigan. Trust me.
Yes.
Sometimes I wish I would
trust Kerrigan.
Yeah, fair enough. And like, sometimes I wish someone would come up to me like that and flex their wisdom, but in a very specific way. Like, imagine if Artemy came up to you yesterday and said, brother, you must buy Solana when it hits this price. I'm like, okay, that is good advice.
This is really helpful, yeah, thank you.
The US stock market will crash tonight.
I wish Artemy had financial insights like that. He did not.
Yeah, it was just alcoholic insight.
I don't even know what it was.
You will follow your heart from here on out, won't you?
I will, for realsies, because he said so.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't planning to before.
Yeah.
Just up against the full eco here. Ooh, a shot Curioso. Even if it is just against pistols, it doesn't take away from just the clean taps not being always so easy. XD does see the barrel, he knows where one is, but yeah, not a lot he can do about it. Curioso with a bit of a stat pad. We're talking about how the two new boys' ratings have kind of struggled since coming into the team. An early 8-1 start will do some favours in that department. Here we go with round number 4.
You mentioned that this is supposed to be one of the easier games. So I want to see if that narrative is going to hold up after the pistol and the conversions. A little bit bit of damage being sprinkled on with the early utility, and that favor is going to be returned to Dax.
I'll contextualize that easier game bit a little bit because it feels really harsh, and I don't mean it in that way, but I kind of just mean that most of these round of 16 matches has a big hitter, yeah? Bet Boom, BC Game, Nine, Ecstatic, you know, like a big name that's been doing really well recently, and I feel like this match and the Sashi Johnny Speeds match doesn't necessarily have that same, and even maybe the Partisan Sinners game to some degree as well, right? Doesn't necessarily have that same like star factor, and therefore going into the next match, they'll play against one of those big hitters, and I think both of these teams would potentially struggle. But yeah, whoever wins this plays against Batira, which is kind of also one of those somewhat manageable games. There won't be Bet Boom until the semi-finals. Good little trades here. Flashbang goes over. JW wants the fight in long, but peeks it just before Robo's vision's completely gone. So he does manage to take one, but Max will trade it right back. 3v1. Closed out. Eyeballers with their first buy round on the board.
Yeah, just to add to your point, I think you're right that there's like one heavy favorite at least. But even for this matchup, I think the specific position that Spirit Academy are in right now as a team, the fact that they're essentially trying to rebuild their roster and they've got 3 core pieces, this does make them a pretty significant underdog in my eyes.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. And I think that's kind of the point here, I guess. It's, you know, we're talking about playoffs invitees, and all of the playoffs invitees, as I say, again, for the most part, Bet Boom, Static, Nine, BC Game, teams that are, you know, doing very, very well at the moment and in quite high standing. And Spirit Academy have come in as one of the playoffs invitees. So they're seeded in as one of the big, scary teams. And, yeah, it just doesn't feel like they are that at the moment because, you know, they've just made 2 new substitutions, and not only have they brought in 2 new players, but they lost their 2 best players. It feels like a kind of bet click scenario, right, where you've just lost Hypex and Jacob, and you know now you've got to find almost on a budget replacements for them. And yeah, for Spirit Academy, it's basically the same. The Star Rifler and the Orb.
The worst part is that, like, for teams like this one, the specific players that they lose are literally just going to be the best ones.
Well, yeah. Yeah,
because that's why they're... Right? Yeah, like, it is, like, the worst type in terms of, like... I'm going to hold on to that point for a second, because it is about to cook things up here on A. Mokic is going to be up close and personal as they start moving through. I don't think they're going to expect a player to be tucked into apartments, and now they've got 2 angles to worry about. Maxter can't labor his spray. And now they're in an awkward spot where they have to try and fight against Mokujin. He sticks around, eventually gets taken care of, and has gotten 3 kills to set up the show for Karas. Can he put on a performance?
Oh, no.
Yes, he can. Already tucked into the car, and Spirit Academy gotten away with 4.
The wrong idea with that, just completely ignored Bank. But yeah, they are in that kind of spot, and it is by design with these academy rosters. I think the way that, you know, Foot went about it with Na'Vi Junior was probably the right way to go, to sort of say, as a team, we've developed to the point, we've all developed alongside each other, we've developed to the point that, you know, we're like a borderline top 30 team, and yeah, frankly, there's no reason to kind of have this ceiling above our heads of being an academy squad and just waiting for the best of us to be poached and move up and then dismantle this team. This feels like, you know, a team that's capable of making it to the top, so let's just stick with it and remove that ceiling from our heads. Spirit Academy felt like that before they lost Daokarin, before they lost Koyosuke. They were also in that same boat, round about the 30-35 mark.
I think one of the advantages you get with being on an academy roster is that if the main lineup is doing well, but they are at risk of having an unstable lineup, then you are first in line to get promoted if you played well enough, because you are the cheapest option. So you literally just have to perform well enough, right? So the problem for the Spirit Academy players now is that, hold on, Rolf, double kill found, can't quite complete the triple. It's a 2-on-2. We keep seeing these late round scenarios. It's coming down to the wire, but can't seem to go in the favor of eyeballers enough. They shouldn't have any trouble getting the bomb down. Here goes the numbers, and now Kuryasu and Mokujin, this time they're both alive.
Worried about a long wraparound. It's actually not the case. So Kujin starts to come in from Graffiti. They've made a bit of noise. The smoke onto short. Going to try and play ahead of it. JW does beat him to the punch, and now Makujin starts to suspect that Dex is in the smoke, but only commits to it for a couple of bullets, and it's kind of a surprise, but it shouldn't be, because he seemed to have the right idea, just didn't commit. Tried to get out of there knowing that that one was a bit of a lost cause, maybe. I don't know. I don't know why he took his knife out. Well, yeah, I think maybe he was looking to swap a gun.
Yeah. So anyway, the point I was making is that, unfortunately for the rest of the squad, right, they kind of don't fit into the main team, because, like, you know, when you see that your team is constantly making changes, you're getting the Zwais, the Tenairs, like, but there's no chances being made now, and Kyosuke just goes straight up to a different organization, then you're kind of, if you're specifically sticking to this academy lineup for the sake of being promoted to the main lineup at some point, it is a tough gamble to make unless you just have a superstar performance that is an absolute non-negotiable. Like, you just have to put him in the main lineup.
Yeah, exactly. You're not just gambling on a position becoming available in the main team. You're gambling on it becoming your position and your role, right? But yeah, I mean, for Spirit Academy, we've seen them both go to different organizations, Sorakaran to Heroic and Zuke to Falcons. Now, to be fair, that can happen to you anywhere. You don't necessarily have to be part of an academy team to be poached by someone else, but you're right, it's the cheaper option for the main team if that scenario sort of comes about, but just sort of hasn't been. Flashes over. Ooh, Cypher. Really good start here. This is a round that they shouldn't really have much business in winning, and it's going exceptionally well. Makujin spams, do a lot of damage onto Bob XT as well, and eventually will finish him. I don't know why Bob XT sticks around and pops a couple of shots back. That gets him killed. Now a 2v4. We've seen our fair share of these 2v2s, but this one feels a little different. 8 seconds left. It must just be the save.
This is a really good start for Spirit Academy, by the way. They're not, because I haven't really watched this iteration of the roster that much. So it's a pleasant surprise for me to see how well they're able to do. And the smaller details of their protocols are actually looking quite well drilled. Like, I can already see that there's quite a bit of coordination in between the new members and the old squad.
Yeah. You know, it's interesting, this whole conversation that we had, and the whole, like, narrative of it is, when Spirit need a new player, this would be the cheapest option. Well, that's come about twice in the last 4 months, and they haven't gone with any of their academy pieces. You know, they went with Zwei when they lost Zontix, and then, oh, hang on. Ah, there we go. No, it is cleaned up. Yeah, sorry, they went with Zwei when they lost Magix, and then Taneer when they lost Zontix, right? And I think a lot of people, including me, thought that was going to be Makujin's time to go up, and it wasn't. So you have sort of got to ask yourself if they're swapping out 2 players, 2 of them.
Frankly, I think for the longest time, the narrative that was cooking up was that Kyosuke would be pushed up, but then he wasn't, so then it made sense. Okay, yeah, they have to go for external options.
Do they? Is it, like, I don't know. I think Makujin's kind of a beast.
Yeah, I think it's just a matter of time where like he has to overwhelmingly prove himself beyond belief, right? That's kind of how it is for so many of these academy players. But we'll see. This is one of those opportunities where Makujin gets to prove himself. 1v1, bomb drop, Bob XT should be able to recover this, and there's a shot to the side. Makujin, timing is perfect, and it is 6 rounds on the board for Spirit Academy. Now, Eyeballers going to start to struggle with their money a little bit. It's going to be Bob XD that has that extra surplus of cash alongside Rolf. Everybody else pretty barren. You've got about $2,500. They're not going to be waiting for a handout. They're just going to come down to the Deagles on 2 of those members. You've got Kevlar.
Makes it a lot harder for him to shine when you take away like the players around him as that like support network, right? It's okay, he might shine now as the highest rated player because he is, and he was never that when Kaisuke was on the team. But you're not going to have those same high ratings if you're not winning games, and you're not going to be winning games if you got 2 new, like brand new players that aren't performing particularly well. You know, so it's a tricky one. I think it becomes tricky to sort of overwhelmingly prove yourself beyond doubt, but now just the easy pickings against the pistols. I don't know how Rolf isn't dead yet, but it's there eventually. Makujin with 3 kills, goes 12 and 4. It's been a really good start from him. Kuryasu was sort of farming eco frags at the start. I think he went 8 and 1, has found 1 since then and 4 deaths, but Spirit Academy have continued to accumulate rounds. Yeah, it's 7 to 2. This is looking really good. This is the Eyeballers map pick as well. And, you know, this question mark, this narrative that was set, which was, even though these guys are a playoffs invitee, I actually think they're one of the weaker links. Isn't necessarily proven to be the case. They're looking strong here.
Two players already in the back of the site, hoping, praying that there is a gap in the smoke somewhere they can exploit. And they come. Robo unable to connect his shots. Rolf will be the victor here, but Sypho moving around does make his position known. Can get a shot on the fadeaway, but there's a lot more work for Eyeballers to do if they want to get nestled comfortably in the site. Curious on the AWP Mokujin. We've seen this duo before. They didn't win last time, and this time the work is even harder. Coming in from behind, Mokujin is going to start to thin the numbers here, Josh. It's Dex quite low on the health. But the AWP shot missing suddenly makes Mokujin's job next to impossible. Bomb halfway takedown. They're going to try and play around with him positionally. They win out in that endeavor. Maxter brings Eyeballers to a 3rd.
Gets Maxter down to 12 HP there, and Dex was already around 20, so yeah, that would have been 1 bullet into each. Getting the job done. Good work from Eyeballers. They close out the 3v2. Enough money to fall back on here as well. 4 AKs and AWP, even though that last round was fairly expensive. They've sort of broken the bank of Spirit Academy a little bit here too. Gorosa is down to an MP9. Robo with that 5-7. Getting very aggressive. They want the early duels. The problem is Makujin's gone 1 for 1, so Kuryasu has no more support. As soon as he fires that shot, there's no escaping. They're running down. Good rotation. Gorosa is going to keep the 5-7 of his teammate alive. Now, him and Robo have got a backstab, and Sypho's here in bank.
Oh no, Maxter needs to have his head on a swivel if he wants to find both tools. Playing a little bit more proactively. That someone walks into his crosshairs, but as he's distracted by the sound cues from the first player, Kuros will move in. And Spirit Academy have plenty of time to get this defuse going. This is a monstrous CT side for the team that we would chalk up as the underdog with the position that they're in. Also, dude, Kuros's camera is like full troll. This is like the antidote to the cheating accusations online. Like, not for him particularly, but you know how it is. People are like, oh, you can't see the monitor, and you can't see this. The exposure's too high. Well, this is literally just a second POV.
Yeah, it feels like the camera's just like, it's like he's holding it. It's like sat on his keyboard. Although it isn't like Makujin's is what you want. That is the correct camera angle because we can see the desk and stuff. But anyway.
Oh wow, so insane!
That is kept clean. Sypho's there for 2 as well. Crosshair will finish off, and yeah, between the two of them, they take all 5. Zar ending there for Eyeballers as it feels like they just throw it into the B site. No success whatsoever. The 9-3 half, really good stuff from Spirit Academy's CT-sided map of Overpass, of course, but yeah, maybe not that much so.
Pretty insane how far Spirit Academy have been able to get here on this first half, but a lot is going to hinge on the pistol. If Eyeballers can build themselves a budget to keep breathing, then maybe this game is still on. But so far, Josh, this is one of the faster games that we've casted in this tournament.
Yeah, I'm actually used to Eyeballers playing a playstyle that is just really slow. You know, we always kind of, like, it's a lot of these Eyeballers games that are sometimes, we're going to call them snooze fest matches, but yeah, just sort of very, very slow setups, and it's not been the case here. Spirit Academy have sort of forced them into these duels on their CT side. They were going aggressive and going for those early picks, forcing Eyeballers' hands in the early stages, and now that Spirit Academy are on their attack, feels like we're seeing the same. They just burst into the B site. They want to get this one done quickly. Max does Julie's, does find the one, but can't double up as he gets pushed by both. It's all onto Dex. Info tapped him from the side. Sypho will finish. Spirit Academy onto 10. It's good stuff. It's good stuff again. As I say, Eyeballers just haven't really been allowed to play their own game here in this map, have they?
I can't believe we're seeing this so one-dimensional from Spirit Academy. They are absolutely stomping Eyeballers at the moment, and just looking at the ratings, looking at the players, looking at the fact that Spirit Academy have been still gripping with a lineup that has been shaky, right? With 2 players that maybe haven't performed to the level, the crater that was left behind with the roster signings, shuffles. This is actually one of their better performances, and I'd just like to remind you, the asterisk on that game this game will always be that this isn't even their own map pick, and Overpass is something that they have maybe not shied away from, but when they have been allowed it to be picked into, it's not been the best of results for them.
Yeah, I guess that's why the Overpass one, not Overpass pick, but sort of floating Overpass was that sort of interesting curveball that it was. I don't think it's too surprising that Eyeballers picked into it, but yeah, to be honest, most of the maps in their pool have looked really strong recently. They've had the luxury of just being able to ban out 2 of their better ones. The Dust 2 pick for me is sort of quite interesting as well. Something that Spirit Academy have also struggled on as a recent. Makujin, Sypho, just making light work against these pistols, and you think of it as, oh yeah, you know, it's just pistols, but it's actually a full investment. They had pistols, they had armor, they had SMGs. As a full CT force buy, it does absolutely nothing, even with the stack up on the A site.
This is unprecedented pace, honestly, for this game, because, like, we're, like, 25 minutes into the game, and we're almost done.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of when we actually like specifically started, but yeah, we went live at 10, and then I think we had a fairly lengthy pre-game. So yeah, I think you're right. 20-25 minutes. We're already encroaching the finish line. It should be 12 here for Spirit Academy. Yeah, just against the full eco. Dex evades the flashbang, but not going to matter. The Mac 10 comes knocking. HE decent as well.
Okay, yeah. This one's in the bag, Josh. I think some of these early games, it takes a moment to get the engine going, right? We've talked about it before, but then again, it is pretty fair, isn't it? I mean, it's the same for Spirit Academy, same for Eyeballers. You could see Robbo rubbing his eyes during the start of the game pretty aggressively.
Yeah, we're assuming that's tiredness. Back-to-back flawless rounds, though, up against the CT4s and the Eco, even though you expect them to beat the Pistols, you don't necessarily expect them to just do it in a way that Eyeballers don't get anything out of the round. So it does mean that even when the buy comes out, it is a little bit scarce, to be honest. There's one kit, there's not a lot of util, certainly not an AWP on JW. Those boys struggled to put up numbers in this game. JW and BobXD going a little bit absent. On the other side, it's been a perfect team effort, right? The lowest man is Curiaso, and he's got 11 kills. Makujin's there with 16. It is kind of surprising because Curiaso got off to like a monster start. On round 3 was 8-1. So I did expect him to have more here, but I don't think you can criticize all too much when the score's 12-3. Still going positive, so just try and continue to spam through this wood. This is actually a slower round. We've talked about the pace from Spirit Academy and how sort of commanding they've been at dictating it, but they've really tapped the brakes here in round number 16. I mean, that's something, and, the back-to-back flawless rounds obviously boost up the money a little bit too, but yeah, it just feels like this slower approach to the round just quite clearly didn't work. In fact, it was way too slow and they timed themselves out, so it's kind of awkward. With tactical pause before going further into this. I think this is the first one that we've seen out of Spirit Academy in this game. Have we seen many Eyeballers pauses? I think we might have seen one, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure, honestly. This game's been whizzing by so fast, and we've been having so many different conversations that I think we might have glossed over it if there was, but there's a long way for Eyeballers to climb up ahead if they want to get past this. And frankly, I don't see it happening. 8 rounds in a row, no. I think Eyeballers are probably just going to have to stick it out and, well, hope they can do something on Spirit Academy's map pick. Which, again, is the bold and underlying danger of this series, right? The Spirit Academy have frankly made this one look like a matchmaking game where they're 5-stacking into a solo lobby.
Oh my god.
Oh no, that's rough!
It's so tricky, like, it's so difficult when you play a situation perfectly, right? Like, you know, it's not like you're over-facing or dry peeking or anything. You call for the flash, the perfect pop flash, full blinds Makujin, you go for the peek. You know, that's a perfect little play there from Eyeballers. When Makujin just sprays and lands the lucky headshot, you know, you've just got
The first bullet, I think.
Yeah, it wasn't even like Dex really had much of a chance to whiff. When he could have found the kill, got him down to 11, but didn't. And I feel like sometimes you just got to say, oh, that's really unlucky. Try not to get too mad about it. Trades elsewhere. It's Bob XD avenging Rolf. Does mean that it's now a 4-on-3. Makujin's still limping, but his teammates grouping up here towards Long. Looking like the eventual hit will be towards the A site, but there are 2 ready. One on the other side of toilets, one there on Optimus. Here we go.
Final hurrah, and Maxter is stuck behind the molly. He's trying to give it a good fight, but one is already generous when you're being pelted by Util. JW in the back lines, he's supposed to be the big negotiator here. Will they expect him to have turned around this quickly? Backing into him, JW is ready though. Even though Curioso was getting ready to try and fight back, it is an absolutely stellar clutch from Eyeballers, not taking a scratch in the 2v3 and getting it done.
Super interesting that Bob XD is actually the one that finds 3 kills there, right? JW was the man in position, and yeah, just his presence, I think, sort of rocked the boat enough that Bob XD was able to come out, find both the remaining kills. So 12-5, you know, this is like not a comeback that I'm going to start sitting here and bigging up just yet. I think it's too many that are needed, but it is something that I will say, if they can take sort of a few more rounds, make this 13-9, something like that, the map then looks a little more serviceable. You come away with somewhat of a warm-up before going into map 2. It feels like Eyeballers came into this game very, very cold, so important that they do wake up a little bit and boost that confidence and that morale before they head over to Dust 2, otherwise that's going to be real tricky. They do still have the advantage technically in terms of the numbers and the win rates, but well, the same was for here on Overpass, and that's gone horribly wrong. With nade on to Rolf early. No one entertaining the peak anymore, though. They were quite eager for some kind of fight towards Monster, but they back it up, play through Con instead.
AW, good opener, but we need like 7 more of those. We're trying to scale into B. No, I think this might be the beginning of the end, Josh. Even though JW did a good job at getting a clean opening on the A site, it is elsewhere on the map where they will buckle. Bit of preliminary utility. Timer starting to take down. Another smoke deployed to make it more difficult to transgress from heaven. Inching closer. Numbers disadvantage brought to even standpoint by Maxter, but quickly taken back by Kuros, who steps forward with his partner in crime. The new boys in the lineup will get the last few kills. Mokujin puts the final piece of the puzzle, and Spirit Academy get an incredibly convincing game to top it off.
That's really, really good stuff. Just felt like they were the better team through and through, winning all of those duels and all of the rounds to go with it. Even just at the end there, it felt like somewhat of a drag to get it over the line. It wasn't super clean once they hit 12, but they were clean enough and they'd left themselves enough of a margin for error. They had a fantastic CT side and got off to a great start as well by winning the pistols. They'd pretty much already won the game within the first 13 or so rounds. Makujin, your MVP, no surprises there for me. He played exceptionally well, 18 kills, outputting some big damage. And with Dust2 up next, I'm reasonably confident they should be able to take this in 2 bites.
I mean, maybe. I don't know. I feel like this was a particularly bad game for eyeballers. And, like, this isn't even something I would expect on their overpass, right? Like, let alone any map. So, uh, Dust 2, I don't think it's going to end the same way. I think we could absolutely go the distance. We could go to 3 maps. At the start of this game, I would have probably teed eyeballers up to be the team that can take it 2-0, and I do still think that can, in fact, be the case. It's going to be interesting, though. Does the morning grogginess carry on into the next map? Who knows? But this first map was incredibly convincing, and I think Spirit Academy, even with this roster, might be able to continue maintaining a name for themselves. We'll have to wait and see, though. We'll take a short break, and when we're back, we'll Instagram reel than a live broadcast because that was a very quick game. Maybe I'm being a bit harsh, but that was an abysmal showing from Eyeballers. I think Spirit Academy absolutely have them wrapped around their little finger, and I'm not really sure what the come up from here is going to be, especially now that they're going to be playing on Spirit Academy's map pick, Josh.
Yeah, I don't know either. I'm going to be honest, I'm leaning towards just a Spirit Academy win. I'm not sure they're going to be able to get it done like as convincingly. I feel like there's this sort of element of, the Eyeballers waking up to this game a little bit. It felt like they had a really, really cold start to Overpass, and I'm hoping that they will give us a little bit more. I like this pace difference, actually. I was talking about sort of how we're used to being, Eyeballers being a bit of a slow team. A double push mid is, not particularly slow at all for the pistol round. As they trade evenly, it goes into a 3v3.
Okay, slows down into short. Now that they know where these final few players are, Spirit Academy, they try and speedline things into short, but seeing a second player means that they want to start backing off. But there's a problem here. If Eyeballers continue this tunnels push, it could mean that they have the avenue needed to start inching forward. Oh, there's info. BobXD is going to find a shot. He knows he doesn't need to pursue this any further. In fact, he can make this oh so hard by tucking himself into the right side. But his barrel's being spotted. He's still going to go for pot shots. And that is a beautiful sequence from BobXD to find 3.
What a pistol round out of Eyeballers. They got to follow it up now, We've seen a fair share. The second round forces come through, and Spirit Academy, even without the bomb plant, fancy their chances at the second round force. We see Tech 9s and pistols come out. Honestly, they're a scary team when, they want to go for a buy like this. You do need to be very careful. Stuck in. Start to work their way forward. Around about a minute on the clock.
Utility to cross popped open. One's going to go straight into CT spawn. They do need to get a move on, though. They can't allow the rotations to come in. Mokujin and Sypho having a kill apiece and being able to recover 2 weapons suddenly puts Eyeballers' chance at this conversion into contention, Josh. There's one coming in from long, and that's going to be the big piece. BobXD scaling up CT with his M4. Sypho now putting that salvage weapon to good use. A slight numbers advantage, but they might still be able to do something. No. All right. Honestly, it's higher for leave for them.
Yeah, it should be. That's not a round to be losing, and it's one that just comes a little bit too close, doesn't it? A bomb point for Spirit Academy could incentivize them into another buy here. I wouldn't hate it, actually. They've got room. It's early days in the map, and a map up in the series. So yeah, I think they go for the punt here, and there it is. 4 Galils and an AK on Curioso. Get stuck in, right back in business. Eyeballers with a buy of their own. JW's down to an MP9, but yeah, getting these rifles out before JW gets that AWP in play, it's actually fairly important. Okay, Robo's going to work down mid. JW. Oh, how does he get away with that? And with his life as well. Smoke's brilliant. That is criminal.
A much cleaner Dust 2 although it's a bit ambitious to call it clean when we just saw a retake on a conversion. If Eyeballers could at least make the grand scoreboard look squeaky clean, those kills aren't going to matter all that much. Into short we go. Very crispy from Curioso. You open up space on long, but there's still the ramp player. Never mind. Sypha takes care of him. And Bob XC preemptively getting ready for the retake. Tosses a flash over, but Robbo from above will rain down some bullets. Rolf has no business here. Spirit Academy very quick to make their mark on the grand scoreboard once again. And this is where Eyeballers, frankly, have to be really worried that they're not able to get the sort of landslide momentum that we saw on map 1 from Spirit Academy.
I think that decision to buy straight back up was the right one too. It's in a strong spot here. To keep 3 alive, they upgrade a couple of those Galils into M4s as well. They deny Eyeballers from pulling away all too heavily. What is the call here? Yeah, okay, they are forcing up. They're just sort of taking their time with this. But yeah, you have to buy here. It's 1,400 loss. There we go. Just a very awkward investment. There's no util. It's 1 HE on Rolf.
Scale up short. Rolf is not going to be able to last here for very long, as Mokujin will be a single frame before he dies. Oh no, what a fumble by Bob XD. Sypha's just going to be able to back off.
Easy enough for Sypha. Just stay alive here. Aggression out along though. Wow, they do actually deal with Dex. Just sort of just keeping an eye on that on the mini-map as they were coming back out of that long position.
The best part is Sypha patiently waits for his teammates, and now they're going to give it another crack, I think. Maybe they don't have to, though, because there's nothing really to save here. I think Bob XD's MP9 is the only thing that's worth highlighting, but and that is kind of a stretch. Right, so the CTs, they should be going into economic collapse here. Buying down to 2,000 should be the move. I think Rolf is going to have a tiny bit of an investment. Brings out the Desert Eagle, but everyone else wants to be a bit more conservative. This is a fantastic start for Spirit Academy, and I know we're expecting there to be a lot of gas behind this Spirit Academy Dust 2, but to do it quickly on the T side is what matters. Let Eyeballers get too comfortable on the defense. Oh, that is bad. That's a USB and MP9 combo that gets the kill piece. Bob XD, this is where you're wishing you got that Deagle out of his hands. There's still a pretty big weapon disparity, but Dex able to recover a rifle. There is nothing Spirit Academy do outside of killing JW. What the hell did we just watch, Josh?
Just absolute chaos. But I don't know, I kind of love it. Eyeballers. Showing some fight. 3 AKs carried across as well. Just buffs them up. So we move into round number 6. Spirit Academy back on a bye. There's the one contingency in Robo's Galil, but other than that, does seem pretty hefty. He goes onto the short corner. Makujin working his way up. Just periodically just Molotoving every little bit, and then yeah, okay, that bit's clear, we'll move up a little bit further. Yep, Molly Cat, yep, that bit's clear, move up a little bit further. So they gotta commit to A, but the bomb's working its way through doors. Maybe this is gonna be a bit of a fake and a B split. That's what's coming. It's a good bait setup. Wow, big kill.
Oh, they're already in the side, dude. The AWP just can't put station up.
Oh, no, okay.
Not sure what the idea is to wide peek, but that gets Curioso punished. And the good thing for Eyeballers here is that because of that swing round off the back of the pistols, off the tiny investment of Desert Eagles, and just being able to capitalize on it for a second time, now they get to put some space in between themselves and Spirit Academy. It is an opportunity to leverage the lack of money for Spirit. Bring that 5th, maybe a 6th on the board. Then you can start to get a little bit comfortable. But the white blip on the right side will be a sore reminder that they were totally absent on Overpass.
Yeah, getting to a point in this game now where 5 rounds, assuming that they take this 5th round as they should be. It's already a decent half. It's already the count that they're able to take on Overpass. XD. Just around this corner. Like 9's. Oof, will overwhelm him. It's good for the 1 first, though. Fujin gets the fast trade, and we brought back down to a 4v4.
Control gain for Spirit Academy, and it is going to be the B-side defense off of a single player. But the thing that gives them a head start in this retake, Josh, will be the fact that JW comes in from behind. Doesn't let that lurk be a problem, so they can just tunnel vision, quite literally on tunnels. Are they going for a 3-man tunnel push? This is so interesting. This is going to be so hard to predict.
Yeah, I was going to say they shouldn't expect, when the first one comes out and then a second, they shouldn't expect the third. But it doesn't even matter what they expect. All 3 kills just come in unison. And Eyeballers kind of flip the scales on what is normally the hardest site in the game to retake. The B site and a 3v3, you'd almost always favour the T half. And yeah, Eyeballers just made that look really easy.
The fact that they had no hesitation going for a 3-man tunnels push, I think recognizing that they had a slight weaponry advantage as well, they knew that if they bunkered up, it would be very easy for them to just get the trades going. But if they tried to go through window, tried to go through doors, then that's when it gets a little bit tricky. So the element of surprise ends up working there, and I do think it's probably a very discussed protocol for them because of how little hesitation there was. And for Spirit, it's gotta suck, right? Because so many of these rounds, you've gotten on the site, Even when you have little resources, you manage to get the bomb down, but they've lost the man advantage and the bomb site multiple times. So retakes are working out for Eyeballers quite well. This time, Spirit, by the looks of things, they're a little bit more focused towards B. Player in middle and 4 tucked into tunnels.
Molly to the back of the site, and 4's going to spam through Makujin. Dust fall, but the trades are there. Cypher and Robo in the meantime. Created a bit of space. Some important picks. Robo tucks himself in the corner as well. Wants to try and catch out the rotates, but does need to be careful here. There's another 3v3. The saving grace is Eyeballers are massively out of position. Don't seem to want to go for this. And sorry, it's actually not a 3v3. Cypher, believe it or not, is alive. He's just a 1 point of health.
Yeah, he's stretched so thin that he turns sideways and disappears.
His little, like, you see how the yellow goes down as they, like, it's not even 1 bar. It's like it stops halfway.
Yeah. You're right, actually. I just noticed. It's not even like a full pixel line. It's like half the line.
He dies
right.
there. He dies to the bomb there. Oh my god.
At this point, you genuinely just have to go to T-Spawn, open some of the doors there, and head on over to Mirage or Inferno to save your weapon.
Yeah, it's kind of one thing to know, like, damage and, like, bomb radiuses and things like that, but to know where doesn't do a single point of damage, where's safe when you're on 1 HP, yeah, I think that's a stretch. There are very few places that are safe when you're on 1 HP. You got to be very, very far away. Ryujin. She's out of the tunnels, so can start from Rolf. Wow.
Been a really good CT side so far, and Spirit Academy, every time they try and get a little bit of space, they get stopped right in their tracks. It's kind of a cold craft, isn't it?
Yeah, I like it. I mean, I'm sure it's worth a
Like-
fortune,
like-
but
Yeah, like on certain angles, like the Navi stickers turn blue. It looks very Vulcan-y. Little charm as well.
you know, I like him. He's cool. Is he as cool as my AK though?
The best thing in your inventory is a frog Glock, though.
I don't have it anymore. You know I don't have
You
it
don't-
anymore. You know I'm heartbroken about it, and I periodically message the guy that now owns it, offering him well above market price for it, and he just ignores me.
Wait, so
Some grumpy
Remind me how-
American fella.
remind me how you lost it.
I just went through a phase where I just like wasn't playing the game anymore, and I just sold a load of my skins, and I just didn't really think anything of it. And I'll tell you what else I did, which now looking back on is like so frustrating, is there was another guy actually in like the UK Counter-Strike scene that then decided to copy it. He was like, oh yeah, I saw Blamef using this cool craft, so I copied it. So it wasn't 1 of 1 anymore, and there was another one, and it was like, oh man, so it's like not even that special anymore. So yeah, I parted ways with it. And then whoever had the other one decided to scrape the stickers off. So now it is the only one in the world again. I think I called him out on it, and maybe he scraped the stickers off, but yeah.
You called him out for having the same stickers?
I was like, bro, why you make my Glock not 1 of 1 anymore? And he was like, oh, sorry, I saw Blamef using it. And then the next time I checked after that, it didn't exist anymore. So, I don't know, maybe he scraped them off, maybe someone else did.
Maybe put it in a storage unit, who knows?
Oh, all that, yeah. But why would you? Why would you keep something as beautiful as that locked in a cage?
That is true. Well,
Saying a statement like that, people think that you're like, you know, like a big animal conservationist, and actually I'm talking about a Glock with frog
Frog
stickers.
you're talking about pixels.
Yep.
This is how the clankers take over.
Yeah, for real. Sorry, zoologists. Actually, no, the zoologist. Well, no, I don't know. Actually, maybe not. I was thinking they're the ones that want to put them in zoos, but I think I've got that wrong. I think they just study animals. Hang on a minute. This is actually recoverable.
Quick tap on the bomb. No, he accidentally leaves Sypho undercovered. Sypho feels comfortable peeking out right into the warm or cold embrace of JW. The Spirit Academy have work to do. Get to that 5-round-ish mark. And this is still a salvageable game. But honestly, the trend we've seen all day today is just that the rounds have been quick, the rounds have been whizzing by. It's not one of those games where nothing's chaotic, everything's drawn out, elaborate, last few seconds. No. I really do appreciate that these teams are allowing for an entertaining Counter-Strike watch.
Spirit Academy kind of need these next 2 rounds to call this a decent half, and they still have a chance on their defensive side. Now, with just the pistols, that doesn't feel likely, so I'll have to settle for an 8-4. Gujin can't add another head to that solo tally that Robo made. So yeah, 8-3. If Spirit Academy can't bite back here, then it'll be Eyeballers giving their opponents a taste of their own medicine with a 9-3 half on their opponent's map pick. This has been a beautiful resurgence out of Eyeballers.
Time is ticking for Spirit Academy, and making one last mark on the board is of the essence.
Oh, Maxter has just caught an unbelievable timing. They'll be
Really
checking behind,
right?
but not yet. Oh no. It's kind of the right idea for him to like lock him in, but maybe not so much when they've actually got the man disadvantage. Now it's being held as well. That's the problem. Sypho's now got an eye on it. A couple of seconds earlier, they had their backs turned. He had a good shot at finding 1 or 2 kills. He's managed to regress on a good timing again, though. Yeah, I don't know how he continues to find the cracks. Maxed up from behind, will be traded on the fast reaction. Makujin's there from below. With 25 seconds left, he knows he's got to speed this up. Wow, that was almost bang on the money. Doesn't quite connect. Dex for 45. Slips away, 15 seconds. Knows that he's just got to prevent Makujin from getting this plant, but he's going to jump up the boxes. Doesn't even have the threat of coming around the ramp, so get these digits tapped in, or maybe he won't. He fakes it, jumps up. I don't love that. I feel like he had time to plant and didn't necessarily need to pressure, but was maybe hoping that Dex would be knife out, trying to run him down. It's going to be 9-3. That is brutal.
Yeah, a very unrecoverable sort of position unless you win the pistol, so we're pretty much seeing the same storyline unfold as Overpass, aren't we? Opponent's map pick, advantageous side. If the pistol round goes this way as well, this is certainly going to feel like a script. This game is AI generated. Eyeballers aren't even going to waste any time. Straight into B. No
Ooh.
frills, no fuss.
Wow.
Just skills.
Wow. Yeah, alright. See you later. Spirit Academy, you're definitely just done and dusted here. And see any route back in for them. Makujin rattles off a few shots with the Julies. Not going to connect. The B defense just completely folds. They're playing for exit frags. You know, I think that's just like, you know, such a sore sign when you're seeing a team play for exit frags on a pistol round. That's how, like, just wildly irrelevant they've been in this one. You're gonna go down with the bomb as well. Gorose will survive, but he's just holding on to Kevlar. This has been a largely uncompetitive map.
Just a repeat of map 1. Down to the pistol round, down to the round count. Trading map picks for the grand reset on the 3rd. And honestly, this kind of tees it up nicely to be a competitive decider now, doesn't it?
Yeah, it should do, actually. I wasn't sure we were going to see a 3rd map, but yeah, Mirage actually should deliver as quite an exciting one, at least I hope. Obo with a great start. He's going to follow up, just tapping away. It's easy pickings against the full eco. It'll be 11 rounds here. Out of the eyeballers, Bob XT knows where the last resides, and he wants his kill with the Mac 10. Oh my god. Very messy. Frustration that he doesn't get it. That's alright, they're miles ahead. The money shouldn't matter for all too much, but I don't know, we'll see. If Spirit Academy start bringing back some rounds now, maybe it will.
This could end even more one-dimensionally than we saw the first map go. That's spotted by Curioso, and as he retreats to chuck out the utility, it's going to offer space for Bob XD to start scaling up. First kill found, and that is pretty much the cue for everybody else to pour into A.
Wow, even on what is effectively like a bit of a bonus round, right? Spirit Academy's like last hurrah into staying afloat on this map. It just doesn't even come close, not even remotely competitive. Keep 3 players alive, so they'll have another stab at it in the next, but yeah, it just doesn't feel like they've really shown up on this map at all. It doesn't even feel like they've arrived.
Sorry for the awkward silence there, folks. Just noticed my mic was muted. Yes. I think all it took was for my mic to be shut off and Spirit Academy started playing well, so. If you want to send some hate messages as a Spirit fan, you know where to do it.
Oh, but you only muted on that. I was going to say, I could hear you, but...
Yeah, I was just...
two different... Yeah.
muted on the super secret software that we use to engineer these games in our favor. This is a joke, by the way. It's so funny, by the way, that in the Big 25, there are actually, like, real human beings, like, with working... I mean, that's a stretch, but, like, brains. The thing that commentators can just make the game go, rig the game, script the game.
Yeah, we're in on it, though. We use the special mind control software, and it...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Same one as the Rothschilds.
Yeah. There's like a login, you got to type the password 322, and then boom, and then everyone's brain starts being controlled.
Not much of a password because then everyone knows it.
Everybody knows it. That's why it's so perfect.
Yeah.
It's just going to be a JW save. Right at the back of the B-bomb site. This would be great if he had the bomb. Interestingly, no one's actually sort of holding on to it, but just confident that he's not going to have a go at this, so it doesn't really matter. So now 8 chances to close this out before Spirit Academy can pull it back.
Problem is, with this many chances, you can accidentally fall over the finish line. That's how good it is for Eyeballers. They've been eating good on the CT side, in the pistol and the conversion, so hardly a real threat. Robo getting out his anxiety knife as they scale up mid. Plays around with it a bit. Now they have full control of mid. If Robo actually swings out, this could be good. 2 kills on Eyeballers. Rolf seems to win out his engagement on B, though. If they can find the B player without many more scratches, then actually have a pretty easy avenue into a site, but that's not where they want to go. Instead, Maxter has slowly been scaling up short, and with no defenders on A, as they start scaling back into B, this suddenly means that Eyeballers have a definitive chance at just closing this out once and for all. So they can take us all the way to map 3. Trading map picks now an inevitability. JW touches the molly for half a second. They know where he is, but it is getting so damn awkward. The bomb is out in the open, and Maxter from behind moves in. They're not ready. And Kuros, one of the newer guns on the roster, has big shoes to fill. Creeping up. One of them quite low. That's one of the duels being taken care of with 17 seconds. Knows where Maxter is. Does he try and get a head start by moving into short, or does he pursue this from CT? Guess it's the former. Maxter inches away from committing to the bomb. That was nearly a fumble, as it's the final second on the timer before he hits it. Flashbang takes away some info. Maxter starting to move back quite heavy-footed, so Kuros knows exactly where he is. It just has to come down to the 1v1.
Yeah, this is just a dice roll now, Kuros. Drops the smoke, wants to get on this defuse, but Maxter says no. Wide swing, pops the head just before that smoke blooms. And really, really good stuff out of the Eyeballers. Maxter with a 3K. It's a lovely little flank coming from behind CT. I was thinking, he's playing a bit of trigger discipline while JW is dying. And I'm like, come on, man, you got to pull the trigger here. But wanted to fully wait for that smoke to fade and secure both kills. And I think it was the right way to go about it. And he proves it in the clutch. So, yeah, actually, your MVP for that one. 18 kills, some solid work being done. And yeah, impressive from the Eyeballers, to be honest, to turn that one around after quite a disappointing performance on Overpass. It does show that they are Yeah, very, very capable, deserved of being in this playoffs position, and that maybe Overpass was just an early morning hiccup. Let's call it, because Mirage up next is looking good. I think that could be a good map.
Yeah, this resurgence has honestly been incredible, and this is what I was talking about, Josh. Like, it was yes, it was a really good game from Spirit Academy. I don't want to take any credit away from them, but it was also so uncharacteristically bad for eyeballers that I just wouldn't expect that to be the case twice. Like, okay, maybe the fact that it was Spirit Academy's map pick coming up next was a difficult prospect to digest, but still, we expected this to at least be a close game, even if it ends up being a 2-0. So, um, the third map seems almost fitting. And now we're actually teed up in quite a nice way, right? Taking each other's map picks very convincingly kind of leaves it up in the air to essentially a best of one to figure out who the better team is. So, yeah, stakes are pretty high as elimination is on the line. And that is going to be decided on map 3. So, don't go anywhere. We'll be back after a short break. games that have frankly been one-sided, we somehow come to terms with a close score. 1-1 is where it's at, but soon enough, one team does have to get eliminated. It's going to be down to just the best of one now to see who of these two can dish it out. Spirit Academy versus Eyeballers. We came into it maybe expecting Eyeballers to have a much heavier hand, but Spirit Academy on the outset of the day, at the crack of dawn, were able to overpower a sleepy Eyeballers, to say the least. But now they've warmed up into the day.
Obviously, we're speculating. We don't know if they were sleepy. Maybe they're early risers, but yeah.
I love that you just pop up like the Twitter notes. You're like, yep, community note, he's a liar.
Yeah, he is a liar. But you just, you got to be careful. You got to be careful with Twitch chat, giving them narratives like that. And then they'll, in Eyeballers' next games, be like, yeah, JW doesn't wake up till 2 p.m. Sleepy Kings. But yeah, I don't know. They weren't there on Overpass, were they? Considering it was their map pick, it did feel like they were a little bit asleep. But Dust 2 was a hell of a lot better. And now as we go into Mirage, I actually expect them to sort of keep up that momentum. It's two maps with a fairly similar blueprint, and they'll get to start off on their CT side as they won the knife round. Bob XD, however, solo man on the site. He's got support from Short, and he does crack the first head, but has a bit of a hard time with anything more. The Glocks are now out trying to close this gap. Oh my god, okay. Wow. What a shutdown. Normally once the Glocks are out of the apartment and they're up close and personal and in your face, they're able to trade back, but Bob XD says no.
Yeah, after he loses that initial bit of control, even though he's gotten the kill, you would think that that's it, like that is going to go awry, but apparently not. Spirit Academy, though, tons of work to do. Being able to start on the CT side certainly makes things a tad bit more comfortable for Eyeballers. An easy cleanup on mid. It's going to be the Rifles at range. Getting to practice with a little bit of DM. Spirit will be able to bring out weapons very, very soon. Not really any sacrifices being made either, and they're going to prioritize the firepower over the utility, so whatever plan they have in this execute is going to have to be somewhat simplistic. You can't have the full drawn-out fakes, can't be pulling the rotations. Instead, need to get it done soon. No, mid-control goes so poorly. Robo and Mokujin taken off the wheels immediately. Tons of damage inflicted, but nothing significant to get a kill.
Yeah, this puts us technically into a 5v3. As you say, Maxter and JW are pretty fragile, but still alive and kicking. Bomb's going to come and join the party here towards the A site, but there's 3 posted. JW worried about a window boost. The second that the press starts to come through, he should divert his attention over. There's a little bit of util, but not too much of it to work with. It's going to be this underbout CT crossfire that should do the lion's share of the lifting. Molly goes down, just delaying a little bit further. Get those rotates in. Good flash over from jungle. It's going to allow Dex to reposition. They're just playing this really well. However, Syphos manages to catch him with his pants down, and maybe they've got a chance here. The problem is they've only got 1 smoke.
Yeah, options limited. Timer as well. Oh, bit of the barrel spotted, but JW won't be dissuaded in the fight. An attempt from Kurose will not be paid off. Eyeballers carrying the momentum over from the previous map right into the next one, and look at how little money Spirit Academy are going to have left. 4 on the board, pretty much guaranteed as long as Eyeballers don't majorly drop the ball. pistols, some Kevlar. I actually really do
Yeah.
like Maxter's camera, by the way. And as soon as I say that, it switches to carry.
Yeah, it switches off, and I didn't see
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
Yeah. Well, Curioso has not bought at all. On the rest of his team, gone for a half buy. He is down to the Glocks. He wants that AWP out in minute X, but it does mean that the rest of the boys have got to do the lifting. Makujin does exactly that. Great entry, and they've just not been able to trade it. Tech9's path thing, their movement has been brilliant as they slip out untouched. JW boosted up on top of the box.
Look at the middle of the side. That smoke was deployed by Bob XC as he was falling, so it accidentally gives passage for Spirit Academy to get into the back of the bomb site without being contested. Maxter and Rolf, though, individual kills. That's Rolf with 2. Sypho's fighting back with an AK he's picked up. And with 3 kills, it still might not matter as JW has brought it down to just 1. Sypho switches over to the weapon, and it quickly crumbles. Kit recovered. Bomb should be defused. And JW...
God, he leaves that really close.
Yeah.
He doesn't have
Oh.
it. What?
What?
It didn't feel like he was kind of quick. It didn't feel like there was any rush there, you know? He sort of run to the
Yeah.
kit, and I understand that I think he needed the kit, but...
He probably thought the kit was a lot closer than it actually was, and then that's where the trouble started.
Wow. That's a bad way to lose a round, I guess, and a pretty bad round to lose in terms of that just being like a pistol half buy, but I don't know.
Sypho.
Yeah.
Ripple for him on the side to let it happen, and yeah, obviously it's a bit of an oversight for JW, sure, but have to credit who got them there.
And that AWP does come out of Curioso. The round win obviously does them a lot more favours in terms of the money. I mean, they would have had the same on the loss bonus anyway, but... So in the wound as he saves up so long for it. Just gets shut down at the hands of JW. Rolf has fallen elsewhere. It's a good entry out of Kurose. Force back the jungle. Man, JW, what was that? Nice to play in front of the flames, go for the nose scope. It's all starting to fall apart here. Eyeballer's defense just being picked apart.
And looking back, if this ends up being a close game or a loss for Eyeballers, they'll see the gaping opportunity that was lost earlier in the match. CT side would have been so boosted 4 to 5 rounds before Spirit Academy can make a single mark. But now they have to fight a bit uphill. Dex forced out of the angle. Robbo's waiting for him. And the save won't even be allowed, so that's a long-winded round just for Salt to the wounds. Still, I think there's going to be enough money available for Eyeballers to at least bring some pistols out, but that should be all. Spirit Academy expected to even out the scoreline.
Just 2k in the bank here for Eyeballers, so that will be the case, just a full eco. The rifle's out on the other side, Spirit Academy. The goal here is just keep this as clean as possible. You know, there's a 5-7, there's a couple of deagles, there's a flashbang in play, so Eyeballers, it's not like they've got nothing to work with, just not much more about it. And yeah, the Spirit Academy money isn't great, so there's a good opportunity to build it up. They're going to need it if they want to be competitive here. Both maps have been very, very one-sided in each other's favour. So far, we've seen quite the difference here for map 3.
Really happy to see that the back and forth affair will ensue, because after seeing an abysmal showing from both teams on their own map picks, there's a bit of a sour taste in my mouth just seeing how little competition we had But Mirage wants to flip the script. I respect it. I'm happy to accept it. Interestingly enough, we still haven't even seen Curioso be activated on the server, but that's alright. Spirit Academy have been able to reel in the rest of the resources, so that's good. Obviously hoping he can get a couple of exits, maybe a consolation prize, but hoping the Carnival is going to be very generous. 3-3. And this is the back and forth affair I was hoping for, Josh.
Yeah, this is what we needed to see, right? The only thing that would really do this series justice. A contentious third map, a bit of a back and forth. Spirit Academy understood the assignment in that last round of keeping everybody alive, and you see what it does to the money. Puts them around the 5k mark on average. Kind of perfect. Means that they've got that buffer zone. If they lose this one, they can reinvest into the next without any troubles. As for Eyeballers, it's a strong investment. There's no AWP. Ooh, great little nade stack in top mid though, that's perfect.
Preemptively getting ready for the retake, but tons of info granted as Kuros gets curious into CT. Eyeballers wanting to scale up now. It's going to be a while before JW activates. There's the first kill being taken by Dex. Curioso does respond to him in kind. And JW is being pretty heavy-footed as he comes through connector. Kuros, a single bullet should take him out. And that gives JW enough time to get the defuse. No! Once again being played by the timer. And the lack of a defuse kit will catch up to JW once more. Spirit Academy really bringing these rounds thin. Even with all their players dead, the Grim Reaper is somehow able to stick it out for them. Chase Eyeballers to the graveyard. And this is where things start to get a little bit awkward for the money of Eyeballers. How does JW get that kill? Just random shot through the smoke. Comfortable kill that is going to be largely uncontested, and that's the only weapon that they've been able to save up. Forgetting how to speak English, and it's not even that late in the day.
Yeah, if they... Oh, this is starting to cook now. I was going to say, if they, after finding that opening kill and sort of stack the right place, I'd be quite optimistic about this round for Eyeballers. But look at this. They've pulled a third man over towards the A site. The remaining two are on a mid and ramp flank. Now, Bob XD is going to fall up short, but there's a real chance that JW gets a big old piece of the pie here if his teammates can stay alive for a little while. Rolf under the balk, needs one, gets it. An instant trade, but look at this, JW, AK out. Why? Why is he switching to anything other than his gun? Doesn't matter, he'll swing out for a second. It's a 3k for him, Kurose with 6 HP. 2 to his tally, but it needs to be 4, and JW pounces. Eyeballers win a round that they just shouldn't have, and it's at the hands of JW and his teammates just buying him time and space. That is massive.
13-3 is JW's scoreline, which means he already has all the kills that he had, and then some, in map 1.
13-3 is currently sat. It's just... what a performance, what a start. When you compare that to, you know, the other side of the coin with Kiriaso 1-7. It's not even like Spirit Academy are like being stomped out of this or having a hard time or anything in the store, right? It's 4-4, it's a close game. Kiriaso's just not having impact, and JW really is a potent force. Boost up into the window, Robo. He was about it silently, so he will just tuck himself behind the smoke. Nobody is on the other side, but it's not going to matter. Dex will find Cypher. JW's on the short angle. Bomb is actually on this AWP. If he pokes that barrel around the corner, he'll be spotted. Timing just everything here. JW should be able to get a free kill. Oh no. Bit of panic as he's spotted. The molly lands on the floor. Big kill from Rolf. I don't think they clear default here.
What? Okay. Suddenly, Kuros' job became so much harder. I find JW, who's watching the angle like a hawk, but he misses. Quick no-scope. Adds a bit of spice to the round. And the 2v1's not going to go anywhere for Spirit Academy. Now, interestingly enough, this is Spirit Academy with a close scoreline, which is quickly probably going to get worse, despite the fact that they've had 2 swing rounds go their way. Both times, JW not having a kit to defuse the bomb. So this scoreline could have been a lot worse, Josh. So I'm not convinced by the 5-4 yet.
Me neither, but it is about to be 6. If there's any real doubt. Eyeballer's ability to just sweep this eco round under the rug, but I thought Spirit Academy were gonna just sort of fly it into the B site there with nothing really to lose. They actually opt against it, despite the fact that the last time they were on a bite, and I'm not gonna say similar to this because it was sort of 4 Tech 9s and armor, but pistols. They actually had success with a fast B take. Instead, they're all going to round through Mitch. JW, I'm not really sure how that shot misses. Doesn't connect onto any of the 5. Jumping around the corner and on the repeat. One digged by Robo. I'm not really sure why he's refaced that. Now someone's going to go recover his orbs. Good nade, though. Couple of kills found. It's actually not bad at all. I think Spirit Academy should be reasonably happy with that.
Yeah, when I said that I wasn't really convinced by the scoreline, what I meant to say is that Spirit Academy have not... I do feel like for some of these rounds they fluked into a victory. Which is why I expect Eyeballers to extend it. But Spirit Academy can sort of turn their fate around. We'll see. Oh, this is a much faster play, and that's something you generally expect on a swing eco round, but Baxter and BobXD are going to show us exactly why that's not the status quo, but Kuros is wanting to turn it around. Dex, though, has a really nice little angle. He's already crept into bench.
Oh.
And spots the bomb. He's playing this incredibly well, drops it as well, but Robo keeps the numbers close, and the player, the snake in the grass that had crept forward, will be responsible for also closing it out. 2 more kills to find. Isolate 1 starting to run out of bullets, actually. And as he tries to proceed for the reload, Robo will catch him. Spirit Academy, even if they scrape their way to 6, it's all going to be good.
I thought they were kind of cooking there with Dex's position. The fact that he was able to drop that bomb and prevent the plants meant everyone else had to stay alive. There wasn't any sort of major rush, but... Oh my god, what a start. It's an M4 playing window, just smashing ahead through the smoke. Bit of luck on his side, but... Yeah, beautiful. This is for the 7-5 half. I think they'll be happy with that. How sort of back and forth this has been, with the fact that... Yeah, okay, they won the pistol, but lost the first buy round. So it goes into window. Maxter's got a good position here.
Okay. Yeah, this round has no wheels behind it. As soon as it starts, maybe if we can see some individual prowess here, we could still keep the conversational juices flowing. Bob XD, that is an incredibly uncomfortable fight for all parties involved, including the viewers and the commentators. It ends up with a 7-5 scoreline. Eyeballers able to eke just past ahead, but Spirit will get to bat now.
How good are they going to be at batting? These guys are a team that sort of individually very talented, and you expect their T-sides, I'm not going to go as far as to say to like be stronger, but definitely to be stronger than this. So far, fairly disappointing. Now they move over to their CT half. We need to see more out of Curioso's AWP. There's no doubt about that. When we start to get to some of these buy rounds, that AWP does need to come to life. It does need to deliver. If it doesn't, they're in serious trouble.
Oh. Shot from Ravo. Mokujin's responsibility now to buy an additional 5 seconds, and he's also going to get a body on the way. The Robo and Sypha just have to get a kill apiece to clean it up. Eyeballers quickly going to realize that that lead is not very significant at all.
Yeah, it's going to tie straight back up. Still be on a full eco here. You know, throughout this entire game, you've got a big old glass of water and you put these, like, supplement things in it. You know, like the little fizzy tablets that are full of, like, electrolytes and vitamins and stuff.
Yeah.
And, yeah, something like that. It's supposed to, like, make my memory and brain do better, which is good, because my brain's not very good. And, it tastes like ass. Like, it tastes horrible. And just periodically, I'm just gulping this thing and going, ah! And then I'm kind of back in business. But why don't they just make them like? Why don't they just make them fruity flavor? Why don't they make them taste like strawberries? It's horrible. It tastes.
They do,
like...
but that's only we can't afford those. We picked
well,
the wrong career, Josh.
Fine. It's the Rothschilds gatekeeping the fruity flavor vitamins from me. I miss when we were kids and you used to have like little gummies and they were way better. This tastes like piss. These are horrible. Not that I know what piss tastes like, but you know, I assume it's probably as bad as this.
That's the tangent that is. It's the line in the sand for me.
No, it's an eco round. Fraz, what do you reckon piss tastes like?
Oh.
But no, it's gross.
Yeah. So I'm
You
putting.
can see it on the cam. Look at what
applications for-
color it is.
Dude, what is wrong with you?
No, the drink, not the drink, the water.
It sounds so wrong for the broadcast. Yeah, I'm putting on new applications for a co-commentator.
Maybe you'll find one.
I heard
In Twitch
DDK is
chat.
back in business.
All right, okay. I doubt he's in chat. TDK just in chat going 3-2-2. Idiot ballers. JW's actually somehow found a gap. And whilst they'll know that this is a possibility, actually the fact that they've smoked top con sort of sells this even more. JW could just walk through his own smoke here. He'll do exactly that. Oh my god. Kurose is just so unsuspecting. Why would anybody do that? Well, JW's just outsmarted you. Big brain play. With a minute on the clock, they're now stuck with a 2v4 retake. But I guess they'll kind of dip their toe into, but doesn't feel all too winnable. Now Sypho's found that kill, and Makujin's denied the plant. He's got some wills behind it, but he doesn't deny the plant. Oh, he is such a huge piece in that round. That is crazy.
And eyeballers aren't gonna let.
That's such a different round, by the way. I don't know how
Yeah, 'cause then you can
Makujin
just
got
run
on it
off.
too late. Yeah.
Yeah, but Spirit Academy now, they will be disallowed from transgressing beyond the equalizer, and this is why I really like seeing two one-sided games, because then you know the decider is going to be a banger, right? Especially if you're able to absolutely punch down on each other's map picks. This question mark will be answered soon, though. We've got about 10 rounds until it is. Curioso putting that off to good use. He's been a little inactive most of the game, but if he can have a late game resurgence, then they'll all be fine and dandy.
After such a hero moment in that last round, it's Dex and Bob XD to then just fall early here, give him a 3v5. Dex has really stepped up. He's coming to sort of join the mantle with JW. It's Maxter's turn to sneak into Connector. Catch him off guard. Kurose does turn around. He sort of somewhat anticipates that fight, but isn't really ready for it. Still loses the duel. JW. In the angle, expects the peek from short. There it is. Makujin down. There's another one towards Van. Just keeping his head tucked low is Sypho, and when the opportunity presents itself, he'll peek, find the head. Numbers back in the favour of Spirit Academy, but Eyeballers have done well to claw back this 3v5. As things have now gone quiet on B, Sypho starts to suspect a flank, and that's actually going to give Eyeballers a little bit of room to cross here. The timing's good. Oh my god, Sypho, I don't think he's seen them. He hasn't seen them at all. It's only now that he drops that he's ready, and bang, taken out, 2v2.
Yeah, he is entirely surprised there. That is a jump scare. Spirit Academy wanting to double up into short, actually. It's going to be a little late to the party, in fact, as there's only about 20 seconds left on the bomb. Have to get the next two kills and get on the bomb very quickly. Maxter, though, loses his life, and Roll's responsibility now is just to make sure that he can interrupt that defusal. That's it. Finds the kill. Eyeballers should be able to slip right past the head. Rolf knows he's not getting out of there, so he might as well die in style. That angle actually just showed me how bad the explosion graphic is, but I'm really glad. By graphic, I don't mean the HUD. I mean like the actual in-game graphics.
Yeah.
But I'm really glad, because I just don't trust Valve with putting in anything of high quality in the game without breaking my PC.
Got a lot of experience with seeing explosions.
What's wrong with you? Yes. Yes, I do, okay?
I don't know. I only see them in movies and stuff, so maybe that's like not
I mean,
even what
it
they
is
look
an
like.
eco
Maybe
round, so
Hollywood
maybe I
are
can-
just gaslighting us into what explosions look like. I don't think I've ever seen one for realsies.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine. I can sort of talk about this a little bit. When I was younger, like where I live, used to be much worse, right? So I live in Pakistan, but specifically I live in Karachi, which is like full of all sorts of bullshit going on politically. So, yeah, I did actually manage to see like 3 explosions, and all of them were like terror attacks or
Wow.
something close, or like 10 remotely terror attacks. So I was like, yeah, it's not fake. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, that's crazy. But now it's not so much of a war zone.
Yeah, the special effects are a lot cooler in real life. Not gonna lie.
Yikes. Well, Eyeballers have managed to sort of regain control. The round that they really weren't supposed to win. Spirit Academy took the 5v3. Oh my god, look at this. Up close in the smoke is Robo. He actually jumps onto the short ledge. The Orc doesn't react to the leg spotted as Robo goes 1-for-1, but Makujin will return the favour. Once again, it's the early advantage for Spirit Academy, but that hasn't meant much in previous rounds. Ooh, oh my god, Maxter. Oh, he's now called upon for the clutch. He's got to go recover the bomb as well, which makes this a little bit trickier.
And he also has to give up audio information to do that, because he tries to get on the bomb quickly enough so he can just play it out as a basic 1v2 with bomb control. Smoke deployed, isolates the duel in the jungle, but
1 HP
will take him out. Yeah. Unfortunate. Could have been the clutch. But I think a fitting end to this game would be overtime, so that's what I've got my fingers crossed for.
Yeah, I think that would do this some justice. Back-to-back one-sided maps. This one's got to be at least close, and it has been so far. But, yeah, when Eyeballers were starting to pull away a bit, had they have made that 11-7, Spirit Academy wouldn't have had much money, and actually Eyeballers would have been on a bit of a one-way path to the finish line, but here we go, JW. Butts heads with Robo, nice easy kill. Here's another one coming. That is just perfect. Wow.
Things are going to get worse for Spirit Academy from here on out. Money's not forgiving at all. They might be playing at daytime, but it is minutes away from midnight for Eyeballers, as 12 soon approaches. Spirit Academy getting ready to be tucked into bed by Eyeballers. Goes from Mokujin. Oh wow, he's able to quickly retrace onto a double. Kurosei able to get a kill, and then Sypho laps it up. Okay, that was surprisingly good. They were able to hold down the line just fine.
All right, well, sort of seesaw, I guess you could call it. Not only are we seeing rounds traded, but we're seeing them traded in like a really convincing fashion. It's kind of nuts, to be honest. See, Eyeballers with like a really, really commanding execute out onto the A site. They win all their duels. JW takes a double entry in mid, and Spirit Academy kind of give us nothing, and then The follow-up round is just quite the opposite. It's going to force Eyeballers onto a low buy, though. I mean, it's everything they can afford. There's just not very much behind it. JW's dropped first. Rolf and Bob XD follow suit quite quickly. Oh, Maxter. That's a shame. Is it all down to Dex? He's found an AK, but a 1v5. Yeah, not going to happen. So, not only is it 10-11, but we'll actually see the scoreline tie up, I think. There can't be anything bought here for Eyeballers. They got 2,400 loss. So
yeah,
we are definitely going the distance.
This is also where you really have to credit Mokujin, because the reason they're able to get away with that one round where they barely have an investment is because Mokujin gets a very nice double on short. And then they get to just build up money on top of it. And I'd like to remind you that Eyeballers also dropped a couple of inevitable rounds at the start of the game where, you know, I said that they could have actually built up a very nice CT half. Just winning against pistols and things like that. JW dropping 2 defusals because they just simply ran out of time because they're a little late to the party. And those are the types of rounds they're going to be looking back at if they end up losing the entirety of the game. Oh? Rocks are doing a fair chunk of damage. Problem is, there's not much HP left in the tank, and Dex is booking it for home. Doesn't have the bomb. Goes all the way around.
Is he going all the way around? Oh my god. I kind of thought he'd come up through jungle, but yeah, Cypher's got eyes on it now, so that's the right move. I mean, he definitely doesn't want to be, like, surviving here.
Dude, does he go all the way from ramp? No way, right? He was just spotted in CT, wasn't he?
Oh no, he's gonna come up from con. Alright.
Okay, this is expected. I mean, I'm not sure. Maybe they're expecting him to come from jungle, through, like, go through CT and into jungle. But there has been enough time for him to drop into con, so that's where they're gonna check. And yeah. Spirit have brought it close enough. Eyeballers are the ones that are under pressure now against the CT half of Spirit.
So, that aforementioned 11-11, whoever takes this round is in good stead to take the game. And depending on which team it is as well, kind of changes that, because right now, Eyeballers don't have any money behind them. So, if Spirit win this one, Eyeballers will be on a horrible buy in the next, and we'll probably see Spirit take it in regulation. If Eyeballers win it, Spirit have still got enough for a full buy in the next as well. So, whilst Eyeballers have still got the chance of closing this in regulation, overtime does become a bit of a likelihood. See if they can pull it off. Robo, first blood. That's onto JW as well. He's been such a key piece with some of these entries. Even with the rifle, it's actually been most of the highlights with that AK instead of the AWP for him in this game. Yeah, so take down low. Maxter. Oh my god, look how far out he is. It's a brilliant flash, and Karosa is just unsuspecting. Look how much room they've got on A. What? Alright.
That's allowed, apparently. Cypher getting such an early frag, however, suddenly puts Eyeballers into question. Flashbang allows them to clear out CT. They're starting to scale up. 3 players coming in from CT, in fact, and just 1 prong from Cons. He won't activate until all the attention's been drawn over. Maxter needs to be perfect, but he's only good for the single. Rolf has his head on a swivel, tries to control the spray, but there is so little you can do there. Spirit about to push Eyeballers out of the tournament.
What a retake. And yeah, I mean, the playoffs invitee, so you do expect them to be the better team. What's kind of interesting is, like, the way that the ranking shifts, such that because of the VRS ranking, when the invitations went out, Spirit Academy were the higher ranked team. They got the playoffs invite. Eyeballers had to work through the group stage. Since then, Eyeballers have had such great success, and Spirit Academy haven't, that they're now, 30 places ahead of Spirit Academy. If the invites were being redone now, Eyeballers would be the one with the playoff spot, and Spirit Academy would have to go through the Swiss stage. And with that role reversal comes perhaps with an opportunity here for Eyeballers to take this to overtime. Good stuff from Sypho though. This is a 2v4 and somehow Eyeballers have given him a look back in. Smoke on the bomb. Cariaso's just going to try and stick it. And Miguel's not connecting.
Oh,
I don't think he's on it.
what?
Second time asking with a second to spare on that defuse. It is delivered. We go to OT.
My oh my, look at the kill distribution as well. Everyone's within punching distance. And like I said, Josh, this game would be incomplete without OT. Line up those wallets once more. Give it an honest crack. It's almost poetic that both teams have a decisive map win on each other's maps and then take it all the way to 12 apiece for this decider. They control the name of the game now for Eyeballers. I think they might go for a little bit faster of a play based on how the utility is being chucked out. One solo and apartment, Spirit Academy, their response is just going to be the basic 2-1-2 setup with one prong and connector.
Much slower here. Think about some of these previous rounds, how Maxter and JW have really been looking to take early space. Right here, just playing on the timing. So far, they've got it. Mid has been left like severely under-defended, I feel, of Spirit Academy. And they've always had eyes on it, but they've just not really contested it. And it has left gaps, it's left opportunities, like that one right there, where Eyeballers are able to walk all the way up short. And with one flashbang, it basically just dismantles that B defense. Robo's going to play out through the door, and behind this, Smoke might be able to deny the plant. No, it's a fake. It's been tapped. Rolf's there, ready with the angle. Spirit Academy just have to back off and save, even in overtime. This retake doesn't make sense, and holding on to that AWP takes priority.
Yeah, even in overtime, the money isn't infinite. And being able to mobilize this AWP in the next round absolutely does take precedent, Josh.
So, the round advantage and what feels like it's needed on their T side, right? They did have a slightly better time on their defense. Had a chance to make it more than the 7-5. Could have had an 8-4. They missed out on one of those opportunities, but I think taking more rounds on your T half here in OT is a luxury. We'll do them some favours. Okay, little jiggle has been seen. Bob XT takes a bit of damage. Spirit Academy are somewhat contesting mid that tiny bit more in this round, but it backfires again. Makujin taken out. Bob XT's starting to sort of close the gap a little bit between him and his teammates. Felt like the scoreboard's been very top heavy for Eyeballers. It's been JW, Dex and Maxter doing a lot of the lifting, so Bob taking an entry like that, it's kind of huge. I'm not sure what JW's doing there. That's, you know, I guess there's been many occasions where he's been super sneaky, walking through smokes and stuff, and when it works, we commend him. So, yeah, just it looks a little bit silly when it doesn't. I don't hate the initiative. It's just the wrong move with the context. And they'll do the same on B. Sypho ready and waiting as well.
Sypho doesn't even need to progress there. Knows the AWP is watching for him like an attack helicopter, but Dex having found a kill on A and being the second prong that can come through market forces them into some awkward positions. You can see how Robo's adjusting for the fact that he can be found from market. Doesn't expect short. Duel goes the way of the T's, and Rolf just needs to land a couple of bullets into Robo. He does have the advantage, and there's the info. Swoops in from the side. Eyeballers with yet another round, and this is where Spirit Academy is quickly becoming extinct on Mirage.
Unreal. Keeping their cool in these clutch situations. You can't say that Spirit Academy haven't had their opportunities, maybe in the first round of OT. Yeah, they were kind of blown out of the water, but this one here, they had their chances. You know, it was a 2 versus 1, they just played it wrong. XT. Once again, looking to spearhead things here in middle. Robo playing very aggressive. He's down just by himself. This should be traded. Oh my god, it isn't. They fumble it. They fumble it big time. Spirit Academy finally taking a bit of decisive action towards middle and contesting. Works perfectly.
Spirit Academy, you're right. They finally managed to get a leg up. But even that is still, in totality, a better half for Eyeballers. And now they get to play on the advantageous side with all the money, with all the bells and whistles. CT side's been slightly better for both parties. Look at the scoreboard. That you can see that it's now becoming a little more top-heavy. Spirit Academy relying more on the two pieces of Robo and Sypho versus Eyeballers. They're slightly more evenly distributed, but even there, like, there is a problem of Bob XD not really activating. I would have also pointed out Rolf, but he did clean up his act in the past few rounds and had a few moments of impact.
Yeah, I feel like that's actually been like a real shift, doesn't it? For Eyeballers, early doors, they were really relying on JW and Dex. And then since then, that gap's been closed a little bit. And you've seen Maxter look really good. Rolf and Bob XD have had some good rounds as well. And it does feel like a little bit more of a team effort. Whereas for Spirit Academy, it actually feels like as the game's gone on, the scoreboard's become more top-heavy. And they've relied more on Robo and Sypho to have that big impact. And that can be a little bit worrying, because if they're ever the first to die in a round, and there's the concern, who else steps up, takes their place? Slow stuff here from Spirit Academy. Less than a minute on this clock, 50 seconds. They'll start to work their way forward. Makujin, smoke in hand, just going to pray that no one swings him from the stairs. HE, good chunk of damage. Good entry.
Eyeballers able to keep this tug of war even as Spirit Academy starts to sprawl over the A bomb site. Bomb recovered and AWP collected. 20 seconds. They do need to start getting a move on. I think Eyeballers might be inches away from closing this if they can't start to dial those numbers in, and momentarily there's going to be a lapse in the defenses. As one of the biggest pieces is committed to just trying to get the bomb down. Nade is a little bit narrow, or that could have been a problem. Here it comes though. Retake. All three players from CT. No information available for the T's. They do know that it's a little more CT heavy. Robo doesn't let them transgress. And Sypho from Connector will make it even for Spirit Academy. A close round, but a round regardless.
So much damage being inflicted. The fact that Spirit Academy were actually able to keep 3 players alive there is just insane. That late execution seemed to work wonders. So tied up at 14 apiece. Anyone's for the taking. 2 in a row needed for either one of these sides to actually take the win. 1 apiece would send us into double overtime, further rounds to seal the deal. Both are going to be fighting tooth and nail for it. It all boils down to just 2 rounds of play and a good start from Dex. Remember, this is the playoffs, the round of 16, single elimination. No second chances, no lower bracket, and no season 6 to fall back on either. Final chance to prove themselves in the proving grounds. Kujin to come out from top middle. Dexter very wide, aggressive for the fight. 1 for 1 will do nicely though. Dex to follow up. And a 3v2. I'm surprised Bob XD is still so aggressively poised. Because if that's what happens to you, now they're in trouble.
Do they check for Rolf? There's a big swing. And this round, decisive, Josh.
Don't know about that. AW. Ooh, just about. That is really a 50-50. You're just praying that the AWP doesn't hit the shot. And if that's what loses it for you, right? Spirit Academy are going to be kicking themselves. They look back at this game and they say the fact that it largely boils down to a coin toss 1v1. A shot that you hit 50% of the time. Just not this time. Eyeballers on 15, a chance to just get this done and bag themselves a spot in the quarterfinals against Patira. Should be an interesting game. It's certainly not one of the hardest, right? I think Eyeballers have actually played Patira recently. In fact, it's Spirit Academy that have played Patira recently. Had mixed results.
See if they can...
They won 2-0, then lost 2-0.
Yeah, we'll see if they can get a chance to settle that score in the rematch, but first you have to get there, right? And so far, one of the heavier hitters on the side of Spirit Academy in general, Mokujin, has been deactivated. Straight through the smoke they go. I'm not sure if Eyeballers are going to be ready for them to permeate through the smoke. Big shot to be missing here, JW. And Dex will go 1 for 1. This rap duel right here is the difference between overtime 2 and the game ending right there. Trying to get on the bomb preemptively. Bob XD and Maxter. We're going to be seeing an elongated game being played out. Unless one of them can do something. A perfect angle from Curioso. And Maxter, no way in hell they're going to let him get 3 kills here. Spirit Academy might have had a bit of luck in some of those rounds, but when they have this round hand-delivered to them, they're not going to let it go. 30 kills now for Robo.
Yeah, leaning on that star again. And it's so bizarre that it's Robo as well, right? It's sort of say the star, but he's actually the man calling the shots. He's actually the one that's not necessarily supposed to be putting up these big numbers. Ordinarily one of the weaker links here on the team, but he's coming up big today. What a time for it, sort of knowing that he has to take a bit of responsibility, matters into his own hands. So far, he's certainly living up to that mantle. Got to call a good T-side here, though, and it's kind of at this point in the game where I don't envy in-game leaders because you start to run out of ideas, right? You know, nothing is new anymore. We're in double OT. All of your little pocket strats, all of your little sort of pace changes to win you some of those swing rounds have already sort of been burnt. You can go for them again, but yeah, it's tough to think of something fresh. He's got a minute in the technical pause to do so. Obviously, they're not able to talk, but do a bit of brainstorming, flick through the strat book, see if there's any hidden pages.
Did you take another sip of that?
Yeah, I did, and it was kind of powdery
yeah.
at the bottom. It was the yeah, yeah. Look, I finished it. Yeah, I've got my vitamins in, but God, yeah.
That has to be unhealthier than just not having the vitamins in the first place.
You reckon?
Yeah, probably.
Ugh.
I'd rather just take a year off of my life.
Yeah, I'm with you there.
Why don't you just take tablets like a normal person?
I don't know. I think this sort of encourages me to drink water as well. I don't do enough of that either. I'm just a pretty, like, dysfunctional human.
So what encourages you to drink water is tasting actual sewage. Okay.
Yeah.
You're a interesting guy.
I don't know. I'm like there's got to be two sides to every coin. Some commentators and analysts in the scene, you, Alan Hender, people like that, the pimp, super healthy, gym, running, things like that. Me, I struggle with the basics of drinking enough water. We're getting there.
Speaking of the basics, eyeballers, it's Bob XD. They have gone past the basics and do something a little special. Tries to navigate around the bomb site, and I like the attempt. I don't hate it. Tries to circumvent the action. Can't really do much when the rest of the teammates aren't even pulling any attention away or getting any kills. Eyeballers, one of the few times where now they're being left behind by Spirit Academy. If this ends up being a good half for Spirit's T side, I would start to really get worried for Eyeballers. Robot trying to hold down the line all the way back from triple. Connector player also taken care of. Bob XD wanted to become a part of the conversation quick enough. He's been spotted as there's a player that crosses into CT spawn, and he is still trying to make his presence known. But it'll be a while before the rotations come in. He's drawn enough attention away that maybe the ramp player can do something, and he's routed all the way around Palace, so it's going to be a bunch of time being wasted to not run into the ramp player, but I think this round is already over, Josh, unless Maxter can pull off a crazy double.
I think that's just Bob XD's playstyle in a nutshell, just so aggressive trying to play through this smoke. Maxter, yeah, in hindsight you want a bit of trigger discipline there, but there's such little time on the clock, he knew he needed to just pull the trigger. Hope that he wins that second fight on the adjustment as well. Good round from Spirit Academy, however. You know what's super interesting about this? Normally when we see third map multiple overtimes, it's like massively throwing us off schedule. Because the first two maps were actually as one-sided and decisive as they were, we're still on schedule. We haven't actually overrun yet, despite the fact that we're in double OT. Now that is subject to change if these two teams continue scrapping it out and we don't find a victor. Well, I mean, we will eventually. Eyeballers could really do with this round, though. I don't think none on the CT side will really suffice. And Rolf understands that. 2 big kills, but it is still going to be a 3v3 retake.
Chance at a flawless T side is a prospect that will certainly pave the way to a victory for Spirit. But I think it might not be the case with Kiryu missing a pivotal shot. In the meantime, though, Mark has been overrun. And Dex, as he creeps up close, a close-range quick scope will highlight what is a successful, flawless T-side run. And in those few rounds, Robo's been able to get more than a kill a round. Goes from 30 to 34. The star is still shining. This is where eyeballers really start to sweat.
Well, when eyeballs sweat, they don't sweat, they cry. And that might be what we see here. As they can win 3 rounds in a row, take us to triple OT. They will be knocked out of the tournament, and in such a brutal fashion. They had opportunities, maybe not in regulation, but here in overtime to get this done. Next up, the good start, wants to prolong this. Big follow-up into short as well. Makujin down. They still have a bit of fight left in them.
Oh no, Sypho! Thankfully, it's immediately recovered by BobXD and JW, or that double from Sypho. It could have even become a triple. Could have gone oh so wrong. And there's just something about the T side that is bringing a new element out of both of these teams.
Yeah, it's weirdly like a mental thing, isn't it? When you're in overtime, on your CT half, there's not much more you can do than just, play it by the books. When you move over to your attack, it just kind of springs life. Right, we gotta win. Let's run it down. Still going to be plenty of money for the CT side, and that save will do them some favours in that department as well. I don't think losing this will mean any kind of sort of low buy in the next, but I've also got to get there first. Oh my god, maxed out again. How much ground he's taking. Oh, but he walks with his back turned. This could be the end. Or maybe not. Jesus. This is chaos. This is absolute chaos. 30 seconds into the round, we're down to the 2v2.
Spirit Academy have the opportunity to close it out right here, right now, with a single round, or even triple overtime becomes a very real possibility. Both coming in from Cons and Jungle, one in CT, one on the site, bit of a crossfire. But they need to play off of each other's contact. Mokujin, if he swings out now, that might be a freebie, but his head's on a swivel. Gets distracted between 2 angles. Trying to bait out the individuals here. Sypho just isn't being given an inch, and eyeballers have already taken the mile. This skill's not going to matter as the bomb has already ticked down. And eyeballers continue to persist.
What a recovery, and what just like balls to the wall, selfless plays that we see in that round. JW knows the importance of trading the stairs player, and he's willing to just sacrifice himself in pursuit of it. He knows that there is 0 chance that jumping across stairs, he's going to get that kill and get out with his life. But it's all just about trading it so that then his teammates have safe passage to get out onto the site and they can get that bomb down. As soon as he does, the round becomes plausible. He does his part, they do theirs. And eyeballers are on to 17. JW this time. The one to take the responsibility of the mid-control interconnector. It's been a real sort of point of contention, a real sore spot for Spirit Academy in these rounds. B hasn't held down.
No way, not
Lock
like
and
this!
key. Oh, man. Come on, Rolf. Now's your time to shine, but in the spotlight, he gets nervy. Curiaso closes it out. Spirit Academy onto 19. They're through. It's heartbreak. Absolute heartbreak for the Eyeballers, but they gave that a really good go. They just couldn't afford to lose 3 there.
And frankly, for most of the game, I genuinely thought that Eyeballers looked like the better team. And this is where some of those rounds we saw early in the game come back to bite them, right? With JW missing 2 defusals because there wasn't enough time left. A couple of those swings rounds coming from pistols and things like that. And Robo, my oh my, just an incredible performance that comes out from him, right? To end the game with 36 kills, it is mind-blowing.
Unreal. You see, just like, you know, when we went into overtime, I think JW had 22 kills. He ended the game with 27. Now, that's not, like, you know, that's fantastic as an overall scoreline. 5 kills in sort of 2 stints of overtime isn't anything crazy. But what Robo did really was, he went from, I think, 25 ending regulation to finishing the game with 36. Or was it 37? Was it 36 or 37? So one of the two. One of the two.
Yeah,
either way, had massive impact, finding 11 kills in OT, some hugely important moments, and yeah, that's what did it for them in the end. So yeah, massive commiserations to Eyeballers. I think they gave that a really good go. They've impressed me recently, and I think that there's still a lot behind this team. They could continue to go far, but yeah, Spirit Academy just slightly better today.
Yeah, and we're going to get a chance to look at how the rest of the bracket is going to unfold with the Eyeballers now having been taken out to the park and with Spirit Academy progressing. They're going to be on through to the quarterfinals. I believe it is Vetera that awaits them. And then we still have plenty of games to go through. Yeah, there's the bracket. Vetera Spirit Academy now lined up as the next game for the quarters. But before that, of course, we do have more games coming up. Josh, which of these games are you excited for?
Ooh, of the remaining the remaining round of 16 matches?
Yeah. I'm
excited to see BC game. I think they're always just really fun to watch. You know, I sound like a simple fanboy with that, but I just think that they've been a very, very exciting team recently. And of the 3 round of 16 matches that we've got left, that one should be fun. The remaining 2, however, whilst they don't have that same kind of name factor, should actually be pretty close. I think Sashi Johnny Speeds could go either way, and Partisan Sinners, I'm definitely leaning towards Partisan, but I think that could be a close game as well. So, yeah, whilst I think the BC game is the highlight one, yeah, all 3 should actually be quite exciting.
Yeah, speaking of which, we are about to cover another one of these bad boys. You were talking about Sashi versus Johnny Speeds as being the close game, and we're going to have that underway in about 10 minutes. single bullet through. No, what? Oh, that is painful. Because Draken there barely has any health. He's on the defuse and like half of his leg and half of an arm is poking out. And I think one Glock bullet actually does the trick there. So it's really painful that they're not able to clutch out that 2v4, even if, especially because of how close they ended up getting to it. Johnny Speeds, good round, but man, that could have gone the other way.
Yeah, after that sort of just being stomped out in the first few fights and a 5 versus 2, actually can't believe that it comes as close as it does. Just sort of signs from Johnny Speeds that they're a little bit uncomfortable. Some of these moments where they do need to coordinate and lock in to some degree. Heat. Let's kill with the FAMAS. USP swapped out. The Desert Eagle. And a Cammy. Will do some damage as well. This is a force buy, so 1 or 2 kills doesn't suffice here. They want the round, and Mr. is going to give it a go. Nice shot, gets things started, and he can upgrade into the rifle.
Messy, sure, but Lycro's able to keep things clean towards the end at least, and now Sashi have to wait a second or two. Makes sense why Sashi have picked into it. I think historically it's a map that they have found a fair bit of success on. It's the type of map that also really works when Lucky is playing with them. Today is not one of those days. That's the thing though, right? This is why I'm kind of worried about this nuke pick. Like, it generally works for Sashi, but one of the things that is responsible for holding on, like, being able to hold on outside is having Lucky on the team.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a big piece to be missing. I mean, it feels harsh to say, you know, anybody can just not be here and it not be a problem. But yeah, Lucky is a big piece. Lucky is a big piece to be missing. If you know, if Cabby or Becky didn't show up one day and they had to sort of find a rifler to stand in, I don't think it would be, you know, the end of the world. But yeah, it's kind of a difficult one. I have always wondered, or not always, but I have wondered what the dynamic is like, because Cabby's calling on this roster now. Remember, obviously for years they had Iceberg as the IGL on this team. Iceberg is now off to other things. Iceberg's now playing on. He's playing with the. Who's he playing with at the moment? My brain is just completely. Is it Tricked? He's playing with the Tricked guys, isn't he? Yeah, he's playing with the Tricked guys at the moment. And yeah, instead of them sort of finding a new IGL, Cabby just said he'd take up calling duties, and well, I guess it's been going all right.
Sorry, I looked away for a second as I was checking something on HLTV. We're good now. My attention's all yours.
It interestingly actually hasn't had like a huge hit on his rating as well. Like, since he's been calling and Iceberg's been gone, you normally see that have an impact. So as long as his, you know, leadership and calling style is okay and winning them games, then it's actually a really good move, because he's still putting up numbers. He's still one of the higher rated players on the team. That was always kind of a bit of an issue for Iceberg, right? He was a great leader. He was a great IGL, but yeah, just often struggled in the fragging department. Sved, ooh, a bit slow to the trigger. Kind of fell asleep on the angle there. Sapek drops as well. Rotations come in desperately. She falls on deaf ears. Does 1 point of damage onto Cabby. His late execute out of Sashi works well.
Yeah, tuck those weapons into your backpacks. No way you're getting anything meaningful done here. Comfortably recede all the way into CT spawn. Rifles are going to be prioritized, and Ray can just kicks out, hoping he can keep them close enough to the bomb site or try and get a kill on the fadeaway. Just try and waste as much weaponry as possible, but that wish isn't going to be granted. First out of the board for Sashi off of a late execute. And I want to see how long Johnny Speeds take to kick back into high gear. Those first few rounds were good, but hang on a second, this one's getting a lot faster than I anticipated. Zyphon's already stuck into the right side of the vents. Mr. having gotten a kill. These sites should be relatively easy to take control of. The CT started to abandon it, preemptively get ready for that retake. Molotov into heaven also makes things hard. And Zyphon getting that kill on Sapik suddenly might put us in the exact same position as the last round, Josh. Just take a back seat.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like there's any other real option here. With a one-man disadvantage, you can sort of shrug it off, still give it a go, but two feels like too tall a task. And the money's kind of weird, you know. Draken's got enough that he could buy himself. Heap can then drop a rifle over, but Sved's on $150, Sapek's on $150, so, you know, if they weren't able to hold on to these guns, there wouldn't be all too much of a buy in the next. There may be a chance that they're not able to hold on to all three of them. It looked like Becky was going to go for a bit of a hunt there, but actually opts against it. So I'll let it be. Johnny Speeds. 3-2. It's been a good start from them on their opponent's map pick and nuke, but they do need to sort of keep a lid on things here, because don't want to be giving Sashi too many rounds on their T-half.
Nudge ahead. First kill collected. And Sapek's going to be stuck in the corner behind Fake Bins, but in the meantime, his teammates are getting up to some funny business. Hector finds a kill. Becky and Rosen kind of stuck here. Can't really expect them to do much. They got taken out little by little. Each of the players being whittled down. Johnny Speeds expected to get fourth without any issue. So I really did like it when Sashi were being a bit more experimental, you know, try and play around with outside especially. I do think we are going to see that on their T side. But a slow style just works to the favor of Johnny Speeds. But yet obviously doing some good work to let it happen.
Ooh, Lekra. Nice little kill on the exit. Johnny Speeds just waking up very quickly after allowing Sashi back in. And a flawless round, barely even taking any damage. It's beautiful scenes, and something I was going to talk to you about in the break actually. But you know, me talking about seeing these guys at the Birch Cup, they had a big fan with them and sort of got a little bit of insight on how that dynamic works. So they have the reason that they've sort of been going out to some of these LAN events and climbing in the rankings and whatnot is yeah, they've got sort of an investor that's funding them to go to some of these events, putting a bit of backing behind the Johnny Speeds name, and he's quite a well-known sort of Swedish. He's an ex-fighter pilot, and
I know
he's a
him.
big fan of the team, and yeah, it's super cool. It's just like a super cool dynamic, and he was there going nuts behind them and cheering them on. It was cool to see. I hope he's here cheering them on today.
Yeah, it's Johnny Speed himself.
Mr. Johnny Speed himself.
Yeah.
He did like to
full
go
name.
quick.
Jonathan Samuel Peed.
Imagine having the surname Pede.
I mean, I was just gonna say, like, Johnny Speeds would be a fitting name for a fighter pilot, so.
It would. It actually would. It's one
Make
of
a
those
Netflix
ones
movie
where,
out of that?
yeah, for real, for real. It's one of those ones where, yes, celebrities have a lame name and then they like, you know, say, I gotta change it. I'm trying to think of an example. There's definitely some celebrity examples, but
Yeah, Tom Cruise isn't actually called Tom Cruise, right? Be for real. That can't be his real name.
yeah, yeah. I wonder where his birth certificate is. Let's go find it. What it says. I bet he's called Keith or Ian or something really lame.
Probably.
Oh, Rosa's taking a tick from the
Retake is
molly.
on. Yeah, that's it. Can't do anything here. Especially after Rosen immediately finding the frag on the Opera descending from heaven. That was it. So, Sashi, third round of the board. The responsibility is to make sure this tug of war just stays active. They don't have to supersede Johnny Speeds in terms of rounds. They just have to keep it close enough so that they can punch down when it's their time to shine on the CT. Tom Cruise, real name. Thomas Cruise. No way.
That was gonna be
No
my
way.
guess.
No way his name is actually just Cruz. Like, Cruz is too cool. Okay, let me try that again. Terry Crews, real name.
There's no way that Ice Cube was born Ice Cube, right?
Isothin Cubath. Okay, Terry Crews is obviously Terrence Crews.
Jamie Foxx. Jamie Foxx is not actually called Jamie Foxx. He was Eric Marlon Bishop. Yeah, not as cool.
If someone
Miley
has
Cyrus,
two
Whoopi
X's in their
Goldberg.
name, if someone has two X's in their name, I will just assume that they are liars.
Yeah, Whoopi Goldberg, John Legend, believe it or not, is not actually called John Legend. He's called John Roger Stevens. Just doesn't have the
What
same
if his name
ring,
is just
does
like John, not very legend, John believable, John realistic.
it? Katy Perry? Emma Stone? Joaquin Phoenix? Apparently.
That's a lot. What
Yeah.
about XXX Tentacion?
Oh, because so Joaquin Phoenix. He probably wasn't born as that either. Joaquin Phoenix was called Joaquin Bottom, and he decided.
I'm
yeah,
sure.
Yeah,
I'm sure
get
you're
that out of
butchering the
here.
pronunciation of that name.
Yeah, whatever. Forget about the first name. His surname was Bottom, like bum.
Oh. Okay.
Bottom. Yeah, I changed my name too. Oh, what a transfer!
Gabby?
Oh my god, Gabby.
Barely a transfer, right? Like, you just holds mouse 1 and it keeps going. Unwinds that AK and lets it loose. Still has the opportunity to get the ace, and he might as well if he wants to fish this round out of the alligator's mouth with how much HP Draken and Sapik have.
I got another good one for you. Drake. It's not actually called Drake.
He's breaking the opera.
Yeah, for real. His name's actually Aubrey Graham. I understand why he changed it. What a lame ass rapper name.
Yeah,
Right.
Albury could have never written Martin's Room.
For real.
Marvin's Room. Marvin's Room, yes.
Aubrey would have never had beef with Kanye. He would have just lost by default. Alright, 2v2. Retakes on. They tapped in the digits with seconds to spare with such low health. You'd really favour Johnny Speeds, but now Draken's got to get it done with an AWP, and the AWP doesn't discriminate. The fact that they're 20 HP becomes irrelevant. Sashi tie things up at 4 apiece, and yeah, this is just getting a little bit too close, considering this is T-side nuke. Sashi being given too many rounds here, and they're going to get a very easy opportunity at a 5th as well. First, we go into a technical pause.
Not a very long one.
Yeah, they sent in the little ambulance real quick. Nino. Fix the server, guys. Let's go run it back. Gabby. Gunning him down with a MAC-10. It is only against pistols, so it shouldn't really be any resistance. Gabby's just having a fun time with it. A very fun time with it. He finds 3. That's an $1,800 cash injection. Might be stuff.
Josh, I'm starting to notice a pattern.
What's that?
I'll tell you about it in an eco round, okay?
Okay.
Bit of outside control for Sashi.
Patterns again.
Go from Cabby. Take out Sapik. Uncontested as well, so that's good. A little bit of damage is okay. Cabby was responsible for doing most of the lifting in the previous round, and he'll kick things off on a high note as well.
Horace Lambie in chat said, "You don't know the real story behind the Johnny Speeds name, ... It is legendary." I'm so intrigued now. You're going to have to message me. I want more.
I thought it's just like a generic Swedish mascot, because it's like
there's
blue and
gotta be.
yellow. Johnny Speeds backstory, Google.com.
There's got to be more depth to it than that. Draken is an elusive man. There's a lot to him. There's no way you just go with a silly name. It's got to have meaning. It's also fly as hell. Bomb down. 3v2. Johnny Speed's kind of taking their time with this, as Cabby's found Sped. The drop into vents. This now actually gets really tricky.
Tap on the bomb. Flashbang follows, double swing, and they win both. A really good response there, but yeah, that's the
not
problem,
confident
right?
in this defuse. He's running away. He doesn't think they've got it. They don't. Man, that is rough.
Yeah, because they won both the fights. Like, a kit changes that immediately. And Sashi have done all that they had to do on the terror side, and then some. Anything extra, that's bonus. Tactical pause from Johnny Speeds. Did we get a response on that? Are we getting an update on Johnny Speeds' backstory?
Well, the stream is 2 minutes behind, so you got to give him a minute.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
It might be something bad. It might be something naughty. Maybe we.
Yeah, that's true. Like, we
maybe
didn't
it can't
account
be
for
exposed.
that.
Like Team YP. Oh my god, bring him back. What a goated. What a goated era. You know about that whole story, right?
Yeah, Team YP, Yurtus Bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not going down that discussion.
Yeah,
please,
we're not diving down. If you just as if you know, but
Yeah.
Legendary.
Don't play at a major, man.
For real. I want stickers.
Oh.
That's what PH's name actually stands for, by the way.
Hmm.
I was thinking of PR. There's also PH.
I know.
So it works.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, yeah, okay.
Fumbled it.
Yeah. Draken. Nice to see that they're able to find an opening and kill there. Not too much of a contest, and that actually breaks sort of any control they had outside. One player trying to drop in through the hut. And Lekro tries to go forward, make it a 5v3, but that actually puts the ball right back in Sashi's court. Might be on the offensive on A in just a moment. Becky getting an opening frag. does fling the doors wide open. That opening duel from Draken's not going to matter for a whole lot. With very little time remaining, they won't commit to the A side. Instead, drop down into vents as the CTs are prepping to hold down Hut. Should have no trouble getting planted, and Cabby also cuts off the rotations. He is going to be such a thorn in their side, so they can't even get the retake started just by virtue of Cabby existing.
Yeah, not a lot that can really be done about this, despite just the pain that comes behind giving up a 7th round to the T side. Sat here sort of kicking yourself going, oh man, you know, we need more than this. You're gonna have their work cut out for them when the sides switch, but nothing more that can really be done. Becky hunts them both, gets away with the double kill with the MP9, upgrades into the rifle. The money is no object. They've got so much cash you would have reinvested anyway, but it's just salt in the wound. As Johnny Speeds, instead of having the full rifles, it's actually going to be Sepek down to a Famassi, and Sved probably with the same. Yep, not a lot of util either. That is a low blow. And a rough time for it. He said, ha ha ha, wow, no, 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 it is legendary.
Wait, hang on.
Ooh. No, alright. Got me excited for something crazy. It's just trades. Mister. Should be able to lock this one out. It's going to be 8-4, surely. I can give it a go in the clutch, of course. Fun around the half, why wouldn't you? But oh, what a shot.
One shot is all it takes.
Yeah, he's getting fired up. Mister likes a bit of that. 6 in a row. But yeah, he just said it's legendary. That's all he can say. Nothing weird. Alright, so
yeah, which definitely, yeah, which definitely tells me there's backstory.
There's backstory
on some image board somewhere.
I'll ask Draken, see if I can get let in on the secret.
You remember when Mr. had that tick where he would just like touch the monitor all the time?
No, but
that was him,
okay,
right?
That's interesting. I don't know, maybe.
It's not a thing anymore, I guess. Because I was just trying to pay attention to his camera to see if he still does it. Because I remember he would keep touching his monitor out of like some kind of tick. And we asked him once in an interview, like if he was just like adjusting his monitor or something. He's like, no, I just do it out of habit. And I guess he's grown out of it.
We were talking about these ticks the other day about how I always write good half in team chat and or chat. I can't help it. It's just I got the fastest fingers in the West when it comes to typing good half. Yeah, me too, bro.
Yeah, I have a tick where I'm unemployed.
Happens. One day I'll make my parents proud and get a real job. Ashi. Ooh.
That's actually coming out on top in most of the duels for a second initially. But it's Rosen and Xiphon in a 2-on-3. That is a pretty solid recovery by Johnny Speeds there. Honestly, with the dualies being positioned inside Hut and the initial duels going the way of Sashi, I frankly thought that was it. Like, that was a round that should have been under lock and key. But swift trades from the Glocks, quick bit of advantages, and Johnny Speeds might be speeding all the way to 7 rounds before they have to put up a real contest against Sashi. Sashi have done well to bring themselves to this point on the T side. Obviously, they're still very favored considering they're on the advantageous side, but Johnny Speeds might still be able to make a name for themselves here. Put a significant mark on the scoreboard before they truly have to fight back. Killing down into the bottom bomb site. Going to be nothing but Ghost down there. And Nuclear Decay, I suppose.
Cheat. Blows the door open, but nobody is home, as you say. On up a power plant is a dangerous game. I never really thought about.
Yeah, and to do it like 15 times in a single game, like, come on.
For realsies.
Yeah, what do they make this thing out of? Like, I love how the contrast in this game is Nuke, like, very clearly, like, there is a fight to protect a nuclear reactor, a nuclear site, And then Dusty is just some boxes.
Yeah,
I guess-
doesn't even.
Yeah. Inferno's just like some fountain, I guess.
Yeah, like even Mirage, the boxes have just got like munitions in them, right?
Yeah, like at that point, nobody even gives a shit. Like, it's just cheaper to let them blow it up and replace them later. Like, yeah, okay, you guys can have it.
Yeah, whatever. Blow up this little like B site, just a little market stand. There's nothing there. Yeah, I don't know.
You're like, yeah, I think it's cheaper to just replenish the fruits and vegetables than to train like 50 soldiers to defend it.
15 times over and over.
Yeah.
Well, Sashi have taken the reins, taken the lead. 20 Speeds need to bite back in this buy round, and they are doing so quite nicely. Only 2-man advantage goes untraded. A good start needs to lead to a good middle. A good middle needs to lead to a good end. It feels like a couple of these rounds now have sort of started off strong and on the other way. It's good damage, to be honest, from Sashi in that last round. The fact they were able to find a couple of kills, even with just the USPs. But Johnny Speeds are closing in fast. Off the 8-4 half, winning this round and make it 8-7, and they can actually hunt these rifles and not allow them to be carried into the next. It's assuming Sashi don't go for this round, which I think they're already pulling the plug on. We could even see this tie up at 8 apiece.
Yeah, surprisingly linear progression here from Johnny Speeds, just able to hit it over and over. Singular round away from the tie-up, and got enough money left in the tank. Actually, they've done well to save. They don't try and overcommit to something they know is a lost cause, so a couple of weapons being dropped by Mister and one of Becky or Zyphon should be able to get it done. But it is putting Johnny Speeds in a solid position from here on out, because you've got about $4,000 average. You can add a little bit more to that tally.
Heat. Down to a Galil, but Becky with the same kind of problem. He's not a FAMAS. Other than that, it's a hefty buy. Spam's pretty close. Cabby taking a bit of early damage as well. Actually being bombarded with an nades here outside as Sapek's managed to creep through the smokes. Cabby's in for a nasty surprise, and he shouldn't expect this, although he's preemptively tucking himself behind the box to make sure that this isn't a threat. So maybe he does expect it. Will Sapek is the answer. They knew that Cabby was around here somewhere, and sort of the logical choice is that he'd be behind this red box. It's still just a bit of an awkward fight to take, and look at this. Oh my god, it's so smart. It should be easy. Yeah, sees the barrel, no trouble. Says to his teammate, nobody walk into the hell ladder. Orp's on you, I'll take care of him. It's the man advantage. Now they've got to try and crunch.
Becky needs to play the timing. With Sashi totally out of commission here on the A-bomb site, Johnny Speeds in full force, dropping down into hell. That is some good movement by Sapek to be about his wits, even when he's dropping Mr. and Becky. Now, this is where Sashi have dug themselves into a hole. Even if they're able to save both of these weapons, it's not like they're going to have the financial fortitude to go for another reasonable round. Put Becky and Mr. in an awkward spot where their money is just quite lined up with the rest. I do still think they're going to give it a crack with MP9s and company, though, because I think Mr. and Becky, with the round loss streak that they've had against Johnny Speed so far, they can probably buy some utility in smaller rifles. Yep, there it is. 3650 can afford you an M4, smoke, couple flashes. Same for Mr. And considering Zyphon and Cabby, like, they have their own money to begin with, it's not going to be huge in terms of investment. I didn't take into account initially that their loss bonus was actually pretty significant despite it being this early in the half.
Yeah, they are stacked up to the max. 6k, 8k in the bank of Draken. That's going to do a lot of favours. Just sat there. Bank account of the Orpa. I need to tap into it yet, but if that time comes, he'll be ready. Bizarrely, both teams having much better success on their T side, which is just sort of unfashionable for Nuke. But recently, it kind of has been coming into fashion, right? I don't know about you, but I think we've been seeing a lot more teams have these stronger T sides. It's not like the map's changed. I think it's just sort of the meta a little bit. Oh, narrowly misses Xiphon. How? 5 HP, but he gets the harder one, carried through the smoke. They should have the info that Xiphon is a slither of health. He'll be dealt with later. Sapek again. That's exactly what he did in the last round. Through the smokes, into Garage, and continue to creep up. Good little push-pull action. Sashi know that they've lost the outside controls. They say, well, we need to take lobby. And they do that. Back into a 4-on-4.
Yeah, Johnny Speeds kind of have a gamble on the bottom side. With 2 players committed, if both of them can get the opening duels, this actually turns into their favor. It's easier said than done. As soon as Fedyahead flings those doors open, information becomes a bit more accessible. That's it. Rosen gets another crack at it. Wow, that is some good work being done. And that totally takes attention away from the second prong that is on B.
Necro. Oh no,
dude,
loses his fight.
So
that's it. With him gone, that's surely done. Rosen, as you say, he's just been exceptional. With 9 seconds left, Sapek can't do anything about this. Has to give it up. Hold on to his weapon. They've got money, but not gonna matter. Great work from Sashi. Great work from Rosen. And I think Xiphon does really well to stay alive as well. You see like his position, he just falls all the way to the back of CT Spawn, knowing that if he gets into a fair gunfight, there's kind of no chance at it. Great stuff. Johnny Speeds will have more than enough to go for a rebite.
What?
I don't even know
Where
where
did
that
that
was.
happen?
That was outside, I think. He's walked through the smoke.
Okay, then. It's an insulting way to start the round, and might be exactly what the doctor asked for to rejuvenate what has been a terrible start to the CT side for Sashi. Now, that triple from Rosen and a nice start like this, he can bring back some of that energy from the T side. Johnny Speed, surprisingly enough, has been able to eke the scoreline this close. Side is on the next menu. Mr. Planking on a bit of an off angle with Eki alongside him. Able to pick up another weapon. 2 kills already under his belt. And this one's it. Double digits secured for Sashi. Draken is just waiting to be pelted with bullets. Prize of the carnival before he gets taken out, but nothing too consolatory. 3 rounds away from the big finish now as Johnny Speeds look to reclaim so much of the space that they have been taking. Tactical pause is a good time.
Yeah, all well and good having the money, but gotta be winning these rounds. We encroach close to the finish line. Johnny Spears got to wake up. They've got to lock in. The fact that Xiphon got a knife kill in that last just feels so crippling, right? Punch in the teeth. Number 19. Johnny Speeds back in business. 5 AKs. Fair bit of util. No AWP on Draken, but that's had a choice. You have more than enough money to buy one if you wanted to. There's Nate outside, but space in lobby.
Actually, it's a decent attempt at a hole for Mister, but a tiny bit more had to be done. Double kills are the only thing that they get accomplished, but Lekr being a little low on HP actually still gives them an avenue to just make it a 2v2 early. It's all about how this nade is placed, and it's placed perfectly. What? Lekr, in his pursuit to try and avoid it, does get away, but Sapik, 3 kills to close it out, and Johnny Speeds, they've really been continuing the energy from the past series, the last series we just commentated on. We saw it end on an overtime, and I think we might see the first map of the second series be OT as well, with how things are going. I think Johnny Speeds from the get-go would be expected to be a little bit worse off on Nuke, so if they can take this one on the chin and survive it, if they can actually make it through, very likely that they just get it done in 2 bites. But Sashi don't want this to happen. They're going to hold on to this map until their fingers turn white.
Yeah, this doesn't feel like it's going to be sort of one of those easy days at the office, right? This is what we want to see in the playoffs. More contentious games, the more exciting Counter-Strike. It was kind of heartbreaking, right, to see Eyeballers go down the way they did in the last series. Got to see a little bit of Swedish representation in the quarterfinals, and Johnny Speeds. What needs to be done to make sure it happens? Mr. Xiphon shutting down the outside push, however, should be able to put him onto 11 rounds. Incendiary will send Xiphon back, but he won't take damage from it. However, he'll be forced into the open. Sapek will pick him off with the bullets. 35 seconds left. An avenue to recover this bomb and get onto this site. Sapek gets another kill. He's doing it all right now. He's got 3 to his tally. There's the bomb retrieved by Heap. And a whiff on the Jewel. Now a 1v1. Becky tiptoes around the corner. Oh, it's just a coin toss again, and it's such an important swing round. Sashi hold their nerve and get it done.
It was such a nice recovery from Johnny Speeds towards the start of the half, but with resources starting to look barren, I do think they somewhat rely on a swing round coming their way. The way this map is teeing up, this game is precedented to just be both teams taking either of their map picks. Nothing too fast from Johnny Speeds. They'll be taking their sweet time. They want to enable Sapek to have his Galil work. Ramp control could be coming in soon. Do they try and beat the smoke is my question. Bit of a fake being thrown towards A. Try and serve a distraction. Cabby's AWP. Does he get chased down? Maybe. You still have to deal with one more player, and that's not going to be that much of a problem. Rosen goes down. Bottom side access gain. Molotov is well timed. But Mister's going to be beating it. He just straight up goes far ahead. But Lekro with a flying dig. 3v3 as Draken wants to join his comrades. But he doesn't have a whole lot of time, so the repositioning needs to be quick, Josh.
Sved tucks himself in the common angle behind the silo on the site. SMG starts to press. Draken and Lekro shut this down. Deagle has to be switched down, but it doesn't matter. Zyphon's down to 4 HP. There is no way that he gets this done. And a bit of overkill with the AWP to finish it off. Johnny Speeds make it 10. What a round to convert. That is so important. Look what it does to the Sashi money as well. We almost definitely see this score tie up now. It's so huge.
The swing round from Johnny Speeds is exactly what is needed to flip a script like this one. So far, it actually looked like Sashi were just going to be able to stumble over the finish line with 12 rounds guaranteed pretty much. Johnny Speeds have turned it around. First kill found onto Zyphon. Expecting the pistols to just be mowed over as well by the players that are barreling through outside. Mister has a tiny gap. Tiny opportunity where the 5-7 can mobilize. Maybe a stray shot. No, even that is not a luxury as two players start firing at him. And it is going to be a fully clean round. 40 seconds is plenty of time to get the bomb downstairs as well. Rosen, the only consolation he gets is a kill onto Draken. But he doesn't even get any prizes for it. Can't collect the weapon. Immediately taken out.
So yeah, not quite the fully clean round, but close enough to it, for sure. All right, 11 apiece. All boils down to this, really. This buy round's going to be the most important one. Molly and the smokes come in. Sapek, little jump spot outside. There's not an AWP to contend him here, so they can take room. I'll look to do exactly that. Draken hosted with the sniper. Since then, for us to be very careful here, and it's not careful enough. Big entry, now space to be gained.
Oh, dude, it's all crumbling apart for Sashi. The golden road for them into map 2 was almost paved out. But a swing round is all it took. Johnny Speed's now fully powered up. Look at how little money is going to be in the tank for Sashi as well. I think they've gotten from bad to worse. I'm not really sure what to expect on map 2 either. Like, Johnny Speeds, they're an incredible Dust 2 team, and with the lack of lucky on Sashi, I think it is going to come to hurt them. And I think just from a strategic standpoint, Johnny Speeds have done really well to play in a way, like, I'm not sure if this is intentional, but the way they've been playing specifically works against a team that is missing a player that is generally potent on both ramp and yard, because when you don't have lucky outside, you can't do much to the same degree. They've had to recede into bomb site. the replacement of Lucky for now has been playing from ramp. He's been playing from B site. So you have this entire crater on yard in secret that is trying to be taken care of by sometimes Cabby. You know, we've seen I believe it was Zyphon who was also playing around that area. I wasn't really paying too much attention to the names, but it is obvious that the lack of a very potent opper that can take over yard is missing.
Yeah, it's actually a really interesting point. It's been like a major point of contention. Johnny Speeds have consistently been pressing outside. We've actually seen several rounds where Sapek has, you know, just found himself like walking through the smokes and into garage and putting on pressure on Hell and CT Spawn. Sashi haven't really had the answer for it. Not only has that sniper been a rarity to come out, but it's not even something that they can afford here. Couple of MP9s, couple of Amasses, one M4 to try and get this done. Johnny Speeds, this would be a victory on their opponent's map pick if they can get it done here. Otherwise, we go to overtime. We'll still have a shot at it, but it gets a little bit harder because you give Sashi the money again. Becky trying to get super aggressive, anticipated. Sved takes him out. Now they've got to worry about the push through the lobby doors. Lecro deals with it. And a two-man advantage, make that 3. This map is looking done and dusted. Sashi had the reins after an 8-4 lead from their T side here on Nuke. And somehow, they still choke it. They take 3 of the last 11 rounds. It may be about to be 12. Mister. Just good for one. Sved's going to finish it off, and Johnny Speeds. Yeah, that is a really, really good recovery, and they make Nuke look like a T-sided map.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what goes wrong there for the rest of the CT side, but it is clear that they were missing a massive piece of the puzzle. And I don't want to blame Rosen too much because there were multiple times where he had moments of impact, but in the grand scheme of things, there just wasn't enough, right? You get to see the map MVP, Johnny Speed, Sapek, but I think a lot of the players were doing heavy lifting. So honestly, just overall, an incredible game from them to be able to maintain their composure, lose everything on the CT side, and then bring it right back on the T. 9 rounds secured on the terrorist side is definitely worthy of a pat on the back, especially when you're doing it on your opponent's map pick. That being said, though, Dust 2 is going to be up next. And that is one of the specialties of Johnny Speeds, while also being a tricky point for Sashi, and they're missing Lucky. So I think this is going to be really tough, and we're going to have to find out after the break, so stay tuned. to get all the way to 13, and now we're in a bit of trouble, aren't we? Because for Sashi, they were able to avoid the pitfalls that come with playing with a substitute for a very long time on that first half on the T side, but they eventually have to face the music. And going into Dust 2, I think that problem could still show up.
It definitely could. It actually really, really could. I'm certainly favouring Johnny Speeds here. I think you'd be somewhat foolish not to be honest. And yeah, as you sort of rightly pointed out, the issues that they faced on Nuke largely came down to the fact that their AWPer isn't here, and I think that those issues are going to manifest themselves again on a map like Dust 2. You know, you're actually playing probably the two, and when you factor in Train as well, you're playing like 3 of the most AWP-heavy maps in the pool, right, without your AWPer. So yeah, just some real vulnerabilities being shown here. Rosen with a little bit of an aggressive prod alongside Becky there in the B tunnels. You get a little bit of info, but don't land any bullets. A little tag onto Heap early on gets him on to 85, but not going to mean all too much. Here's the smoke siphon. Can't connect anything.
Johnny straight into B bomb site. It is the responsibility of Becky all the way from the back plat to create just enough leg room for his teammate to start to come in, but it doesn't matter because the reinforcements have been taken out first, and Johnny Speeds off to a smashing start on the T side. Gester carrying over the momentum that they had on the offensive last time. And for Sashi, this is bad news. I think coming into this game, they would... it's hard to say, but like I think they would be like slight underdogs. But with the substitute, for sure. I think that conversation is totally put to bed. We are, in fact, expecting Johnny Speeds to be a pretty heavy favorite. Did you see that? Lovely little sequence of movement from Lekro. He gets out of the doors in just enough time to avoid the nades that come his way. Dude, how is Rosen already here?
Yeah, this
and
is kind of
company,
crazy.
by the way.
He surely only ends up with... Oh, no, I was going to say he ends up with 1, but I don't think he does. So Siphon at least trades him, but my god. Going to a 4v4.
Not bad from Sashi, all things considered. And Cabby still has a 5-7 in his hand, so there is the potential of throwing a wrench in the works. But both the players of Johnny Speeds doubling up, going into B. Cabby's going to be able to recover a rifle before that happens. Couple of bells and whistles alongside it as well. 2 pieces of util. A Galil to his name. And I do appreciate that they're being quite careful. They're worried. Especially with both players being within 1 headshot territory of the Galil. This is still not the time to recline in your gaming chair and take a chill. With the bomb being planted on B, Cabby now starts to double book it. There isn't a kit available. Whatever he wants to do needs to be done in the next 15 seconds, or he's going to have to wave his chances at this clutch goodbye.
This is surely not all too plausible here for Cabby, but he'll give it a go. If HE were to have landed, could have made all the difference, but it falls a bit short, and I don't think it would have done 53 onto Sapek anyway. Drops the smoke to get out. What? Cabby! He doesn't have a kit, so it won't win him the round, but that is unreal. And I pray we see a replay of it. From his perspective, my god. How do you hit a transfer like that? In the fire as well.
It's so sad that he doesn't get paid for it, right? Like,
Oh man.
He deserves to get around off of that kind of engagement, but CS unfortunately does not discriminate. Johnny Speeds now up to the 2-0. Guess the only consolation prize he gets for his troubles is being able to take that baby Galil into the next round.
Unreal. Gabby. Oh, with said Galil is making a bit of noise. The problem is, no one else is. He'll be traded 2 for 1. Not too shabby, but Zyphon's gone down as well. So it is kind of 2 for 2. Johnny Speeds are on. I'm not going to call it a bonus round here. You know, they in fact, it's not a bonus round at all. They lost everyone in the round prior. So actually, the money is kind of sparse. We could really do with winning this and not taking too many casualties, especially on those premium rifles. AK's got to stay afloat. Tap made. The Eagle gets out of there. 5.7s for the crossfire through the doors. You walk through it. You go into a blender. Deadly bear trap. As they've gone quiet, Sashi got the wrong read on this. They're starting to pull resources over towards A. It's not the right call.
Got there with the Deagle, but can't find anything on the fadeaway again. I think one more shot could have done the trick, but with the bomb site control being taken, they're going to try and beat the bomb by pushing through. They are all too ready for it. Didn't need too much help from Drake in there, but he, double kills found. And this is where Sashi meant to start highlighting that big scoreboard soon. You know, fair play to Sashi. They actually made these last 2 rounds so annoying, with Cabby getting that 1v2, but just not being able to defuse the bomb, and then again pushing up middle, getting all that damage done. Even this round came down to just 2 players. Like, Johnny Speeds' money is being kept honest on a T side that is steamrolling.
Yeah, I mean, oh wow. Okay, I was gonna say that can make a whole lot of difference if Sashi win the buy round here. Force Johnny Speeds down to what would then be like a really, really shaky force, and then an eco sequentially, assuming that they don't win that shaky force by losing the gun round here in the fashion in which they are. Kind of means it's somewhat for naught. Cabby and Becky have to get on out of there, try and hold on to those weapons. So Johnny Speeds, if they don't go hunting, keep 4 players alive.
Can't believe Sashi found more success with pistols, with their attempts at swing rounds. Need to get this AWP into their hands in the next. 4 rounds for the Swedish organization also highlights an upcoming round where they won't have to fight too much. Or at least that should be the case, but looking at the dynamic or precedent that Sashi has already set, still have to be worried when all they have is pistols. That being said, though, with Cabby and Becky having that extra surplus of cash, 2 M4s can still be dropped. I think Rosen and Mr. I think one of the players still does have to be a bit sacrificial to buy up utility, so not everyone's going to have a rifle. But I want to see how they play around this. No, okay, instead, they're not going half-seas. They buy down to 2,000 on everybody else because they'd rather have that full force buy come in.
Alright, so just an awkward investment going around. Those 2 save weapons. Conserve 2k in the bank for the next fed. Nice kill onto Cabby. Flashes a raid over. Zyphon. Oh, head ripped off. Great entry out of heat. That is just so clean. That's the AWP out of commission as well. Good name from Becky. Rosen's going to pursue the rifle, and alright, not too bad.
Oh, that kill was instrumental. If Becky can immediately find that frag, then negotiating this retake actually becomes possible, but based off of Rosen's position, I think they had already made the call that they were going to save anyway, with the player being halfway into tunnels. Johnny Speeds, 5th round, with not a significant scratch from Sashi. Like, yeah, you can pat Sashi on the back for making sure that Johnny Speeds' money isn't getting too far away. Until you start making yourself known on the big scoreboard, it's just not worth it. At least not worth talking about too much.
Five to 0, and even when these rounds are coming close, even when they're being made expensive, it becomes largely irrelevant when we're just being absolutely smoked like this. Cabby. With the AWP in this round, we were talking about sort of the lack of the sniper on Nuke. Cabby was taking up those AWP duties, but doing an alright job with it, I guess we'll call it. We'll do a bit more than that here. He is leading the scoreboard. Well, that's sort of much of an achievement when you're 5-0 down, but as the RGL, he's kind of the only one that's really inflicted all too much damage here in these rounds. Sapek 0 and 4. He's got 10 frags. Very top heavy on both ends.
And I've got to remind you that a bunch of Heap's impact has been coming off of entry fragging. Like, he got a double entry in the previous round. I think it was the round before that, but regardless. Oh, Zyphon! It's a bit awkward there on long. With long control being established, now there's just 2 members on ramp and Goose. They're going to have to try and fight it out. Spacing is a little bit awkward, so Draken takes a while to pick up Mister. There's still one more piece of the puzzle they have to get past. The substitute, unfortunately, falling to his knees, unable to hold on for dear life. Becky gets chased down with a grenade. With the bullets coming at him, that low HP isn't doing him any favors. 6-0, Johnny Speeds. Awful start for Sashi.
Yeah, this is bad. This is bad. Losing Nuke was just a big old problem. You just can't seem to get the engine started on Dust 2. Money's not been the issue. You've got the max loss bonus. They've been able to save a couple of guns in most of these rounds, so continuous buys are just not doing anything with them.
Johnny Speeds is not trying to overcomplicate things. They try and push through B straight up. Becky unable to keep fighting back with the pistol. And I think Lekro's position is absolutely pivotal here. They have shown so much promise here. What? Lekro! Before he flicks onto the flying duck, that is the second player, he hits a stray shot that he doesn't even know he's connected.
Wow. The fact that it sort of plays like this that are still keeping them going, you know? Like, these rounds have been very good, but it's been these consistent kind of wild moments. I mean, you've only got to go back to Cabby's spray transfer for the clutch in the 1v2 on the B site, and then the fact that he didn't have a kit and didn't have time for the defuse. Just to remember how many sort of ridiculous moments we've had, highlights for the real at the end, but still a 7-0 scoreline. Flashbang into mid, Mister doesn't flinch. He isn't worried about being peaked, even though they're both on the angle. No one's close enough for it. Sapek could be in for a nasty surprise as he pokes his head over. Oh my god, no, the flash is brilliant. Sapek just mows down both. I criticised him a minute ago for being on 0 kills. I think he was 0 and 3 or 0 and 4 since then. He's tied it right back up with the rest of his team. Added 5 to his tally. A shot onto Lekro, but through the door, it's not lethal. Taps into the leg, gets him low, not enough. This has got to be 8 here for Johnny Speed.
If Johnny Speeds win like this, then I think there is no question about who deserved to make it through to the quarterfinals. There have been few times where Sashi have flirted with the potential of success on this map, but I think half the rounds have been pretty convincing from Johnny Speeds. And the funny thing is, in the first 4 rounds, we actually saw so much damage being inflicted by Sashi onto the money of Johnny Speeds, you know, with just the pistols, with just Cabby being able to do a bunch of work with recovered weapons. But then it all slowed down. When the real guns moved in, you would think that Sashi would have an uptick in performance, but to no avail.
Tactical pause. Yeah, probably a pretty good time for it, right? This is their first tac pause used, by the way. I feel like it maybe has come a little bit late. Can't be remembering. Yeah, we have 3 of these. Maybe we should use it before it gets too out of hand. I feel like they're maybe already past the point of that to some degree, but yeah, if they're able to kind of turn the tides now and give us an 8-4 half, then that would be too bad. Should certainly be recoverable, but yeah, this is tricky. This is tricky for sure. I like the idea.
I like how you and I are just sitting here waiting for Sashi, poking them with a stick, saying, "Come on, do something."
Yeah, it's literally that meme.
I mean, I think Johnny Speeds probably feels the same way. They're like, "Wait, hang on a second, what? Why aren't they fighting back?"
I don't know. I feel like they probably feel tested. A lot of these rounds have come close. You know, it's not like they're smurfing.
At the start, though, like that's the thing, right? At the start, sure, but the gun rounds have looked pretty convincing. Like the entries being given up to Sashi are pretty, to Johnny Speeds rather, looking pretty inexcusable.
I guess so, but
I mean, obviously it doesn't help that Sashi had to play with a Sandin, but to this degree, like, they just have to take this L on the chin, don't they?
I think so. It's a shame to come. The playoffs run like this. Team going through some difficulties. We're lucky not here, but... Oh my god. Oh no. Oh no, not like this. This is surely not how they lose their first round. It's be a hell of a recovery, actually, if they can pull this back, however. But yeah, Mister's denied the plant, so that's it. Or try not to die after time, I guess. I don't think it's going to matter too much for Draken. He should have money regardless, but... Oh. Oh my. Wow, actually dies after the clock expires. As I say, not going to be end of the world. He's got 8k in the bank as we go into the last couple of rounds of this half, but yeah, the way in which Sashi are able to take their first is pretty bonkers. Johnny Speeds are going to instantly call a pause off of the back of it. What to be discussed here? Lecro. Maybe coming up with an idea. Maybe 2, maybe 3.
At this point, if they disconnected their mouse and keyboard for the remainder of the half, they'd still be in pole position to win.
Alright, well, Heap's going to fly it out with an early entry. It's great space being taken out along. Still being contested here by Sashi. How can they expect there not to be another flash before a peek back out behind the blue box? It's a 1-for-1. Sved's really low. Hang on a minute. Becky is still picking him. This goes back into a 3-on-3. Sved's going to swap out to the AWP, try and negate that HP a little bit. There is one coming on the angle. Oh, Cabby. A mistake to assume that Sved's not there posted with a sniper. Smart stuff out of the Swede, however. Becky and Mister are now left with it all to do.
Yes, we're trying to find a crack in the offense here. Could be able to scale up short, and it's very likely that none of them check for this, so Sashi are almost guaranteed to get the second as long as Mister doesn't fumble his words. He does for a moment, but is able to recover. Fed you hit. AWP in hand, 18 seconds. Bomb positioned awkwardly. As he tries to get it, the nade is going to chase him down, and Sashi does seem to be making at least a blip on the board. So very good adjustment by Mister there. Did you see that? Not only does he get the first two in the long engagement, but then he's also the player to come all the way around and get a 4K to end things.
Yeah, it's an important time for sort of somebody to step up, and Mister was quite a key piece on that first map of Nuke, even though it didn't go their way. Big work here. Another tactical pause out of Johnny Speeds. They're very aware that this is sort of slipping from their grasp a little bit, and even though they've still got a huge margin, they, you know, after going 8-0 up, you want like a 10-2 half at least, really, don't you? And I think they'll be very disappointed if this ends up closing up 8-4, and it's like, well, you know, all of that hard work's kind of for nothing. If they win the pistol, then, you know, that's kind of it. Yeah, it becomes a little bit awkward.
go, Draken. Just up on the angle, high flash, playing through this smoke. Oh, Draken just misses the timing.
Johnny Speeds know that they can actually afford to play a bit unorthodox, a bit risky. They've got plenty of time, and that kind of playstyle is what leads Sapik to being into CT spawn at this point in time. One of the players in the three-prong push being taken out. Two waiting in short. It's all a matter of Sapik. Oh, they're so aware. Cabby! I love it. Micromanaging the fine details. And a retake that is absolutely on. Although they've got to watch out for the op. Oh, big miss shot. Lekro has to try and hold on for dear life. And Draken is missing too many of those shots. Is the classic 30-degree window meme for Draken. As he allows Sashi to get onto the third round.
My, oh my. Okay. Well. Can't say there weren't opportunities there. It wasn't an easy round to win, but one that felt plausible. Just dunked. He's got that all pad again. Draken actually demoted down to the scout. Not ideal. Ooh. Okay, good entries out along though. Instant trades after Rosen takes one, and oh, Cabby getting a little bit of Draken medicine there. Bullet goes missing. They should be able to make this 9-3. Oh, what a shot.
And the only reason that connects is because it's a difficult one.
Yeah, that's the rules, man. Not been reading the rule book. It's the Draken rules.
Johnny Speeds, a 9-3 finish will mirror what we saw from Sashi on the outset of Nuke. Look at that, even in the replay. Frankly, I couldn't tell you how he hit that first shot.
Yeah, great stuff. So 9-3, and I think Johnny Speeds are going to be feeling like a little bit disappointed that they didn't take more than that. At the end of the day, like I think you're expecting more when you go 8-0 up, but a 9-3 should still be pretty strong, pretty confident. They can win this second half pistol. They'll be flying. Draken is the trade on short. Swing out into mid, maybe overdoes it a little bit, but they've given up the A sides. They've got to play for the retake anyway.
Slowly creeping up. Whoever draws first blood makes things a whole lot easier for their team. And the second kill from Svedjehed surely marks the end of time for Sashi. Cabby all the way from the top of Plat will have to hit 3 incredible shots while they're on the defuse, while the smoke is up. And I'm afraid this is impossible to thread Josh. Johnny Speeds, 10 rounds guaranteed. Sashi have pretty much been outmatched in every stretch of the word.
Oh wow! Even given the free bomb site, just felt like it was well composed, it was well drilled for Johnny Speeds. It's clear to see why, you know, this is their map, this is their pick. They're so strong with it. Been a staple of theirs recently. Beat some big teams. This is just another one to add to the tally. Wins against Ents 9. Gum 5, Z10, Nexus. Wants Sashi to add to that chopping block. Unable to get this plant down yet. It's going to be a tricky retake for sure. Draken just trying to take the higher angle. No one's going to peek into him. What do you do here? There's kind of no util. There's one smoke to get this activated. Oh, I like the idea. Oh my god. Oh my god, that'll do it.
Oh, Becky. Hold on. Oh, can't connect any shots, and Sashi, with barely just their nose poking above the water, would seem like a cakewalk over the finish line. Just a red carpet being rolled out for Johnny Speeds with a strong finish. Will be interrupted. Maybe they can still turn their fortune around. A game of CS, MR12, new meta, even something like 10-4, and a couple of swing rounds can actually go a long way. But I hardly see this form, this iteration of Johnny Speeds not being able to manufacture 3 rounds against a weakened Sashi.
Yeah, no, I'm completely there with you. Sved has an opportunity, but no. Overarm with the 5-7 does a lot of damage onto Mister, but the jump in Mac 10 just feels a little too potent. We've seen a few of those in this game so far. I think Johnny Speeds will just save because, you know, it's a force. It's going to be an eco in the next. This gap will start to close a little bit. But, you know, the question to be asked here, when we talked about how the lack of snipers sort of caused problems for Sashi, the question to be asked is, when your AWPer is, you know, I don't know what the situation is with Lucky, but away or whatever, you know, let's just say away for now. Surely when you're looking for a stand-in, you got to find a replacement that AWPs, right? And there's so many talented Danish. You know, the Danish scene is like insanely rich with young talented players, and obviously many AWPers within that realm as well. You know, I think I've said to you before, like, you got the Danish Power League and like 10, 15, 20 teams in each division, and there's like 15 divisions or something, right? So there's just tons and tons of like competitive teams. There's tons and tons of free agent Danish AWPers, and if you want to bring in like a young talent, then, you know, young talented AWPers. It seems really bizarre to me to not be sort of like, as a stand-in, be replacing an AWPer with an AWPer. It's leaving a big old hole. Cabby's clearly sort of not that piece with the sniper. He's actually been really good this series, but he certainly hasn't been hitting shots with that AWP. I think it's proven to be quite problematic. Recent games have definitely shown it. Obviously, the saved 4 sport pistols means that Johnny Speed's got a little bit of weight behind this round. Instead of having the 1 man on B, they put 3 there this time. It is the wrong call once again, because Sashi are headed towards A.
Yeah, Electro's not going to last a second here.
I don't know. I had high hopes, to be honest. It's Electro, right? Put him in positions like that, and often he does surprise, but yeah, not today. What does surprise me is that Johnny Speeds are actually pulling away from this one as well. I guess, like, nothing really to gain by throwing yourself at this, other than chipping away at the Sashi economy, but yeah, they are going to be on a buy in the next round anyway. I guess just like the Kevlar will do them some favors, not having to reinvest it. He's already got a helmet too. But yeah, kind of an interesting approach for Johnny Speeds. Nice shot, Draken. It's only the Mac 10. Not going to matter for all too much, but yeah. I feel good frag for sure. Sapek's going to toss the UMP to Lekro, who didn't need it. He could have bought a rifle. Instead goes on a full body util. Yeah, this is kind of an important one for Johnny Speeds to win. If they don't, Sashi are then snapping at their heels.
Break in, there it is. Sapek alongside him. All of them winning their duels does mean that I think the road for Sashi is starting to close up. Plenty of money in the tank, sure, to keep this fight going. Oh, wow, Becky, that is an ambitious way to take care of the smoke. Still a 2-on-3, not exactly out of it, but Kraken doing a great job at finding one through the smoke means that Rosen, best case scenario, just to get the bomb down, and even that is a luxury that won't be granted. But Johnny Speeds, back to what seems like winning ways, but the final 2 rounds will have a lot of weight behind it for Sashi. I've been able to keep the money intact, so that'll be a fun watch.
Yeah, this will be another strong buy. I like that valiant attempt from Becky, just sort of saying, right, well, here we go. I need to be the hero. Watch me go. But yeah, spam through the smoke. Not a lot you can do about it. Wasn't able to cross. They knew he was there. So here's that aforementioned buy. No AWP. I don't blame them. They had the money for it. They just don't want it. Abby's sort of struggled with it. Works his way up with the rifle. Rosen sort of struggled this map in this series as well. I'm to find his form. He's in the spotlight. Lot to prove. Draken. A nice shot to get things started. Becky trades back, but Draken, oh my god. Popping heads. Does actually end up in a momentary 2v2, but with Zyphon being taken down at the hands of Sapek, does leave it on to Becky. Tiptoes back towards short. Oh, that's the right idea. Sapek down, now it's all on to Lekro. They know he's the long player. Just found a smoke. He doesn't have a kit though, that's the issue. Or does he? No, he does. It just doesn't show up on the HUD for some reason. Oh, he's got this.
No! That's unfortunate for Becky, who frankly did so much work for his team there, right? Triple kill, and you still don't get away with the round. And you look at the individual score counts, Becky's actually sitting 18-9, so with a KDR of 2 on the losing team, we see 6 rounds to show for it, Josh. For every 3 kills that Becky has found, Sashi have manufactured 1 round.
Yeah, this is dire straits. And it's interesting that Johnny Speeds are actually the one that called the pause here. I kind of know that that last round was far from a gimme. That was a bit of a coin toss, especially just jumping on the defuse at the end there. Lekro had to pray. His prayers were answered. Now they got 6 chances to close this out. It'd be a 2-0, a clean sweep, an easy day at the office for them. Cruise on into round number 19. Johnny Speeds looking for 13 rounds. Make this look easy. Missed shot at a Draken as he pops it. The smoke blooms. No one is coming long. Instead, they're all barreling up short. It seems like Sashi with a bit of pace here. But look how fast Draken is to have rotated off of the long angle. Gets up on short. And they're just shutting this down. It's a good trade from Mister. Oh, I don't like that. Heap. Why is he just giving them the avenue? I mean, they got the double push in lower. Oh, no,
They're not going to expect
no.
a third, dude. There is no way in hell they expect this. It's so bad in theory, but it works. Of course, he goes for the push, right? Because he knows there's 2 insurance policies right there in tunnels. Draken holding the angle.
He's got to just
Trigger
walk through the
fast
smoke
enough.
here.
Yeah, surely he does, right? Yeah, there is no way. He's being expected. Misses the crucial shot, though. Mr. So tagged up. It's all about who can hit that. We get a chance to look at the scoreboard, and you can see that this, just judging by the score counts, this doesn't look like a game that was 13-6, right? It feels like every player is barely trailing behind their counterpart on the scoreboard. We get a chance to see Draken as the MVP, and of course he is, hitting some really nasty shots, but I think anyone else could have also very easily substituted for this particular mantle because of how closely contested some of their impact was.
Yeah, for sure. But especially on Dust 2, Draken just hitting some important shots, and he proves it right at the end as well there. Really, really comfortable victory. And yeah, strong and commanding from Draken for sure. That is going to put Johnny Speeds ahead. Another one of the playoffs invitees sent packing on the left-hand side of the bracket. I said it's the right-hand side of the bracket that's like the really scary one, right? If you're Oromond, you've drawn the short straw playing as static. If you're Eternal Fire, you've drawn the short straw having to play BC game. But yeah, Johnny Speeds looking at Sashi, a weakened Sashi without Lucky, saying, yeah, we got a pretty good shot at this. And yeah, they're absolutely right. It's a convincing 2-0. Map 1 got a bit complicated. Map 2 was theirs through and through. They should be feeling happy, and they should be feeling fairly confident going into this next quarterfinals match as well. But we'll have to wait and see how that one goes. Good stuff from them so far, Howard.
Yeah, and that tees up the rest of the day nice and fine. Like we've had a very hotly contested game in the first one. I think Johnny Speeds did have a very convincing game to say the least, and they've proven themselves to be perhaps very deserving of going forward. You know, it's not a question mark. Like I think in the previous game, you could have very easily seen either of the teams go through. So this is one of those sides of the bracket that actually definitively answer who should have gone through, and there aren't any ifs, ands, or buts. However, though, we do have 2 more games coming up for the day. They aren't going to be covered by us. They're going to be taken care of by Zola and CMD. So the stream is going to be going on. We are going to be back in about an hour's time, but it will be CMD and Zola to take you through the action. It's going to be Josh and Faraz waving goodbye for today, but the stream will be back in about an hour.
by Twist, and we're bringing you the exciting match between BC Game and Eternal Fire. And Twist, I'm excited about this. I was taking a look at who we were playing because, again, I kind of just came in on here. And BC Game, definitely an up-and-coming team. I know they had Simple on here, but I don't think they're going to have him today, but still a lot of great names that we're going to have in the server here today. Super excited for this whole matchup here tonight. How are you doing, man?
I'm doing good, but I'm doing a lot worse now that you mentioned that there's going to be no Simple. What? No Simple? That was the whole reason to watch this game, man. No?
That's half the reason.
Yeah, I thought I made it, man. You know, you have like steps when your casting career, like your first gig, your first paid gig, and I feel like casting Simple could have been one of those milestones. But hey, I mean, I guess it is what it is. Fine, we'll be seeing Flammus will be substituting Simple, so not sure what's going on with him. I recently saw that he has played more Dota matches than CS recently, so maybe just on the grind, needed to get that dub in. Yeah, so we'll be having Eternal Fire up against BC Game with no Simple. It's Kalik, Seymour, Beanox, Mast, and Lugson. Lugson is, I think, the most recent addition. He used to play for the Academy roster and then played for the main roster, kind of carried them, and they were like, okay, well, it just makes sense if you step up a little here.
Right. Yeah, that Academy roster, they've definitely been doing some good things. I've had the pleasure of casting them on the Exort side. So a team that has definitely been getting some reps, and I've been enjoying watching them. And it's good to see that we're able to foster that talent and bring them up and put them in good competition. So when they do get the chance to get called up to the main roster, they're able to actually be supportive and they can fit into the roles that the main team needs. So again, it's good to see players like this. Like the one big notable one was the one that was playing for G2 Ares, and it was Klim. He's their opera that now is on MIBR, and he's over there doing bigger and better things over there in Brazil. So again, I love when I get to see some of these players come up and get some reps in.
Yeah, Klim won MIBR like 3 LAN tournaments in a row, I believe. He was just rocking like 1.3, 1.4 ratings all the way through. It was crazy to see the South American injection with some CIS talent works. And yeah, we're still kind of here at the Eternal Fire roster. I think with time we should be able to move on to BC Game, as they are going to be missing their strongest suit. You know, they are going to be missing their trump card. Simple, he has been farming recently in Tier 2 and Tier 3. It's like a lot of teams in Tier 2 and Tier 3, they're like, well, I don't know, our opponents, you know, there's a lot of sketchy stuff going on. Maybe they have radar, maybe they have this. BC Game were always like, well, we have Simple, so we don't really care. You know, this guy's going to perform. Yeah, exactly. But Flammus is stepping in. I mean, this is a guy with actually a bit more recent Tier 1 experience. We know he was very promising, went to Virtus Pro, then got just completely contract jailed, benched, and now he's kind of stuck with like 4 more years on the contract. So it's actually good to see him get some game time, you know, show his skills, because I think he is a very promising player. It's going to be difficult to fill Simple's shoes, but I think Flammus is a very good substitute to have. Obviously, he's also a Nexa. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna agree with you. Like it's gonna be some big shoes to fill. I totally agree. But again, Flammus, I'm not upset about that one as well. Plenty of Tier 1 experience there. And I was gonna say, like, Nexa, I did get to enjoy watching him when G2 won Dallas a couple years ago with that weird Stewie 2K roster that G2 won. So I've had the pleasure of seeing Nexa up on stage in person. That was a fantastic tournament. It was a weird tournament because it was one that like 9Z made the quarterfinals, I want to say. So this whole roster is slap full of experience and talent. And when you see names like this, you almost want to root for them. It's not that you're, you know, biased in one direction or another, but it's like, look, you guys were good at one point on your teams, or you've had a lot of experience. I mean, just think of the decades of experience you could add together with all this. And so it's hard not to root. It's hard not to be a fan for teams like this.
Yeah, I think we're on for a pretty interesting game. Like, I kind of took a look at the, you know, bookmakers, kind of trying to see where this is posted to be, and 1.2 for BC Game. They're supposed to sweep here, 2-0 most likely, but I'd honestly disagree with that. I think the maps will decide a lot of We'll be starting off with Eternal Fire's pick of Overpass, which has been a historically good map for them as of recent. Then BC Game just going all out aim on Dust 2. And finally, a 3 map. I think the best map to have as that finisher is Inferno. So, you know, we're in for a treat if it does stretch distance, which, again, personal opinion, I think it will.
Yeah, wholeheartedly. I feel like it's going to go 3 maps as well. Ancient and Train are instabans for both of these teams, so that's pretty obvious. And then with the Overpass pick, again, Eternal Fire have played this plenty of times. They do love this map. BC Game love this map, especially when you have, it's an Operas playground. You get simple online, and it's just one of those things that I think they were just trying to focus on that. And then if we go to Inferno, I'm just going to lean towards BC Game when it comes to that, even though Eternal Fire have plenty of reps on this. They don't have the best success rate when it comes to Inferno. They did have a really long streak, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 losses in a row at one point on Inferno before they finally picked up some wins against Sinners and Nexus and whatnot. So it's going to be one of those things where I do have a feeling it's going to go down to 3 maps as well, but I'm still going to lean towards BC Game in the end. But you know what? Eternal Fire could surprise us a little bit. With this team of Emor and Calix and whatnot, a lot of players that I've seen just kind of hop around this particular scene. And the fact that Eternal Fire have gone away from their identity of being a full Turkish roster and bringing on Beenox and Mask, some Polish players, and kind of inject some different life into the team might be what the team needed. And the whole idea of national identity is slowly starting to become fizzled away. And Eternal Fire were one of the last teams to really hold on to that in the EU region. So I'm excited to see. Maybe that might be what they needed.
Yeah, I would agree with you where Eternal Fire, I think, is a lot better than where they are currently ranked, right? Because if you look at purely the rankings, it's like BC Game around number 50th in the world, Eternal Fire are kind of dangling around 100. But honestly, there are a lot of big sculpts taken down by Eternal Fire recently. I mean, you look at the sides like ESC, a team that big, a lot of big teams are not able to beat. You look at teams like OG and Sashi that they have also taken down. Spirit Academy, and so I think they're definitely just underdogs maybe in the ranking, but definitely not when it comes to the performance and server, I hope. And Beenox will start things off for Eternal Fire, getting the headshot and another shot in. Akanito, or Cesanito, I think you were supposed to pronounce it Cesanito.
Yeah,
Well, he'll
I've
be
heard
going
his
down.
name getting pronounced weirdly on different streams. So again, I'm still curious what the actual pronunciation of his name is.
I've been told it's Cesanito. Nexa, though, comes in with a big refrag, 3v3, and kind of wants to stay aggressive here, just confirm information. Beenox, in the meanwhile, has made sound, and Ando is just not making... well, that's an easy kill. You hear exactly where he's coming from. Pre-aim and an easy headshot. Now Emmy in a big position, left alone on the B side. There's this Nexa duel, though. Could go down towards Banana. Beenox, so aware of it. That is his 3rd kill of the round, and now it's all up to Emmy. Lee played for Partisan for a while, is a pretty good aimer, but just a difficult clutch.
It's a lot to ask for, yeah.
Yeah, and look where the bomb is going. All right. 2 more done.
I mean, manages to get 1 there. I mean, the bomb's going to get planted. They know exactly where he's going to be coming from, so they're both going to pair up inside bathrooms. This is going to be near impossible. Oh, okay, maybe not. Gets the next one. He might be able to go ahead and get this, get the bomb planted. He's got to figure out where the last player is. Not making any noise. They're going to play around the pillar, and that should be all she wrote.
It should, but I think it's like a problem in an actual pro scene as well, where when somebody has turned away from you and you're trying to shoot their head with a pistol, it just goes wrong so many times. I don't know what it is. The hitbox is just weird. And yeah, that was a bit sketchy there. Misses the first 3, the 4th one connects. I don't want to say a dominant round from Eternal Fire, but a very good one to put on the board, especially given how this map is super CT-sided. Like, you win the pistol and a rifle round, you've pretty much done the job for this T side, right? Not that they're going to stop there, but yeah, it's a very good start.
It's a great start for Eternal Fire. Not much is going to get invested in here. We're going to have a Deagle on Flamus and what looks like maybe some P250s. Oh, and there goes Casanito. So no damage was done. I'm not sure if the time is going to be there. It looks like they're going to continue to play this out. And it sounds like they're talking about it. But they're just going to keep playing this out. And so we've got a few upgraded pistols here inside the server. 4v5 for BC Game. Unfortunately, they are men down. They're going to go ahead and restart the round. Looks like it maybe. Yeah, they're going to restart the round. All right. So they're going to restart everything. No damage was done. And I think it was just within the time limit. I think it's 30 seconds, if I'm not mistaken. And I think he just hit that cutoff mark at like 129. So again, we'll have a few minutes here to kind of waffle and wait for them to kind of get back in the server here. But I am kind of sad that there is no Simple in here. As soon as I hopped in, because I knew I was going to be hanging out with you, Twist, right? And so I was like, when I saw it say Eternal Fire and BC Game, dude, I get let out the biggest, like, oh my god, this is awesome. I get to do some Simple casting. I even told my wife, and I was like, she's like, oh, I know who that player is. Because my wife's not the biggest fan, but she knows some teams and a few players. And so she's like, oh, I know who that is. And then when I looked at the roster on HLTV, I was like, son of a mother, there's no Simple here.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate, man. I think that is like the first time where where Simple has been out. So, well, just our luck, I guess.
It's all good. It's all good.
I wonder what the issue is. There was a lot of problems with the Steam DDoS attacks like a couple of days ago. Like when I played Face It, my enemy team, 3 of them would just leave and not be able to join back. So there have been a lot of issues with just not really getting on the server. Seems like the issue is with Cesanito, so we'll be waiting for him. Says 1 for BC Game. It shouldn't. We'll get it restarted.
It looks like Lugson has been on this Eternal Fire Academy roster for about 3 months now, before, I guess, getting the call up here. And then, who's the other one? Mast? Who's he? Just curious. Has he been on here for
Mast
a while?
is a Polish player. I think he and Binox came from that Permida core, which were just 5 Polish guys that somehow I think almost broke into the top 30. And a lot of people accuse them of cheating because, that's kind of how it goes.
I remember that.
In this scene, but man, they're legit. Like Mast is, I think, the in-game leader. I could be wrong, but then Binox is just an absolute beast when it comes to the performance. 1.14 rating in the 92 out of 100 firepower. So yeah, definitely somebody to keep an eye out on the server. And then we have Emor, who I think has, I would put him as top 5 best aim in tier 2 and tier 3. Like this guy's aim when he's feeling it is just so crisp. Like it looks like aim hacks. It's so fast and so crispy, yeah. But sometimes he's not feeling it. That's kind of the other edge of the sword here for Emor, where when he's not feeling it, he's gonna be dropping 5 kills. When he's feeling it, he's like ready for tier 1.
He's been on this team for 4 years now at this point, so he's definitely going to be the rock, the foundation of this team, and been sticking around. Maybe give some of these younger guys a little bit of experience. Like if especially like if I was young, if I was 18, 17, 18, 19, and I got to be put on a team with Device, if I got to be put on a team with Xantares or even Emo or something, people that have been in the game for a while, dude, I would be ecstatic and I would be trying to soak up every single thing that I can learn from them. So again, I'm hoping that Emor has that ability to be able to do that with some of these younger players or take some of these other guys in here. Like, because again, for instance, Rhyme, I want to say Rhyme, who's on the team, came in here about 2 weeks ago. Yeah, he was on the Eternal Fire Academy team as well. He was somebody that I've been enjoying watching. He's a hard hitter as well. And so just a lot of these players that I'm seeing getting the nod to get promoted is huge, and I love seeing the growth in this industry around all these teams. The more that I pay attention, the more that I get excited for these little things that maybe people don't pay attention, like who is this person, and then all of a sudden we get to see him. It's awesome. So I love that. But now we're gonna get round 2 going. Everybody's back in the server. Force Body coming in from BC Game, and what would look like was the upgraded pistols. Now Twist is going to go ahead and be MP9 to Scout and a 5.7. So let's see if BC Game can put up a solid resistance here.
A bit of a momentum break here for Eternal Fire. Now they're returning back in the server. Round is live, and they're looking to just play it slowly. A lot of noise made towards Connector, and I think if you're Eternal Fire, you should be aware, no matter if BC Game Force or go for pistols here, that Banana is probably an area you want to avoid. It is the closest ranged area on the entirety of Inferno, and since your opponents are gonna have weapons better suited for close range, you just don't want to walk into this setup. Or just take your time really clearing things out. I mean, they are challenging the Scout on long, so once they come near the Cesanito and Nexa, I've seen this be a meat grinder. Like, that can be kind of challenging if they get overwhelmed. Emor will get the first, though, but now it's time for the MP9s. Mast, fighting with the first. Sissanito kind of baiting, and does get the refrag, so it's all good. Looking for the double. Peeks out in the open. Luxon will take him down. In the meanwhile, Calyx gets another, and that is a solid round for Eternal Fire. They don't push Banana. They kind of just scrape past it and deal with what's there on the way. Emmy, I've never seen this, and he is just clueless. Two.
I was wondering if he was just holding for like a bathroom push and was just playing anti-flash, but just never turned around. And I'm like, you clearly heard the util coming in from long, and there was 2 players that were low. Calyx and Mass were both low. They had 15 HP. Could have easily gone down to the 5-7, and 5-7 up close can easily do a one-shot headshot. I'm like, there was potential. There was a world where
A 1v4?
Emmy could have pulled that off. He could have. There was a world he could have pulled that
Sure,
off.
yeah, okay. It wasn't impossible, but I think very, very difficult. He'll have another chance. He'll have a P250 this time, so downgrading. This is one of the worst ways how to start CD side on Overpass. Lose the pistol, then you force. So this round should be free. I use the word should, because I've been caster's cursed, I think, the most amount of times than anyone in the scene. It's insane. If you only knew
haven't
how,
met me.
Nah. We can talk about it later. For now, actually, there will be a free AK delivery to Sessanito. DHL has arrived. There's the AK. You'd love to pick it up, though, but smartly, Galil is holding the line, and Mast has found his way onto the side. So BC Game are completely overwhelmed. Sure, they find a nice kill, so at least some economical damage, but there's just a player everywhere, a player in front of you, left, right, center. Can't deal with it. Easy 3 for Eternal Fire. And now we get to the fun stuff. Now we get to, or I would have hoped I would have seen an insane, simple op performance, because Overpass is such a good map for it, but I mean, it's fine. We're going to have Flammus on an M4. Boy can deliver, so I'm not too sad about it.
Yeah, the things I've seen from Flammus, definitely when he gets on, I am not worried about the team. And again, I'm not even looking necessarily at the ratings or the ranks or anything like that. I'm just looking at just general firepower. I do feel like BC Game have the firepower and the skill to overtake Eternal Fire, but this is a good start from them. And the question is, can you continue this consistency? Can you go ahead and continue to build on top of this? Because you can't let your foot off the gas. And so I'm looking for that from Eternal Fire, because the second BC Games start getting into the game, you're going to lose momentum and you're going to go ahead and start to feel the pain that they're going to be able to bring. So again, even without a simple here, you're going to be fine. You have to just continuously keep your mind in the game.
Yeah, definitely. Plenty of times you wait, like you see a pistol win, and then you wait like 5 rounds for the first rifle to be converted by the same team. A very site-heavy defense here from BC Game. They don't want to give away any fights towards Banana or Long. Instead, they triple heavy on A. Sassanito now kind of approaches, but there's no flashes. There's nothing to assist him. This comes down to Sassanito's aim, and I can't help but feel like there's an AK on the other side. Like, one might be all he gets, and it is. Beenox with the refrag. Nice shot by Nexa, refrag by Beenox. And now they should probably just accelerate on this. Oh yeah, Beenox, dude. This is what I was talking about. He's just going to be doing that all game long. You have to find an anti-strat. It's Andu and Emmy trying to piece it together. They're smoked off. Nade doesn't tickle, so just going to wait out the smoke. Maybe go for the boost, but ultimately a very difficult retake. Smoke fades. Nice nade and nice finish from Emor. Emmy, boom. Beenox with a 4-piece in that round, and he's on 10-1. Like, what a way how to start the series, huh? Nobody's complaining about that 10 KD. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, a nice little 4-piece chicken McNugget there to go along with his Coke that he's, sipping down on. And like you said, 10-1, that's the biggest confidence booster you could do for your team. And Luxon hasn't died yet. And then on the flip side, Andrew still has a goose egg for his frag department. And you got Flammus on 1. You got to get this team activated here. The question is now, how many are Eternal Fire going to go ahead and get? I mean, it's just when your aim is on, Twist, you can't miss. You feel like you can do whatever. But as you can see, Eternal Fire, they're taking it slowly, and they're not like rushing anything. They're not just flashing out and giving over unnecessary kills. And because of what you said last round, where they're playing very site heavy, it's like when you're on the CT side, one of two things happens. Either, you get aggressive and you get the real estate, and then the T's feel like they can't go anywhere. But then if you play back and you play reactive, by the time they get on site, you have no information. And that's essentially what Eternal Fire are doing, is they're just taking full advantage of the fact that BC Game are not actually getting real estate. Yeah, you've got a player up there on Divider and Gravel, but again, it's just, if you don't get that long take, or you don't get that fountain push, then you're really just leaving yourself open to playing reactive Counter-Strike, and it's not that hard. I mean, Calix gets the opening frag there on Flamus. He's unimpactful right now, and these three players right here that are up on long or Divider are not able to do anything. They're just getting torn apart. But Equalizer back. We got a few kills coming in from BC Game.
Yeah, it's just the Pistols. They've done very well. A 2v2. This would be a horrible round for Eternal Fire to lose. After all of their hard work, like, just a simple mistake in a sense. Emmy just jiggling, trying to find information. Mast is going for the clear, needs to hit the shot and should choose to disengage. There's a player Banana as well. He's kind of getting overwhelmed, and that gives Emmy the timing to just walk up, but shot is missed, shot is hit. 1v2 now for Lux, and he finds the first, looking for the second, and will deliver. Alright, this is why he gets the call up. 3 months on an academy roster, and they're like, nope, you gotta step up to the main roster. You are worthy enough. Proves why. Big 1v2. Not the most difficult of ones to convert. It was rather simple, in fact, but just the larger implications of them losing that round is why it's so important. 5 on the board for Eternal Fire. Now BC Game go for the buy. Flamus will actually be rocking the op, which is kind of interesting. But so far, these BC Game players just not finding the footing in the game individually.
Here we go. Flamus with the AWP. Let's go ahead and see what you can do for us. But he's on the other side of the map. He's peeking Fountain. Or no, is he? Yeah, no, he's peeking Khan. He's up on top of Khan, and he's nowhere near any of these players. He's going to realize that, hey, nobody's inside Khan. All 5 of these players for Eternal Fire are going to be over here on the B side. They're going to go ahead and start coming in. Emmy with the opening frag. Enox finally chiming in, but this is a man advantage for BC Game. The best chance they have to go ahead and get this game here.
That's a lot of damage.
With a double.
Yeah, he logs that in. So there's a backstab from Sessanito, though, but they're clearing it. Mast is aware, so now you're just kind of stuck there. Like, you can't push forward because they have the better angles. So you're just like, okay, well, should I go back? Should I stay? I guess I should go back to spawn. No, we're going connector. Flamus, though, knows about Mast. He is close to the money, but can't secure it just yet. Meanwhile, a short boost? What? No, they're sending players up connector. Dude, Sessanito is just having a bad time. Like, he's continuously in the backstab, but he's just not close to the action. He can't help in any way.
Wrong spot, yeah.
And Eternal Fire just make the perfect call. You know, they know about the backstab, and they're kind of gambling. There was probably 1, if not 2 B, because of them pushing towards B earlier on. So now the backstab is known and accounted for by Beenox, and this defense has fallen apart. Flamus on the up hasn't even had the chance to fire the big green, and there's a backstab on top of it. I mean, Eternal Fire are playing like perfect right now. They've done everything right in this round. Shot by Flamus. Maz's backstab ultimately should just end things here. He tabbed the bomb, gets the first, does not hesitate. Next refrags time, and the molly is there. So no chance for you. Maz might even go down. He won't. In fact, Incendiary helps, and 6 now for Eternal Fire. Man, these rounds are looking clean as well, right? Like, it's not like, that was a 1v1. The only one that was close was actually against Pistols, and that was just a nice clutch from Lugson.
And that Luxon clutch was very nice, and the back-to-back clutches that we've seen the last 2 rounds there, Twist, that have looked very clean and very comfortable. Really meaning, like, you know, it doesn't look like they're stressed. It doesn't look like they're freaking out a little bit. They're taking it patiently. They're working together as a team, and a lot of this experience is showing in the server right now. And Eternal Fire getting to 6, I don't see them slowing down anytime soon. It's just Beenox is going crazy. 13-3 right now. Oh, that Toxic is getting cleared there. That's a great clear, but they're going to back off from that.
Yeah, you say you have like an insane caster's curse, man, and now you see Eternal Fire continuing on with winning the rounds. I don't know, I feel like this is the first one that they lose. Just putting it out there.
You're
Maybe
putting
I
it out
jinxed
there.
it now.
All right.
Okay, well, maybe not. Oh my, what? Seymour, the double through the wood? But now they actually think there's way less players on B, though. You gotta be careful. It's only 3 players remaining, but 2 of them on B, and you're definitely not expecting 2 in Monster. You already killed 2 B, so Emmy strikes, and there's a double setup as they're gonna trying to come in. They're not ready for Monster. No, trying to play Trigger Patience, looking for the second. Andu is good. But because there is that 2-player disadvantage, the play just needed 4 there instead of 2. Nice try, but Eternal Fire they do rock on. I guess I reverse jinxed it. 7 on the board. I think we're back to a low buy. Damn. What a... Look at this! It calls it perfectly, and the second is just too much, man. Stop it,
You just-
Timor.
Sometimes when you're just learning those lineups, like I've been saying this recently, that spot right there, that graffiti in that wall has turned into the new like ancient spam, where like you do it on the B site from Catwalk, and it's just everyone's hitting it. But that's in both directions. I've seen a lot of CTs doing it for people in con, and I'm seeing people that are in short water doing it to those on the boost spot, and it's just starting to get hit so much. But this Flamus, that's perfect. He knew they're in short right now, so they can start to bolster this. But why is the rest of the team from BC came over there by Fountain? Like, I swear Flamus should have seen at least one other player there inside of short water. So let's see if this comes back to bite them. But right now, Eternal Fire are in a box. Like, they truly are. There's 1 player inside of Con. You've got 2 outside of Monster. How do
Yeah,
Eternal
but-
Fire get out of this?
Well, by just waiting, because BC game over-aggressed there. There is no reason really to fight there for Flamus, and now Sessanito, what is that aim from Beanox? I don't know. One of his worst moments. Has been so good 14-4. That gun duel took like 3 seconds, and he had everything advantage, so that's just unfortunate from Beanox. Was a possibility to make this a 4v3, instead now a 2v4. 2 players low, and 3 low now, but Luxon has the up, so it doesn't matter. Nice shot. Now just whip out the USP, dude. 1 bullet each for
I
each
was
of the
everybody's
USPs.
so low.
Yeah, or a Glock. If he has a P250, it's game over, man. But I think he's not aware of this, so probably just looking for the save. Yeah.
By up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
All
I'm
right,
taking a look
well-
at BC games. CT, like their overpass, they've only played it 3 times and they've lost it quite a few. Their strongest side twist is their CT side with a 60% win rate, and they are at 0% today so far.
Oh, yeah. They're going to make it. Is it like 12.5%?
They don't get any rounds. I mean, this is the first one they've gotten at this point, but it's going to definitely kill the percentage on their CT side. But I mean, it's not a map they play much. Like I said, they've only played it like 3 times Twist, and they lost twice to BetClick and Cybershock. The only time they've won against anybody is Spirit Academy here at the Proving Grounds, actually. And so it's not a map they play very much. They've only played it 3 times. This is not their comfort map. Like, can they play it? Probably yes. I mean, you know how to play every single map. You're a professional, but it's not a map that you're comfortable with. Mirage is a map they like to play. Dust 2 is a map they like to play. Now we hit this beast side here. Nice hold coming in from BC Game, and let's be knocks after this.
Oh, Calix has a kill. Refrag. Nice frag from Sassanito as well. Luxon left in the 1v3 has found one. Spots the other. Molly and Flamus AWP in heaven, though. Gotta be careful, and I think they kind of have him lined up. I mean, you can't be peeking either side of this pillar, and Flamus will punish all you do. I honestly like the attempt from Eternal Fire. I think it's something you always need to try at least once. Like, when your opponents know you're gonna have rifles, just go for a very fast push somewhere. They might not be expecting it. A lot of times the CD side is really good at, like, playing slow and, you know, running their defaults and running the standard slow rotations, and when you just get overwhelmed, there's 5 players rushing at you with flashes and AKs. Like, that can go wrong a lot of times. But I feel like when you've been winning 7 rounds with no answer, probably just keep doing whatever you're doing. It's not that I hate the pace change. I think it's good they tested it, but definitely back to a slower approach here. Actually one that, if they lose, then BC Games should be up to 4, because there's no cash, man.
Yeah, they are
Mast on a
broke. I
Deagle.
mean, yeah. Luxon on a Galil here, so this is a very important kind of swing round here. I mean, obviously you want to get as many rounds as you can on the T side, but this is a very important swing round here, and you can start building the money up for BC Game, because they don't have a ton of money either. Even though they've won 2 in a row, they don't have a ton of money. saved up here. So this could clearly go both, really either way. So huge implications here for this particular map, depending on how this particular round goes and how many people survive, really. But playing very passively, Flamus with the opening frag there onto Emor. Good kill.
Yeah. Good start. I think that's one of the few times where BC Game actually have had a player advantage to start the round off. So, I mean, now it should be just the defaults, right? You have a player advantage, you play slow, maybe take an aggressive peek here and there. You're not exactly looking to give away a pick. They smoke banana, 30 seconds left. Eternal Fire will be going for B as a Hail Mary play. Two towards Monster again. Swing comes out. Emmy wins that one. And Masters arrived with 2. And Luxon has found 1. And now they're not on site anymore. Flamas, though, it's a shot from heaven with the op. And Luxon once again in a 1v2. And there's just very little time, very little he can do as he picks up the bomb. Will try to stick the landing here, but they will drop immediately as they hear them plant. Not even able to stick it. A nice recovery there from BC Game. I think it was a 2v3, perhaps even a 2v4 at one point. Flamus, he was on 1 and 6, so he has really come alive in the last couple of rounds.
Yeah, it's nice to see him finally get posted up on the board. Let that AWP sing his tune here in A minor, and making sure that, you know, Eternal Fire don't actually do anything as far as, you know, get too aggressive. Again, 7 in a row from Eternal Fire here at Twist, and finally 3 for BC Game to answer back, and the CT economy is starting to finally show some light, keeping a decent amount of players alive. I mean, it's great when you get rounds, but if you only have like 1 or 2 players alive, it doesn't help you build any money because you have to reinvest back in, right? So a few upgraded pistols here for Eternal Fire, trying to get some space here. Casanito, Sasanito there. Opening frag there on the mass. Again, it's just a few upgraded pistols here. No armor except on Beanox here. But, that hurts. That hurts my heart. Ooh. Just great aim all around here from BC Game. Finally getting warmed up in the server. Sometimes it just takes a few rounds to get warmed up. That's all.
It does, but you're kind of hoping to not be on the way stronger side when it takes some time. Because even though they've done a good recovery, I mean, they've literally done everything that they could after being down 0 and 7. Stick together 4 rounds, possibly even 5 here. Problem really is that our overpass is quite CD-sided, as you mentioned yourself.
Very.
BC Game have like a 40% win rate on the T side. Eternal Fire's CD side should be better than their T. So it still feels like just smooth cruising here for Eternal Fire, especially if they can get that 8th round or the pistol. I think either or is fine here. But that being said, we kind of have a game here. We have a 3-round difference. Tac pause now for Eternal Fire. I think they really are looking to finish off the half strong, right? You don't want to exactly be in the lead 7-0 and then end the half 7-5. Around here would boost their confidence, boost their morale right before the pistol, which is going to be super important.
Yeah, try to carry some of that momentum into the second half. And statistically, just in CS2, I'm not going back to CSGO, but CS2, overpass is basically 55-45, favoring the CT. So yeah, it's very much a CT-sided map. In the 1,600, almost 1,700 officials played on this map. Yeah, it's very much CT-sided, you know, just getting aggressive, trying to get some of that space and making the Ts feel like they have nowhere to go. Like, that's what you have to do. You have to suffocate the Ts. You have to make sure that they can't execute or do anything on these sites. But some of these boosts, some of these walls spams are just gigantic. Oh, Beanox over the smoke. That was huge. That's a great opening frag there for Eternal Fire. That's huge. They need that. But Emmy quickly to trade back there. Now we got a 4-4, but Emmy is low. Emmy's taking a lot of damage. Flamus headshot gone. Man advantage back to Eternal Fire there.
I don't even think that Beanox knows what happened there, but he somehow finds a kill. Keep the player advantage, and I guess you could just set up to execute on B. I mean, that would be the way better call. It's Emmy on 11 HP against the world. In the meanwhile, BC Game are being proactive in Banana and Long, so there is a bit of a ticking time bomb here for Eternal Fire to activate. The longer they take, the closer these players will be to either a backstab or a rotation. In fact, we already have Andu coming down connector. Luxon has the op, and he has a smoke in his hand. I think he'll be completely overwhelmed. Oh yeah, Luxon is... What? Oh, that's such a tilter. That's probably the worst timing ever.
Oh
that is
my
literally
God.
the worst timing. You come 2 seconds earlier, you get the kill for free. You come 2 seconds later, probably something that Luxon, he's already checking a different spot. That's insane. That is just, when things are working your way and then Lady Luck smiles at you as well, I mean, it is going to be 8 rounds on the half for Eternal Fire. A very dominant start for their map pick. BC Game have attempted the comeback, now just need to stick the landing by winning the pistol and gonna finish strong on this T side.
Yeah, I mean, again, just after 7 in a row, they did let BC Game come back in just with a little bit of life, a little bit of a flash in the pan there, but trying to get that last round was huge. And going into half 8-4, you feel a lot better than 7-5. And now they can go ahead and head into the stronger side of this map. And 8 is a pretty good start to that. And the question is, just got to make sure you start hitting your headshots with those USPs, get that pistol round going, and keep building on the momentum that you built for yourself. And so Flamus finally got activated. He got into the kill feed. I kind of, got onto him a little bit. And now that he's at 8 and 9, he's definitely in the server. But it's funny because BC Game, nobody is above 8 frags. Almost everybody on the team's at 8 frags right now. And you've got Beenox at 15 right now. So you got to find a way to stop Beenox at this point.
Yeah, I think he has slowed down a lot. He was on 14-4, so recently maybe not finding the best success, but I feel like that's where the rest of the crew has actually stepped up. Flamus, though, will get Beenox.
Okay,
Seymour
Flamus.
goes down as well. Well, that is super easy then for BC Game. Should be. Yeah, well, that's around. And he finds another. Calyx comes in with the backstab headshot with the USP. Needs like 3 more. Gets 1, but 3 frag. Now Mast on for the 1v3. They try to fake out the plant, and that actually works. Mast is drawn out. Sassanito gets a frag. And once again, a 3-round difference, which theoretically should be just 2. Eternal Fire not going to force. Smart decision. Never want to be forcing in a scenario like this, I believe.
Yeah, these situations. I mean, they're going to go ahead and do it.
They do.
It's starting to become the meta where the CTs are forcing, even if they lose, they're starting to force. They know that the gun shouldn't be great, but I mean, look, you got 2 AKs. I don't think they're going to be ready for 2 AKs on the T side. But
Yeah.
I'm starting to see a lot more of this meta where the CTs are forcing, and if they win, then they get better weapons, and if they don't, then it's fine. They just save, and now you've got a 1-round deficit. But you have enough rounds to play with. But that's starting to become the meta now, is just force into the pistol loss instead of saving, because your buy is not going to be that great on the second round. You don't have the utility. You might have the better weapons, but without utility, it makes life miserable.
Nice pickup by Luxon, though. That's an AK drop. He tries to get away, but can't do it in time. I mean, yeah, the kill was nice, but you just can't get away from that spot. So, it's fine. He gets traded. And Mazda goes down as well. So, a 2v4. Empty bomb site. You're just looking to save the 5-7 and the FAMAS. Maybe get an upgrade. Get an exit frag if you're Beenox. Get an AK.
Yeah, that Emmy had. Oh, I thought Emmy had a Galil, but no, I think he got traded out. So even if they go get that weapon, I think it's going to be a whole whopping Mac 10. So it's not much to save. But if FAMAS is going to be saved, it's going to be great to save in the next round. You're obviously going to save everything at this point. Yeah, the Mac 10 got picked up by Beenox, and you're just going to pretty much play around them. You know what? I would like to see maybe like a stack, maybe, nade stack, Fountain or something, and just kind of push somewhere. Not necessarily saying get the round over with, but if you can overwhelm the T's, kind of throw them off of their game, stop any sort of execute that might be coming out, you might be able to pull something. Oh, Beenox. He got the headshot, but that's about it. Oh, that's rough. Mac 10s suck.
I honestly like them.
You like the Mac 10?
Yeah. It's
I'm more
a
of
great
an
weapon too.
MP7 lover. I'm an MP7
Oh, okay.
lover.
Well, I like the MP7 before the nerf. I still use it now. It was just better before the nerf, obviously.
That's fair.
Yeah, I think what I enjoy the Mac 10 is just like balls to the wall W key jump shotting. Like, you're up against like pistols. You're kind of using your power with like an SMG. I think I like that aspect more than the actual weapon.
Now, you know what I want people to start bringing back? I really want it back is the MP5. Like that is a nostalgic weapon of mine.
Was it ever like here? I feel like it has always been really bad. No, They're like
It's always been bad, but it's just it's a nostalgic weapon of mine, and I just want somebody to make it a thing. It's never been a thing, but I want someone to make it a thing. I love the MP5. That the way it sounds and the way it looks, the suppressor.
it's
on
cool.
It,
Oh yeah,
it's,
for sure.
It's just a cool weapon. I want somebody to make it a thing, man. But nobody.
Yeah,
ever
I
will.
get that, but it's I think even worse than the PP Bison. Like I've bought it a couple of times in Premiere just to kind of meme, and like yeah, it's one of those. You connect like 4 bullets in a headshot, and you're like, oh, he's 1 HP, and then you die, and then he's like, oh, he was actually 43 HP.
Exactly.
Cool. Why
With
not?
64 bullets and a PP Bison, it's just like, dude, you can't not have fun with it, man.
Yeah. Oh, what a shot from Emor. This should be a very easy round for BC Game. I mean, this is kind of why we're not paying attention to this one, because they're just deagles and pistols, but they walk into the setup. That's an easy frag for Sessanito, though. That will shut it down, I guess. 1v3 for Calyx. Molly arrives, and Andu is super fast on the jump up. Insta headshot connected. 7th one put on the board for BC Game. All right, I mean that is the recovery. They were down 0-7. Instead of a 7-round difference, there's now only 1. But we get to the first rifle round. Before that, attack pause actually from BC Game. I like the calling. I do like the calling. I think they're making it super difficult for Eternal Fire now, just to kind of stay alive.
I mean, that's crazy that they came back from a 7-0 deficit to put us to a 1-round game at this point. And again, we were leaning towards, well, I wasn't. I think you were leaning towards a 2-0 for BC Game at the beginning of this and taking a look at everything. And they're starting to make it believable. They're starting to make it a thing. And at one point, I was like, all right, well, Eternal Fire are going to run away with their map pick. And now the BC Game are starting to understand how Eternal Fire plays, starting to make those mid-round calls. This is what makes a good team great. It's the ability to not look at the scoreboard and actually play the game properly and realize that at any point in time, you can start coming back. And this is what I said. Eternal Fire cannot let their foot off the gas pedal. They have to continuously fight for all of these rounds, because at this point I feel like they are the underdog. I feel like they are the team that has to play up and punch up. And so now we're at this point where BC Game are only 1 round in, and you start living rent-free inside of your opponent's heads to the point where they're like, all right, now they start questioning their gameplay, they start questioning their defaults. And so BC Game are doing a good job at coming back in. But now that we have the rifles for everybody, let's see what kind of answer they have for us. Ooh, Flamus,
well,
Jesus.
It's definitely the solution. He's gonna entry with the double, dude. That is just the side broken open by incredible aim. Double headshots come through. One on top from Andu for good measure, and Luxon and Emor on to save in the first rifle round, which could not have went worse for Eternal Fire. They just get Ferrari peaked insta headshotted. It's like one of the worst ways how to actually lose that first rifle round, because it's just like cool. So, no matter how good our defaults are, they just have insane aim right now. There's a bit of a tilter.
They're just warmed up, man. That's crazy. I mean, Flamus with that double opener. I mean, you saw him come in there. His aim was just on point. And we just talked about Beanox. He was at 14-4, and now look, he's at 8 deaths in a row. He's at 1-8 since we talked about it. I mean, it just clearly has just been shut out of the server at this point, and now we have a tied game here, Twist. I mean, this is not the game I thought I saw was going to be casting, man.
No, I mean, I kind of expected a close one. I actually said we're going to go to 3 maps, although I think BC Game should win. I mean, I think Eternal Fire have what it takes. But unfortunately, although it's it's an equal game on the scoreboard, it has just been super one-sided. It's like, okay, now you get 7, now it's my turn. There hasn't been like that back and forth. Emor will miss a molly, though, which doesn't change too much. BC Game are looking to go towards B anyways.
I don't think Flame saw that jump up. You might be hearing it, but I don't know if
think
he saw
so.
it.
You can hear some players.
Yeah.
Oh, what a
that's a good
shot
one.
by Luxon. Yeah, and there's nobody on A. They're playing 3B. I mean, there is Luxon connector, but 2 banana players, I think, are very aware of the possibility they need to rotate very soon. We are timing. Andu's still good with the adjustment, but the MP9 comes in, switched out for the M4, and this will be the go sign for BC Game. They want to approach this before the rotations have been made. But as things have slowed down a little bit, well, everyone will be there. Just needs to be a shooting gallery once again if you want to convert. Smoke coming in. Nexa leading the charge. Will choose to blow open the smoke, which illuminates the Heaven player of Emor, and Nexa gets the taps in. Now Calyx is next in line. They spot the Molly now. Shows her masters as well. And this is once again just BC Game having the superior aim. 2v3 necessary for Eternal Fire as things come to somewhat of a standstill. That has actually pushed Luxon up. Yeah, he's not on B anymore. What a timing that is. Oh no.
Missed everything.
Yeah. Luxon in a 1v2 has found 1 kill in this round. Super difficult. Switched out for the M4, and Flamus just listens for the footsteps and finishes the job. BC Game are in the lead, man. They're leading for the first time in this game. I can't believe this was 7-0. Another attack pause from Eternal Fire, but I think they're kind of just eternally imploding because, you know, this is the CD side. This is 2 rifle rounds now where I get that they get out-aimed, but I think the fire is actually a little bit gone, or at least, you know, towards judgment of oneself of like, how did this happen? This was 7-0.
I feel like the confidence is absolutely oozing from BC Game right now, and I know it's a small detail, but I mean, even the Emor missed Molotov right now is making them question how they're playing. And it truly does feel like that BC Game realized, hey, we've got this. They're on the ropes. They're not playing their game. They're playing our game. And Eternal Fire, they're not getting aggressive. They're not hitting their shots. And you can tell they're inside their own heads. And it's just, it feels like the scales have tipped. And this game just went totally 180 on a dime at this point. And it just feels like BC Game can't miss. Flamus can't miss. Andu's there to trade. All of the team, they're playing together. They hit that B site, even with the man disadvantage, and they still said, hey, screw it. We're going to go ahead and head in there. And it's crazy that we literally just said that now BC Game are in the lead. They didn't just touch it. They're in the lead, and Luxon's got to get activated with this AWP. We got MP9s all over the place. Like, this buy is disgusting, Twist.
Yeah, weird timing though. There's a side player, but Emor is not ready for this, so it's just gonna be the cleanup from Andu. Next, it gets robbed a little bit. Andu yoinks it, but yeah, the 5 seconds, that's all it takes. The round is over. I mean, save, try your best. Maybe you get an AK on your hands, but I think Eternal Fire, yeah, now it's gonna be. I still believed, man. When it was 8-7, I was like, surely this is CD side overpass. It's your pick. You know, BC Game don't have the strongest T side, yada yada, but nah, nothing. And I think at this point, it's not so much about how your map is actually looking. It's once again just about how your mental is like. Calyx will at least find one. Double digits reach now for BC Game. There hasn't really been anything to stop them either. I mean, Luxon has been playing nice on the CD side, but it's like he's fighting his own battles. Beenox is 14-4, man. So he has found a kill and 10 deaths in the last however many rounds. Like, just nothing working out for Eternal Fire right now.
No, and then if you take a look at the opening department, they're out of 18 rounds that we've played, they have gotten 11 of the opening frags. So 11 of the 18 rounds we've played have been in the advantage of BC Game, and it's just like Eternal Fire can't even get the opening pick. They can't even find a way to even capitalize on the advantages that they've had, and it's just BC Game I feel like they've just had the driver's wheel. They've been in the driver's seat this whole time. I mean, that's another one. That's 12. That's 12 opening frags in 19 rounds. I mean, you can't always be in a disadvantage. You have to find a way to get in some of these rounds. And Flamus did not get traded. He only takes 33 HP. You know, he's got plenty of HP to play in the round. And now you're at a true disadvantage. They're going to go ahead and start flashing and execute on this A site. But you have this backstab from Flamus, and now you're in 3v5. Like, what do you? I mean, there we go. Mask got one back, but it's just a ruse. That's all it is.
It's up to Emor on this side, chucks out all the util he has, tries to go for the swing, get in front of the action. The smoke blown up, but that just gives him a free kill on Emmy. A very difficult position. Molly damage, finds another, just fighting for his life. Now player advantage, and there's two on site. Andu finds the first, Luxon on 11 HP, can't hit the shot, and it's 1v2 for Mast. He's in big trouble, and he's nowhere to be seen. Look how far away he is. No kit either. Sure, that can be picked up on the way. The only thing he has going for him right now is the possibility they're not expecting the long approach, but that's a... Oh, well, they're not... Yeah, that's not pretty. 1v1 then. Switches out for the AK. Nexa knows exactly where this player is coming from. And Nexa wants to fight.
Oh my god.
Really? This is the round you win? The round where the bomb is getting planted, Master's still in T spawn. He just rushes in W keys, catches the perfect timing where Andu, that's a mistake. Like, he just takes out his knife to get faster to long, I guess, but just no reason to do it. And then Nexa wants a fight as well. He's confident in his aim, but Mas delivers. Not usually the player to step up. I think one of the only players on Eternal Fire who actually has a negative HLTV rating. But I guess it doesn't matter. Rating is not everything. This clutch keeps Eternal Fire in the game. It's their second round in the last 12 played. So,
Jeez. I mean, Maz was literally, like you said, on the other side of the world. It's like he got on a plane and then just parachuted out of the plane because he couldn't even land the plane to get onto the site. I mean, literally just, like you said, double keyed all the way there. By the time the bomb was planted, he was here by rock. Like, he had to literally run all the way to site, and that was just an overstep by BC Game. And I
yeah,
felt
there were like
you know,
still
even
20
if,
seconds left.
Yeah, that was crazy. He had plenty of time left. Like, there's no way he should have been in that round. No way. There's just that's just an overstep. Let's hope BC Game don't just sit there and kick themselves. Like, they got a rifle round. They can go ahead and get back in this, but that was stupid. That was stupid, man.
Yeah, but the way I'm kind of looking at this is like, okay, BC Game, you won like 9 rounds in a row. It doesn't matter how you lose that round. You know, it's going to happen eventually. You're going to throw 1 or 2 away. Although it's only a round game, I still feel like they're just very much in the driver's seat, right? That being said, I think their confidence maybe has dwindled a little bit. We're a minute and 10, and now we're peeking into Luxon's up, who is going to hit for the first. Lays down the molly. The util comes through with the monster fight. Don't engage. Smoke comes on top. 30 seconds. You gotta piece it together quick. Luxon is still there. Oh, nice flash though. Gets the first. Calyx comes in with 1. Andu is good. And now out of bullets and out of luck. 2v2. Cesanito and Andu super low. And there's a backstab lurking in from short as well. But there might be a backstab on top of the backstab. Hold on. They hear the monster player. They know exactly where the bomb is. So Emor will deal with him as well. What a round, man. Wow. So many different pieces to it. Very chaotic one. Back and forth action, but Eternal Fire play better in that one. And now Luxon has support. Other players are also putting rounds and putting kills on the board. Attack pause for BC Game now. Man, what a round to lose. I think maybe that was the momentum breaker.
That was. It had to be. Like, that had to be. That was the backbreaker, man. That was the point where it's like, you know, they start to maybe realize, hey, you shouldn't have done that. They start to, you know, mental is just as much, you know, a factor in this game. And you start to maybe tell each other, hey, you shouldn't have done that. Or, you know, you start getting onto each other in the comms. And I think that might be where the timeout's coming in, where it's like, hey, guys, like, we're fine. We had this comeback. Let's not start getting onto each other. But what's funny is if you look at the flip side, Eternal Fire finally starting to find a little bit of form. And look how many players are actually tied with Beenox now. You got Luxon at 15. You got Calyx at 15. And Beenox has only gotten 1 kill in 13 rounds. But it's like everybody else is starting to step up to make this a possibility. And so even though his rating has kind of, you know, gone down a little bit, he's got the help around his team, and they're starting to actually play like a team. Not everybody can play like the Spirit setup where they've got, you know, just go support, donk, and go, right? You have to have, this is a team sport. You have to be able to play around each other. You have to make sure that, you know, everybody is on the same page. And so now we have a 10-10 scoreline, and it could have easily gone, you know, the Eternal Fire way of the stomping, but right now this is their map pick. They don't want to lose this map pick. They want to make sure this is going, but Flamus with the opening frag there onto Calyx. But this long play, and he was so ready.
Come on. That's behind. That looks insane with the X-ray on. Like Emor, dude, he spots maybe like a pixel and goes down. Sessanito finds another. All right, well that's one way to do it, I guess. Don't need good strategies if everyone is just gonna be hitting blinders. Mast at least gets one. Upgrades to the AK, but he's pinpointed. I know exactly where he is. This will be now a 50-second mini game to try and save the AK. Come on, Flamus. I mean, yeah, he wants that kill. He wants it. He wants it. Really? What are we doing? Why would you... What? Why would you expect somebody to not clear it? Like, you're just gonna go there and check the left side? I don't know, just... Whatever. He understood that his days are over, so... Might as well just spend them peacefully, whatever is left. BC
It's
game,
fine.
we get the
Everything's
lead.
fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Twist. Don't worry. Luxon's got a
I'm
scout.
feeling
He's
like
gonna
an
hit some
overtime.
headshots. Feeling the
Yeah, and
overtime?
actually, if he doesn't hit the headshots, the next round Eternal Fire are gonna have like 5-7s and MP9s. Like, this is their last ditch attempt to salvage what was once their game, a 7-0 start on the T side. And ever since, they've just been outrun, outnumbered by the sheer pressure of BC game, their tenacity, their aim. And look at this, Emor is clearing Banana, but they've just walked right past. So Emor has 0 info. There's a long player in Luxen, but Mast is rotating over, so it's going to be Mast here. I mean, yeah, you might have actually 2 CTs backstabbing, but for the time being, they've really found the timing, and Mast has to be really careful because they can hear him jumping and moving on the side as well. They're going to try to push out, get rid of Mast, Flamus and Andu with the frags. Yep, it all falls apart. The scout gets nothing either. And Beanox and Calyx, they're on to save. They desperately need this weaponry in the next round, man.
Oh, look at this hunt, man. They're not going to be able to save this. There's no way.
Yeah. Looks like it.
Oh, Sauce Calyx is in trouble.
Oh, they're hard clearing that. That's crazy, man. Well, this should be where things end, right? Surely not the MP9s and FAMASs. I
Surely
say
not.
that,
Surely
but yeah, this kind of would be the tier 3 special, wouldn't it?
Go ahead and just piss us off. Go ahead and make chat go crazy. Do it. This
12
is
is all they
where
get.
you make your mark. 12 is all they get?
Yeah.
I guess. This is all they get. We're going to go to overtime, and Eternal Fire win in overtime.
Yep, 4 rounds straight in overtime. I can see it. Clear as day. I like the setup towards Connector, though. You have 2 mean MP9s. They're going to push up, and yeah, that's a refrag. It's also an upgrade to an AK. It does mean that BC Game know now where 2 players are, I believe. You're kind of guessing that even 3 might be there. So they're just going to speedrun this down to Long, and Mast once again, just left alone with the Deagle. Has to hit a shot here. Has to hit 2 shots, man. I mean, you have a Deagle. If you go down here without an answer, that's going to be a plan. Oh, they arrive with the FAMASs, though, and Emor is good with the AK, looking for more, and now it does get really messy. You have to backtrack on Long, because the site is fully stacked. There's 4 on that site, and they just don't want to reapproach it. So they're going to slow things down. They're going to make Eternal Fire respect the idea of the rotation. So it's not anymore 4 guys on the side, it's just 2. And then, well, try again, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, backing up from Long is probably like takes forever, and then you have to then start figuring out where you're going to go. Mass is going to go ahead and start pushing up to get some information here, and this could potentially be their downfall. Trying to get information. Oh, Flamus, turn around. Oh my God, he missed the timing. Oh, that's so painful. Now he doesn't know that Mass is back there. Oh, and he's got down into con. They're getting all this information here, but BC Game
This
has
is so
10
weird.
seconds. They've got the site. They have the site. Nobody's on A site.
Oh man, not like this. Not the timing
way.
to ruin your chances. Damn. And they're like, how did this happen, Mass? Well, like, where are you looking? But they just don't know how dirty he was done. Now the util comes in. Emor is on 1. Okay, maybe this is how you get back, you know? The luck has been on the side of BC Game, but not in this
All right.
round. Emor is on 1 HP. He does go eventually down, but the rest of the crew is able to clean up. And yeah, I mean, they did piss us off a little bit, although not too much, actually. It's a solid round from Eternal Fire. BC game misplayed a little bit. I think they got real trigger happy to just get on that A side for the first time. And then, you know, Emor does what is necessary. They just get overwhelmed. Too many angles to account for. Yeah, I mean, this is anyone's game now.
You
11 to
might get your
12.
overtime twist.
I think so.
You got AKs on the side of the CTs. That's never a good prospect there.
Yep.
At this point, Eternal Fire have everything that they need, but there was more than enough money for BC game. They could lose another one and still be able to buy in. I know it's the last round of the game, but we got all rounds of regulation here, Twist, and I mean, there's no AWPs on the side of Eternal Fire. Is that going to be a detriment to them? I know AKs can hit
I think it's
hard,
fine. Yeah, Luxon would have liked it, but he has kind of slowed down on the output recently with the up last couple of rounds, so maybe sometimes you need to switch it up to go back to the M4. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a slow round no matter what. Neither team is looking to make a mistake. You never want to be the first one going down, but Flamus will be that guy. In the meanwhile, BC game looking to head towards the A side of things, but the smoke, I mean, now they know. They hear the footsteps. I think they're going to have the jump on these guys. Look at the angles they're holding. Emor is in a crazy spot. Like, you're just never going to clear that. 40 seconds, and this is really easily understood by Eternal Fire where the attack is going to come through. They double up towards Banana. Weird timing, though, but Luxon still finds a frag. And now you're in even bigger trouble, man. Now it's a 3v5, and you have 30 seconds, and you're getting flushed out of the angle. And there's like 5 defenders on the A side of you. Yeah, that's it.
Man,
okay,
this is
we go to
falling
overtime.
apart.
Unless Sandu needed the double. Can't get it. 1v3, 18 seconds. Emmy just trying to throw everything at it, but won't be enough. An overtime to start things off for these two. We get 7 in
I'm
a
here
row.
for it.
Then we get 9 to 8. Yeah, it's kind of funny how these things go. Flamus is top fragging. I feel like he's trying to fill Simple's shoes as much as possible there.
I don't know. If you're playing for somebody like Simple and you're trying to fill those shoes, man, it's always it's hard. I mean, it's just like when Nico left G2 trying to fill his shoes. Like, you have some big shoes to fill. I don't care, like, you know, that he's not necessarily at the same form that he's been in the past that we know him for. Those are still some big shoes to fill. I don't care what you say. I mean, it's one of those things where Flamus has been playing long enough that I feel like he's not letting that pressure get to him, even though at the moment he hasn't had a ton of output. He went down again. 2 rounds in a row here. Wow, Eternal Fire now picking up some speed. And the man advantage there. Golly. Dude, 20 seconds in and we already have 3 men gone from BC game.
Yeah, it's kind of falling apart for them now. I think the momentum completely shifts every time you enter overtime when you were the team looking to close it out, right? They had a 12-10 lead. They should have just taken down some Deagles and a FAMAS, and that could have been it. And now you're maybe regretting, well, certainly regretting it. And if you start guilting yourself, I think that's just not a mind space you want to operate out of. 2v4, they have made it on the side though, and it's kind of weird. I think Luxon hears the footsteps, so yeah, there's actually going to be a double rotation. Don't know why there's so much noise made on the site before the plant, but I guess it doesn't matter. They still stick the landing. Smoke comes in as well. That is going to actually help heaps, because now Emmy can just choose to isolate the angles, waiting for the boost. In the meanwhile, we have Andu checking behind. Needs to get this jump on. Oh, that's horrible timing. Enox is waiting, though. Waiting for his teammates to push through so he can join the chaos when they least expect it. Nice re-smoke, though. Emmy hiding on the other side, but Andu should be dead to his right. In the meanwhile, Emmy comes in with the double. He's just gonna hide in the smoke, but there is that backstab. Emmy's gonna farm out 3. And now Beanox is just way too late on the timing, baiting. Some would even say baiting, man. He had to activate there.
He
had to take down the side player. Emmy, in the meanwhile, is just left getting a 3-piece out of nowhere, really. And yeah, that is the perfect way to get back in the game. Now that tilts Eternal Fire. How have they thrown that one away? Attack pause for BC game to rub it in.
Yeah, I mean, the trust that Emmy had And the fact that Andy was back there in bathrooms and still technically missed the timing on Beanox there allowed him to just focus purely on that front side. And unfortunately, Eternal Fire just went to the wrong side. Had they gone the other way, maybe they could have gotten the jump on Emmy. But the fact that he was able to just go take all the fights there isolated one-on-one was huge. And then that smoke that came in from Andu just pretty much solidified the fact that they were able to, he was able to block his side. They're not going to go through that smoke. Yeah, you can go through them, but it was huge. I mean, Emmy getting 3 of those kills, trusting Andu to hold his bathrooms was gigantic. And then, like I said, by the time Beanox got activated, it was all gone. And BC Game turned a 2v4 into a 1v2 and a round win. There wasn't something I saw them putting on their heads. But like you said, you left Luxon on the site by himself on A side, like just left him there. That just seemed like a bad call from Eternal Fire, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think so as well. I mean, it's a great play on top of a misplay from your opponents. Is that a one-tap? What is going on right now? That's the round done, isn't it? Calyx just gets what sounded like a one-tap, but was just an M4 with no headshot, so I guess a 2-tap. Either way, super sharp aim. Nexa tries to fight back, but it's just too late. Emmy finds one, would need to find a 3-piece again. Minute left, smoke comes in, so he's at least able to get out. Surely not aware of the player lurking in Monster, so that will be his destiny. 13-13, a big round for Eternal Fire. We're going back and forth now once we reach the overtime.
That is a big chunk of water, Andu. That is huge. Man, these players definitely stay hydrated. I love these player cams, man. I love seeing the little setups, and some of them playing in the dark, some of them playing in the light, some of them playing in corners, and it's just I love seeing the player cams, man, because it just shows they're real. It just shows they're real players, and like they're just like you and I, man. Like, they're just better at the game than we are. At least they're better than I am. Let's put it that way.
No, yeah, I mean I'm definitely tier 1 potential. I just don't have time for it, That's how it is.
That's just how it
Smokes
is.
come in. Oh, look at that util dump. Calyx. Yeah, alright. Alright. That is just utility masterclass. Sprinkle in a headshot for good measure. And yeah, these rounds have been, again, we're back and forth in terms of the round amount, but every single round seems one-sided. Like, some of them are close, I guess, but this one is just like, well, it's a 5v5. Okay, 2 seconds pass, it's a 3v5. The round is over. Luxon and Beanox attempting what they can. 2v5, no reason not to go for it last round of the first half of overtime, but just in a really tough spot, man. Beanox and Luxon will try their best. The op is now seen, Luxon tagged up. And that will be BC Game getting in the lead again on the T side of all things. And now they just have to redeem themselves and prove that they are worthy. If they don't want to go double overtime, they have to show that the CD side is the easier, is the better side for them on Overpass. It certainly didn't look like that in the first half.
This clutch right here from Emmy was huge.
Oh, yeah.
Getting 3 kills there
Bader.
is definitely... Yeah, that was gross, man. Turning a 2v4 on its head and giving you that advantage there is the only reason why BC Game are even remotely here. But you made a good point. It feels like most of the rounds that we've seen being won by either team, it's been one-sided. It's either been instantly a 2 or 3v5 or something. But I mean, I look at the clock and there's a minute 20 left, and then all of a sudden it's like, how did you already get 3 frags? And
yeah.
It's just, it makes me wonder. But again, we're flipping sides. CT side should be easier, and BC Game only need 2 now.
You say only. I say 7 rounds in a row for Eternal Fire on the T side.
All right.
I think BC Game kind of... Nah, I'm just playing the devil's advocate, honestly. I think this is a done game for BC Game. They kind of cracked the code. It was a very slow start for them individually, and also trying to counter the T side of Eternal Fire, but I think those last rounds of regulation really show that they kind of know what's going on. They now have developed an anti-strat. Oh, yeah, I mean, they're on the edge. They're on the edge, and Emor gotta be careful. They almost wanted to push through the smoke on him there, I believe. Still a 4v4 though. Eternal Fire looking for options. BC Game have heard the rotations down towards Connector, but Gonna be worried of Luxon. You can hear him though, and that's kind of what I'm worried about. That Eternal Fire have given so much information, but BC Game have not made rotations. This is Emmy now spotted. Dude, you're in big trouble. Nate, sure, does he have a smoke? No, and now he's getting tagged up from Mass through Connector. Molly is there, 25 to go, and there's a double backstab on Connector. Emor needs to hit the shot, but Luxon is there. Sassanito not ready for Emor, but he still goes down. A 2v2, 18 seconds now. Smoke comes in, and Sassanito wants to push through the smoke. He just wants to deny the plant, but Mast flicks, and it's a 1v2 for Flammus on the op. As he drops the util, they know exactly where he's coming from, and there's going to be a counter op on the other side. Mast has been good for 2 kills in this round, so a very difficult clutch to piece together for Flammus. Has a single flash. Don't see the defuse kit either. I mean, just trying to clear Monster at least has some time to work with. Surely there's a defuse kit to be picked up. Makes a lot of noise. Finds the first, and I think they know where the second was is. Flammus finds both, but is there kit? Is there time? That's the big question. He's gonna get on the stick. This is gonna be down to the wire, man. A 1v2 clutch. Oh no!
I thought he had it. Oh my god, he had a kid. Wow.
What?
Oh my god.
What?
I thought he had it. Oh,
What the hell is going on, man?
all that work. I thought he had it. 0.001.
It looked like he did on the HUD, but yeah, it's... Wow. Well, Eternal Fire get their asses saved in that round, man. That was a really big misplay in that 1v2. They get real lucky that Flammus doesn't get like one B-hop in to get the defuse.
Oh my god, we're gonna get all of overtime here. I don't know who's gonna win at this point. I give up. I give up trying to call it out because the clutches,
Yeah,
the
I know.
moments, this game. It's not just a game of inches. It's a game of milliseconds at this point.
Yeah, and I think it's also really difficult to predict because both sides have shown that they are the better team. They're the way better team, but then they're super inconsistent about it. They're kind of switching. It's like, okay, now we're going to play super good, and you're just going to be absolute ass at the game. And then next round, we'll do the switcheroo, and then it's like, okay, well, I guess this is never going to end then. We can keep playing this game for hours, man. And we still have a lot of game to do, a lot of game to go. We have
This
Dust
is map
too.
1.
Yeah. It's been an hour and 10 minutes already on this one. Sassanito, oh, he's lucky to be alive there. Luxon could have pulled the trigger. Emor wants to hunt him down, though, but he's running into it. The flash is great. No way.
Oh,
what?
a flash.
Luxon at least gets one back, but it's Luxon needing to supply more as he finishes
wins with a
one with the Glock. Now it's just anything goes, man. Now it's just anything goes. What a crazy... Surely not the 2v4. Surely not the 2v4 with the Glock, man. Enox is close up. They're not going to be expecting Andu. I don't think so. So he's kind of playing trigger patience. Gets the first 13 seconds. Luxon, yeah. That's going to be that BC game. Make it a little bit sketchier than it should have been. But, man, what a play towards long as well, right? Like, the Opera spots the long player, and I totally get it. It's like tunnel vision. You know where the player is. You're visualizing him. You want to swing him. You want to take him down. But I think Emor kind of misplays it. He literally just swings into the fight instead of, like, trying to jiggle. So the first kill is easy, and then there is also a teammate to assist on site. So somehow they don't... Not even they don't get the entry frag, they don't even get the refrag. They just lose 2. And that's kind of where the round ends.
I mean, the fact that Luxon was able to win with a Glock there made it somewhat competitive, but unfortunately, you got to win some of those fights out there. Now we've got an opening frag coming in from Calyx there, but he takes a ton of damage, 96 HP.
Check this out.
Oh, Flammus has has a position, but they're both looking at each other.
Yeah, but we'll see how this one goes. He's kind of holding it weirdly. He has 2 different angles to hold there. Oh, he's gonna get the frag and he can't get away. Yeah. And that's not the low HP player. In the meanwhile, Mast is on site. I don't know what's going on anymore, man. They've found the perfect opening. They're gonna clear long, and there's... Oh, no way! No! No! Not like this! Not like this, boys. Come on. You had everything going for you. Now there's a backstab. Great.
Oh my god.
That was your chance, Eternal Fire. A 2v4 now as Calyx left alone.
Oh my
BC game.
goodness.
I mean, they get given all of that. That's a freebie, isn't it? Wow. The The regulation
how
time
it
was
ends?
interesting, and then the overtime is just as chaotic as it gets. I think both sides are really just like on the edge at that point, you know. Stress is at an all-time high, so what a finisher there, man. If you look at the kill board though, I feel like PC Games should have been winning it, right? Ended with 29, and there was another one on 29.
Yeah, Andu on 29. I forget who the other one was. I don't know if it was Casanito, but I mean that was huge. It was Flamus. Yeah, Flamus and Flamus was on 29 as well. And I mean both of those players definitely stepping up. I mean we got onto Flamus earlier in the game and said, hey, he needs to step up and get some frags, and he did. He listened to us. And unfortunately, Beanox, he just got, his fire got put out with some water there. And unfortunately, he had 10 frags in I think 20 something rounds. He just slowed down, and that's not how I saw the game ending. Twist. That's not how I saw it ending. I mean, that was huge. But both of these teams putting their hearts on the line there in this matchup here. But again, Twist. It is a best of 3, so we still have to go take a break. And when we come back, it's gonna be the map pick of Dust 2 that is picked by PC Games. So we're gonna take a short break here, Twist, and we come back. Let's see if Eternal Fire can go ahead and light that spark again. rounds. I'm your caster, Iceman, joined here by Twist, and we've got a banger of a match here, Twist, between BC Game and Eternal Fire here. And winner of this match is going to go on to play Ecstatic in the quarterfinals. But man, that was a match that I don't think either one of us could have predicted.
Yeah, we potentially still have 2 more maps to go. I mean, we start with 7-0, then we go to 9-7. Quite the comeback from BC Game, and they actually do stick the landing as well, as they push it to overtime, and I think that is where Eternal Fire truly break apart. Like, they lose that 2v4 or even the 2v5 against Emmy, then their aim is just, I'd say tilted. I'd say you can specifically see when some players just have tilted aim, like it's just not there. It's my theory, but look, that last round they lose, it's just masked having all the cards and just not being able to play them, unfortunately. So Eternal Fire now definitely at a big disadvantage. I mean, BC Game, even without Simple, were the heavy favorite of this matchup. They win on Eternal Fire's map pick, and now it's like, well, cool, we're going to Dust 2, where BC Game have a 67% win rate, and Eternal Fire have played it plenty more times, and they only have half of that win rate at 36. So a very, very skewed game in terms of who's going to be winning it. A very difficult comeback here to be attempted by Eternal Fire. And I'm not saying they can't do it. It's also Turkish players on Dust, which is like the best pairing in the whole world. Right. But it is going to be super difficult. They need this pistol, man, just as a confidence booster. You don't want to be a map down and then like 3-4 rounds down on your opponent's pick. Like that could be the end.
Yeah, I was gonna say you definitely need it overpass, but man, BC Game just destroyed this long hit. Everybody was over here, and that spells GG for this round. But they got 2 back. I mean, it's something.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Oh, I thought there was hope. There we go. All right, BC Game getting the pistol round here, but if Eternal Fire, I think their recipe for success was to take overpass, fight for Dust 2, even though they haven't had the best accessory, like you said, and then fight it out on Inferno. But this might potentially be a 2-0, even without Alexander Sir Simple in the server, which is probably his favorite map to play with an AWP. Probably is going to start looking in that direction. But again, it doesn't matter how big of a lead you have, Twist. Anything can happen in this game.
Anything like you say? Well, that's a 5-7 and a deagle.
Oh God.
Wow. Okay, more? Any more? They're actually kind of taking the bait. They want to go for the peak, but there's 3 on the other side. Calyx will find Emmy as well. That's a 2v5. Like, how do you misplay this now? Like that? Flamus? Oh, it's messy. No, he lines up 3. Not like this. What? I know it's only the pistols, but that's a 2v5, goddammit. How do you let that one slip, man?
I don't know.
It's just Calyx. Now, they are super low HP, so I think the MAC-10 is actually one of the best weapons to have. If they go A, he's able to jump up and try to deny the plant, and, you know, that's a jump up where you can just get a kill. 1 or 2 bullets need to connect here, depending on the player. I still think that Eternal Fire kind of have this one. I'll go out on a limb. Probably going to try to push up or just move when he hears the plant going down.
100%. They're not going to be ready for this. They're not going to be ready for it.
They're never going to be ready. Oh, it's perfect. Oh, it's perfect.
Oh, no.
Is it? That's a headshot, but Calyx finds it. Damn. I mean, yeah, he's kind of just left there like, guys, it was a 5v2. What the hell went wrong? But picks up the pieces. Huge for Calyx there. I think, like, I was joking around saying it's GG after BC Game won the pistol. Definitely a big advantage for them, but I think if Eternal Fire lost that round, it truly would have just a complete mental collapse. You know, starting off Dust 2 exactly how you ended on Overpass. No, they win it. And that completely resets the economy for BC Game, actually. So now they have a good chance to put themselves on 3 ahead. I mean, the task is rather simple, to be honest. No pun intended. Yeah, just a scout.
Watch this. We're going to get some Force by Wars going on here. We're going to get Flamus hitting some scout headshots here. We're going to get some Tech 9 rushes. I mean, there's only one player on this A site, one that's at long. So I mean, this is very easily takeable. Outside of that, that Molotov that gets put down. You just flash on the site and you take it. Here we go. Execute on this A site.
They found the
Ooh,
perfect
that's a
place to
juicy
go,
nade.
yeah. Oh,
There we go.
no.
There we go. It's happening. It's happening.
Must. Alright.
I thought
Well,
it was
that's that.
happening. I thought it was happening.
It was happening. They were close to it. I think maybe a bit of a misplay there from Eternal Fire, right? Because you know 100%, even if your enemies force after that round, they're best going to have like Tech 9s or Deagles. And I think it's like the most popular play ever to, on Dust 2, just push short when you have very low weaponry, because it is kind of the easiest way to get to a bomb site. So maybe a bit of a misplay where they only leave a single player on A to account for it, and it's kind of up to him. And even though that player goes down, the rest is just there. A very big two-piece there, I believe, by Mast. So, yeah, a good round. A feel-good round, and now should be just padding the economy. You're trying to save all 5 players' lives here. Not to go down, because if you do, you have to rebuy, but I don't think they're complaining about just Emor going down. Nice damage, but yeah, now look at the cash, man, right? They go on a low buy, they win it, then they win another one quite dominantly, and they win another. So they're going to have 5k a pop, plus the rifles on top, plus whatever the lost win bonus, whatever it is going to be after this round. So Eternal Fire are kind of swimming in cash, and I think, honestly, this is the best way for the game to start. Because if they win the pistol, then it's not the same start, certainly not in the economy department. This, however, this is just amazing in every single department. On top of it, BC Game are super low on their cash. So they lose this rifle, that could be 5-1 with even better economy. If they can just get like a, not a flawless, but like 3-4 players remaining alive round, BC Game once ahead starting from a very bad spot. They dig themselves back once, but it's just exactly what Eternal Fire are looking for. Great nade there. Oh, he's in the 1-8. What? That is an
1
awe. How's
HP,
it?
yeah.
Wow.
I mean, unconfirmed damage. Oh, through the spam. There we go. Yep. 1 HP. You're not. You're dead to a piece of utility.
Yeah. That's the
Man,
round
advantage in the
4.
way of
ended.
Eternal Fire here on Dust 2.
Look how big that mouse pad is for Nexa.
Oh, does he have a big one? I'm gonna have to look at that after when he goes back to him. Oh, he's got the. Oh, that's a huge one. That's way bigger than the normal ones you take with you to like a LAN or something. That means a Coke Zero enjoyer. Okay, I can get behind that.
I like it better as well, to be honest. The regular one just kind of makes my teeth all sticky and shit, if you know what I'm talking
Oh, I
about.
love me a regular Coke, man. I don't know why, but Coke Zero just doesn't hit as hard, man. But a regular Coke, man.
Punish will be there. Good. Still a player disadvantage. 20 seconds to go. You gotta make your move, and you gotta make it quick. It will be, but Luxon is just having time of his life. He's holding the smoke. I mean, that should be the double, right? There's nothing you can do, dude. Oh, Luxon kind of dodges. It's fine. Doesn't want to lose the op. Nice shot. The flick not there. But Mass trying to redeem himself after what happened in that last round of overtime on Overpass. Has been having a way better game. Good 2-piece in this round. Good 2-piece in the MP9 round. So 4 on the board for Eternal Fire. BC Games economy broken once again. And they do keep a lot of players alive. So I think Mast is going to be reaching the 10,000 mark after this round ends. Just the perfect storm, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, Luxon's still holding on to the AWP. Half buy coming in from BC Game. And this would be crazy with their 36% win rate on Dust 2 if they take away BC Game's map pick and potentially
Don't
even
get ahead of
reverse sweep them.
yourself. Don't get ahead of yourself. I mean, we did see Overpass, right?
That was crazy.
7
That
to
was
0.
madness, man.
Yeah.
I'm just playing the what if game. That's all I'm doing. I'm just playing the what if game.
I got you. I'm trying to not put my mind there, because I really want to go there as a logical guy. I want to be like, well, the stats are saying this should be the win. But then, Overpass just, it taught me a lesson. I'm taking it one
It was a
round
very
at a time.
humbling map for sure. It was a very humbling map.
Oh, what a clear. Damn. Crazy awareness. And he gets away like a thief in a knife. Can't find him anymore.
Now you're just wondering where he went to. There's only one player on this B site. I mean, BC Games split this split B. They have a chance. They can go ahead and just take that
Not
out.
like
There's
this.
only one player there.
Not like this. Surely not. The nade helps. They blow open the smoke. Mast finds one. And now they're kind of stuck with 30 to go. B defensemen have been ready to fight a little while. Sassanito does find a frag, and Luxon is actually on the up. That's a huge problem here. He just can't multi-frag here. Oh, and he misses the shot. Looking for more, but that's another miss. And I think BC game, the Tech-9s, of course, man. Why would it not be the round they win? Smoke comes in, but it's just the most difficult bomb site to retake. There's an op and an AK picked up. Andu punishes now. Knows exactly where the second one is coming from. Switches out for the AK. Emor does have the time to play around here, and actually kind of weird timing there. Now they set up for it. He pushes out, spots one, but Emmy will finish the job. So BC game win a round that should not have been theirs.
No, I can't tell you how many times I've sat here in my career of casting and seen just a half buy pistol round, whether it's on either side, CTs, Ts, and they pull it off. They get crazy, and then you put the rifles in their hands, and all of a sudden, boom! Like they can't hit shots, and it's like, why can you do it on pistols?
Yep.
You can't do it on rifles. It's like just start buying pistols. It's just funny how often it happens. Like 5.7s, Tech-9s. If you're gonna nerf anything, nerf the pistols.
I hate the pistols, man. Like, I play at a somewhat of a decent level on Face It, and it's just like, that is my worst enemy. I feel like a bot. I have an AK, I see the deagle jiggling, I'm already mentally checked out. I know it's, that's gonna be my fate.
You already know you're about to get one tapped.
Yeah, that's probably my problem. Shouldn't, like, manifest it, but... Yeah, I've so many times, dude. Give me a rifle on the other side, that's easier any day of the week.
Exactly. Should be easier. Should be keyword. Got the bomb coming over here towards the tons. It doesn't necessarily mean they're going to execute on here. They're throwing some util on Cat. Looks like they might be splitting B here. Still have some flashes and smokes left, so they're going to make sure that they play this carefully. But there are at least 2 players on this B side, so not bringing any Eternal Fire players over just yet. They're trying to get some information. Long has at least been gotten.
Ooh.
Now they got the smoke for CT, isolated these B players here.
Oh, needed that shot. Now the setup is just going to be too strong. That's what that round comes down to. Still a 2v4. Wait. Hold on. That's a 2v2. And where? I don't know.
No
Sassanito.
way, no
What are
way.
we
You don't
doing,
run through
Luxon?
that.
What is... But we've seen this before. Mast still in spawn when the bomb goes down. He clutched on overpass a 1v2. Actually found somewhat of an interesting timing, but I think he will be backstabbing 3-2.
Oh, yeah.
No, yeah, Flamus is even holding it. Where else could he be? Yeah, we're starting to choke again, Eternal Fire. That's a loss against Tech-9s and then a loss in the 2v4. And Luxon is just like W keying.
Yeah, you can't.
Oh.
B site, I mean, you said it earlier, and I've been saying this forever. The B site, I feel like, is the hardest map to retake as a CT on any map in the game. Like, there are other maps that are hard to retake, but the fact that it's so like narrow and so isolated on the doors, and then tons is a very tight choke point as well. It's just not an easy map to. It's not an easy site to retake. If the doors were gone on B, I would say there's a chance you could make it easier. But man, that is not an easy site. And like you said, Mass did it on overpass, but in that situation, Flamus is holding that, and there's not much he could have done right there.
Thing that it is a bit of a problem now that Eternal Fire, like the communication is a little bit off. They lose the 2v4. Like, I just don't think they're in a good space mentally, where you were up 7-0 at overpass, man. You were so close to just taking it home, at least your map pick, and then you do push the overtime because you're down 10-12, but you push the overtime, and then overtime you make a series of bad choices. I think 3 or 4 players make like, you lose it, then you come into Dust 2, and it's again like, woohoo, we're doing fine, we broke the momentum, we have all this cash, this is our chance now to put like 5-6 on the board and not mess it up this time. And somehow they lose to Tech-9s, they lose a 4v2, and now all of that cash that they worked so hard for is pretty much gone. It's like, it does kind of feel like Eternal Fire, hit the lottery and then just lose it all. That's what happens to most lottery winners, in fact. They're gonna be on.
They don't know what to do with their money.
Yeah. It feels too good to be true, so it's just not true.
Honestly, if I ever hit the lottery, the first thing I'm doing is putting like 90% of it in some sort of investment. I'm like, I'm gonna let my money make money for me.
That's what you're saying.
That's what you're saying. But you're like, oh, I've got plenty of it. Let's go ahead and buy this and buy that and buy this and buy that. But here's the beautiful thing is, you can't win if you don't play. So I'm just not gonna play. Unless you're my wife and she's like, maybe we can buy a ticket or 2 or 10. It's at $1 billion. It's fine.
Look at that Molly, though.
Oh, that's a perfect Molotov.
Okay. Well,
They know he's
still
here, though.
standstill. Yeah, but you don't want to fight because the MP9 is close range. Actually, never mind. They want to just wait and then fight. Luxon is in a really bad spot, to be honest. With an M4, fine. With an MP9, he has to hope that he can find a close range gunfight. And he has made footsteps, so they know exactly where he is. In the meanwhile, Emmy is just going to find Calyx, and now Mast goes down. And Luxon is still stuck in pit. Yeah, I thought he was going to be the first one to die. His team goes to help him, he doesn't peek, so his teammates go down trying to save him. And now Beanox is left in a 1v4. Has been having a really great start for Mirage. Mirage, I'm all over the place. On dust. I was meaning to mention Overpass because he was up 14-4 on the KD on Overpass, and then believe he was 16-15. So he got like 2 kills and 10 deaths. Like momentum was really changing for Beanox's individual performance. So kind of hoping that he keeps up these numbers. Currently the most kills on his team. Oh, and BC Gamer called the perfect strat. They go fast out long. There is a bit of a threat from the Deagles on mid. Nice damage, and the kill is there.
You gotta get the kills. You gotta get the kills.
I mean, that's a difficult conversion to be fair, but... Oh, Scout, maybe... Oh, nice shot from Emor. One more. It is one more from Emor. Still a 3v3 though, still the weaker buy. Only the pistols, in fact. They try to go for the boost here towards elevator to spot somebody over, but the molly is just too good.
Double kill with a molly.
Named Flamus for a reason.
Yo, I like what you did there.
Oh, what a shot though. And it's over.
Oh, Flamus is gonna enjoy that util damage right there. I mean, Beanox ended Overpass at 24 and 24 with a 129 rating. So, like, all the work he did in the beginning of the game carried his rating through to the end, but it doesn't necessarily mean, like, he did well. I mean, like you said, I think it was round, like, 8 or 7 or 8, and he had 14 kills, and then the rest of the game, like, the next, like, 20-something rounds, he only got 10 frags, and it's just, but again, he did so much to carry his team, but, again, it wasn't enough. You gotta do more, and 15 from Emor, 16 from Mass, like that's not enough to win Overpass. Like, you got 2 players on the opposite side that had 29 each. And now we're looking here. Nobody from Eternal Fire is at double digits yet, but we still have Flamus at 10. Next up, he's just chilling out down there with 2, but it's fine. It's still early in the game. And for all we know, we could be going to map 3. So, we're gonna be here for a while, Twist. Gonna be here for a while.
Yeah, you're saying map 3. I'm thinking this should have been 5-1 for Eternal Fire. Ever since they lost to the Tech 9s and a Deagle, they haven't found a round. Their cash is super low as well. So, need this round. You really do need this round. This could be 7-4 out of 1-4. 6 rounds is what BC Gamer looking for here, and they're just panic spamming through the smoke. Beanox, that's not panic, that's calculated. Finds one, refrags there, but Eternal Fire overwhelmed with numbers. And I do like this. I think this is something they should have done on Overpass. That could have been a way how they could have, like, won out Overpass, in fact, on the CD side. Like, their defaults were not working at all, and then they just kept doing them in hopes for something to change. We all know what the definition of insanity is. I think they needed to switch it up a little bit, needed to push up somewhere, go for some aggressive peaks, and I think this round is a good example where they all group up towards mid, they all push in, and it works out beautifully. There's refrags, there's action. I think Eternal Fire crumble when it comes to just, like, holding an angle and winning your individual gunfights. They're just stronger as a unit.
Wholeheartedly agree with you there. I mean, you have to change your playstyle sometimes to counteract what they're doing. You can't let the T's always set up for an
Hey,
execute,
down
right?
angle.
And you
Go
gotta
ahead.
you gotta change things up.
Yeah, aggressive once again, and it works again. As I said, I hate that angle. I use it myself, but it's the one you always overlook, right? For somebody to have been tucked in right in that corner. Oh boy, that I would not want to be Emmy. That is unwinnable. Sessanito and Nexa just kind of trying to figure out where their destiny, their life will end. As gruesome as it sounds. Luxon will find him, and that's a flawless round now for Eternal Fire. For the time being, Nexa looking to change that, but will
Ooh.
receive a free haircut over the top of the smoke. Eternal Fire are in the lead. This recovery really surprises me. Honestly, like, I thought we are gonna be done with this. I guess it's still a close game. Like, by no means is this really swinging either way. But they will be the victors of the half, unless the same trouble finds them again. The Tech Nines.
Don't curse them. Don't curse them. Tech Nines, Deagle in the mix. No bomb play. I mean, it's not even a SMG can be bought up because they need the utility to be able to get out somewhere. But I mean,
Yep.
that was the round you said that Eternal Fire needed to win, and what they do, they won it. And look at that, Flamus hard clears that because it's just like, you know, you overlook that position because you're so worried about somebody being up on Cat or even picking you from the mid doors that you really do overlook that position. And by the time you correct yourself, your head's gone.
Sounds about right. Oh, look at this, though. They're all heading up towards A, and Eternal Fire don't exactly have the numbers gain one there.
Be
Mass
careful.
playing a dangerous game. They're both holding it. Yeah, he knows better. He's going to tuck in the corner, and this could be the decision that actually wins them the round. Because Luxon is going to bait in the Tech Nines, and I'm not sure if you're going to be hard clearing this. If Luxon hits a shot, it's over. He doesn't, and now it's up to the AK, which only gets one. Great refrag from Andu, and Luxon now is stuck, man. There's a smoke coming in. He's solo with the op. Oh, Emor finds it, though. It's a good recovery. All of the Eternal Fire players arrive. 3v5, trying to push through 40 seconds. A flash in. Emor with the one. They both run out of bullets, and Emor will finish what he started. 1v2 for Emmy now. We're going to push together. Good call. Yeah, playing the strength in numbers game there for Eternal Fire. I love those last 3 rounds. Look at them. 4 alive, 5 alive, and I mean, this round only 2 alive, but that round was dominant as well. In fact, it's the same thing that we saw in Overpass, right? Like, if you look at how many are alive for the winning team, it's like 3 or 4 on average. That is a very dominant round. So, it is like both teams are showing their best, but then the consistency hasn't been there for either.
Yeah, this round right here, the one that actually really got them in, that really got BC game in the game there, where it was a 2v4, and then they go ahead and turn around and win that one, kind of helped give them some momentum into this map that is their map pick, which gave them that 4-in-a-row streak that they had before Eternal Fire finally got the last 3. And like you said, it was very dominant. It was just, it didn't seem like BC game could really get any momentum or any real estate because Eternal Fire did what they had to do. They changed up the pace of play. They conditioned BC game into just getting comfortable, and they changed up their pace of play. Opening frag coming in from Nexa there on the Beenox, and now we've got, you know, them on the front lines. But Emor quickly traded back, getting aggressive. Actually, finally got punished.
Sassanito will come in with the USP headshot, and Emor has picked up the USP himself. He's super sharp with the Deagle, so I'm putting my money on him. Emor is going to be an Emor round. Never mind, it's going to be a mass headshot. There's a backstab that now they're aware of, so it will be just Sassanito running back, and a bit of a standstill from Eternal Fire. It's like there's a tripod all around them. They don't know where to bring it. He's going to go towards Nexa. Has plenty of tier 1 experience to play this perfectly. Swings out. The aim just not there. Yeah, Emor's USP. There he goes, looking for more, and they do know about the backstab. They will spot him now. Confirm it. 2v3. Flamus has to go nuclear here. He needs a double. There's no other way. A Flamus double, or you're done.
Oh,
Mast will
you're
take
done.
care of that issue, and yeah, just Sassanito on to save. The
Say
USP,
the armor.
the
Yeah.
armor, that's just not pretty.
That was a great round coming in from Eternal Fire, just overwhelming them with numbers. And I mean, the P250 on the T side is something that I like that strategy. You're giving yourself, okay, bye, Mass. You're giving yourself the best possible chance because you know that the Glocks, you know, they're not one-tap headshots, but I have seen time and time again where P250s on the T side is worth the investment because you can do the same thing that the Ts are doing, and you know, it's just an investment that usually pays dividends because it hits harder than a Glock does. And we saw it. We saw Mass hitting some nasty shots with that thing, and that's an 8th on the board for Eternal Fire. And the Force coming in, like I said, it's starting to become the new thing where the CTs, they go ahead and force back in. If they win, they get better rifles, and if they lose, well, then they just know that they lost. But you're not in the best possible position because you're already down 3 rounds, and if you lose that, well, you're already down a man. Calyx with the opening frag there, and the Ts are going to go ahead and take long. Let's see what they have for us.
A kill, a double. Beanox will refrag though. 2 towards CT. Sassanito. Oh, through the
Beanox.
smoke. Yeah. I know exactly where he is. Andu in a 1v3. A young talent for sure. Nice case hardened talent there as well. How's the skins? Does he have the skill? This would require everything, and he's out. Not blaming him. Understandably so. Eternal Fire have now advanced to 9, and though they were looking to have that 4-round lead at 5-1, things go wrong, but they recover gracefully.
It's always funny. You mentioned the skins, and I'm like, it's funny because like he has a that nice case hardened knife, but it's like then he flips over and he has a a default deagle, and it just always makes you wonder. I'm like, do they just not care about certain skins? They just want certain ones, or do they do that on purpose because they're waiting for somebody to trade them another skin? It's always funny whenever I see like default skins. I'm like, you just don't care about it, or you just want something different, you're waiting for a trade.
I think it's one of those now with the 7-day trade ban where you can probably sell your deagle and then you have to wait like 8 days for the funds to arrive, so then you probably buy a new one, you know what I mean? I don't know.
Yeah,
I get what you're saying. Maybe somebody without skins drops them the deagle. That's also a possibility.
It could be a possibility. Yeah, that's true. I just figure at this level, you've got a skin for pretty much everything. I'm not necessarily saying
At
you have to
this
have gloves
level.
or a knife, but
It's like an integral part of your practice. Like, okay, now you're gonna be spending an hour like learning what combos go together.
it's just the beautiful part of this game. It's like, what looks good together. What can you do? And I'm a huge skin enjoyer. So
Oh,
I always like to see what everybody
finally a
has.
caster who likes skins as well. I do like the expensive pixels. Yeah, I would not like them if they were like in Valorant though. I think the whole thing that is so cool about skins is that like you can actually invest and you can actually make a lot of money. If you invested in Titan Hollows in 2014, you would have made a way bigger return than from Bitcoin investing in that same time.
That's
So-
true. But nobody would have seen that hat coming. That's the beautiful part. Is nobody saw it coming.
Yeah, people
And
bought pizzas with Bitcoin. You know what I mean?
I've seen those memes. It cracks me up, man.
4v4, push towards long, player on site as trying to survive as help arrives, and the short player is just getting overwhelmed. Flamus is good with one with the op, but now he's getting overwhelmed. Luxon gets the frag in, and that's a 2v2. The answer to this round could be Andu, as he's looking to go for the backstab. Emor is perfectly predicting this, still the kill goes Andu's way, and now a 1v1. Andu tries to relocate, and Luxon wants to get in front of this action. He's going to choose just to tuck in towards Goose, re-clear it, but has to be real careful. Andu is looking exactly at him, and low HP will at least find the kill, will find the AK, and the defuse as well. That was a must-win round for BC Game, man. Otherwise, that's, I think with their cash as well, that would have been map point for Eternal Fire. Instead, he extends play.
Yeah, extends play. I mean, only one player left alive. The money's not going to be great for a BC Game. I mean, they're going to be able to flip some guns around. They're going to be, well, You know, I thought the money was worse than I thought it was. They still have a little bit of cash residual, but
Oh yeah.
they almost have to start playing. I wouldn't say perfect, but they have to start really playing a lot more, kind of plugging up the holes a little bit here in this in a particular situation if they want to get themselves back in this game, because one round is just going to put you in a bad spot, and that's Sasanito already out of the round here, and that's a body, that's a gun that you really, really need right now.
Nandu gets tagged up as well. BC game, sure they would have won a round, but the defaults right now are just looking better for Eternal Fire. And what else is like, it's just Turkish aim. Like at the end of the day, they do have that injection of 2 poles, but it's just Turkish aim on dust. That being said, they actually lose the bomb and the player advantage and the nade. They know exactly where that last player is. Oh, they're in big trouble. Nice shot from Emor, but the bomb is still there. Nexa catches it. Player disadvantage. Calyx half clearing these angles. I feel like he's just going to run into the M4 there, and he does. Leaving Emor in the 1v3. He's smoked off, has 50 seconds to work with. Oh, wallbang idea is nice.
Almost wallbanged.
Yeah, at the same time, you need like triple headshot there to actually get the kill if Nexa is on 100 HP. So, I think that's a save. Like, what else can you do?
Yeah,
Get
Emor
the
knows
up
the
and get
bomb's going
away.
to be in their possession, yeah.
That's a fumble. I don't know who had the bomb, but you shouldn't be... I mean, that's kind of a freak accident where the angle that was held was weird. The bomb drops forward, yada yada, but... yeah, kind of a misplay to just be walking in that confidently with the bomb. That could have still been the round if not for that bomb loss.
Yeah, one of the things a while back I learned about how about how anything drops. I was playing a game and we were taking short, and I was trying to fight, I think, the player that was at car or something, and I died, and the bomb got dropped inside CT, and my teammates were like, "Hey, if you're gonna take like that short bridge position, just face forward, like face towards Gandalf, so that if the bomb drops, we don't have to jump down in CT." And like once that really happened, it really made me understand like, hey, how the bomb drops like really does make things important, whether you leave it behind or what direction you're facing, because that thing will fly out like, you know, a jack in the box. It just goes flying all over the place. And so it really made me understand, like, if I'm the bomb carrier, which I typically am, they usually throw me the bomb anyways, I'm the bomb bitch. And so it makes me really like understand how that thing happens. But like I said, in that situation, they brought the bomb out, they died, and then all of a sudden, boom, like it's impossible to recover at that point. It's just a no man's land at that point.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good summary. Note that one down, Eternal Fire.
BC game 2 in a row, 3-round deficit.
Yeah, I mean,
They don't
again,
wanna
that
lose. They don't want map 3.
this kind of came down to that 1v1, man. Like, this should have been 12-5, I believe, right? Instead, if Eternal Fire lose this round, then that's 9-10. It's crazy. You know, it is the butterfly effect, truly. That 1v1 kind of changes everything, chooses the path. Where BC game are looking to come back again. And I think for Eternal Fire, this just feels super nasty. Because they've been in this exact situation on Overpass, and they were not able to shut it down. So now, with every round that BC game starts creeping back up, it's like, guys, please, like, you're just kind of, like, subconsciously tilting. You're starting to think about it. Oh, boys, how did this happen again? Just don't shoot your teammate, Lugson. We did see that on Overpass by Emor.
Yeah, it just seems like Eternal Fire are just sitting here trying to figure out where to go, and they can't figure out where to go. Like they're playing BC Games game, no pun intended, but instead of playing their own game, instead of playing their own strats, it just seems like a BC game have conditioned them into where they want them to go. They're starting to hurt them in their direction. Oh, not clear
What?
there.
Really? That's putting a lot of
playing
trust
anti-flash.
into... Yeah, I know. He's putting a lot of trust into Andu, and Andu just can't deliver for both. Can't cover her, but Emmy can. That's a double. Flash is beautiful. Lugson can't get the refrag now. And there's the backstab. Wow, okay. It's just Calyx then, in a 1v3, and 15 left. Bomb on the other side. He's not even choosing to fight this one, I guess. So, quick movement, but it's so weird, so bad in a sense. Bomb lost again, that's the big issue. If only the bomb was on site, that could have been the plant. So, PC Game will find 8. They will find a complete economical wipe for Eternal Fire, as they haven't been able to stick the bomb in last 3 rounds, I believe. 2
Yeah,
for
it's
sure.
It's been a hot minute since it's been a hot minute since they've been able to actually plant the bomb. They got a defuse, they got a timer,
Yep.
and another timer. So I mean, technically death. So yeah, they haven't planted the bomb since honestly, since round 1, since the pistol round. Bomb went off a pistol round. That's it. The other had retakes. Yeah, it's been a hot minute since they've been able to actually get something going here. So, like I said, the economy for Eternal Fire is gone. Opening frag by Nexa. And we've got a game on our hands. We've got a comeback on our hands. Just struggling to close out this their maps.
Oh. Yucky, very yucky in fact. Mast finds 1 and now Flammus has to retreat back, so a shot missed. And a great shot connected. They want to fight though. Andu will clean up. I feel like that's just too aggressive. The Glock gets the headshot. Would like to finish the job. There's a jump up. Chaos. Action going, well, just one-sided. BC Game turned a 4v5 into a 4v0. So, bit of a weird round. I mean, at least they get the plan down, so that's a bit more cash. That's kind of your objective in that round, because you have nothing to work with. Still, that's going to be a one-round game now. Without Simple, man. Without Simple. I mean, I know that Flammus is really trying to fill those shoes. He has been stepping up. He had 29 kills on Overpass. Here is on 14. Going to catch up to Andu. But yeah, man, just shows how the a lot of new fans for sure for BC Game. And I think maybe some haters as well, where it's like, oh, you guys are only good because of Simple. Actually not true. It's a very promising young lineup, and then you have Simple on top, you know. This match
That's
proves
just
it.
the icing on the cake. Oh, Beanox, what an opening frag there onto Emmy. Could not get around the corner there. You know, even though Alexander's not in the server here, BC Game is still fighting tooth and nail.
Alexander. Nice shot by Mast.
Really?
Doesn't show through the smoke, but I don't even know how he finds it.
I felt like it was a smoke kill.
Okay, please guys don't lose the 3v5. If they lose this 3v5, it's over, man. It's just mentally over. They've lost advantages like this so many times. The only reason why they haven't closed out the game is because they lost a similar round. So 1 player lost, 2 players lost, and the op will be taken down. Messy, but still a player advantage. Andu low, and the nade just tickles him. Molly could be a problem, but he has found a pretty good timing. They might actually not expect him to be elevators. Really depends on the timings here, Andu. What? No way! How? You're not watching that? That's a 2v2 now. Andu's waiting for the short play to arrive. This is now doable for BC Game Molly, and that's going to be disrespected, but Mast hits the shot. And now they do know where Andu was last seen, so as the smoke fades, he falls. That's a great round to be just secured for Eternal Fire, man. Secured. You needed that. They just have a proclivity for losing those easily convertible rounds. It's kind of
Yeah,
the
I mean,
demons.
like
They're kryptonite.
They weren't looking at that smoke there, and if you're gonna play the car position, you especially if you're gonna use the car to kind of block it, you gotta hold that. Andu could have been the nail in the coffin that made that made that round unfold, but unfortunately, or fortunately, worked out for Eternal Fire. You're gonna just peek that blind. Flammus, that was the easiest shot of his career so far. All he had to do was just left click, and putting BC Game, just why would you do that? Why would you peek that just dry? And so now Eternal Fire potentially at a man disadvantage, going to trip over their own shoelaces here. And we're back to what we have been seeing whenever they have these rounds where they just don't know where they want to go. You got to figure out how to play this without Beanox, who's right now top in the server with, well, he's tied top in the server with Andu with 20. One of your heaviest hitters are out of the round.
Oh, look at that. This is nasty. That's at least info. Calyx, yeah, fair enough. He wants a fight. Like, you need to find this player back that you just lost. But Flammus, I think he'll be making it a +2 for BC Game. We're postponing that fight. Cool. It is a one-and-done angle, though. Like, if he misses a shot, he's dead. Sure, there's some support from side, but this kind of comes down to Flammus not missing like he did against the Pistols. Oh, he wants to get in front of it. It's really weird, the suspense here. Backstab coming in from long as well. I mean, they've got them cornered. They've got them surrounded. Now you just have to win the gun duels. Trying to make it down to the side. The Molly touches a lot. Flamus, what is that shot? That's a wallbang headshot. Refrag there. Sessanito trying to play it smart, play it slow, try to find an opening. He's going to jump into the smoke. I'm not sure if they're hearing this, but... Oh, the short player, now he's gonna pop up, and that's a great play from Sessanito. Playing on his teammates, Luxon and Emor, and Luxon again, what is happening? 1v1 now for Nexa, needs another flag up against Luxon, who has found 3 already, looking for the quadro kill as he is trying to pre-fire some angles. The bomb is top, Nexa draws him out in the open, but Luxon finishes, man. What? The quad kill to put Eternal Fire on map point, and now they're not the ones choking anymore. Now it's BC Game who are in a 2v4 there, and Luxon just, well, teaches them how to play, I guess. What? Wow.
Claws that one back from the depths of hell and gives Eternal Fire a chance to take away the map pick from BC Game and put them up to match point with 3 chances to pull this off. And that 4K just gave Luxon a positive KD. He was, sitting at 11 and 13. Now he's at 15 and 13. Huge confidence booster for him. And even though they were at a man disadvantage to start with, and pretty much most of that round, there was no reason that BC Game even should have been in that one and almost made it happen. But again, Luxon, the hero of that particular round, is possibly the reason why they can go ahead and close this out. And look at the buy for BC Game. 4 MP9s and a 5.7 without any sort of kit. The utility, they have 3 flashes and a smoke. This is going to be... Eternal Fire have got to close this out right here, right now. There's no reason they should be losing this, handing over AKs to their opponents. But they're taking this slow. They want to make sure that they don't fumble this. And this is starting to look like a better Eternal Fire round. They don't look lost. They're not making unnecessary peaks and dying. And so... if they go to A, they at least are walking into the mouth of the Lion's Den, and there's 4 players from BC Game over here. This is gonna be scary. Where'd that ball go?
Whiffed it a little bit.
Oh my god, I hate the pixels in this game because you never know where they go sometimes.
Yeah, they're 4 strong. Not too good on the rifles. Eternal Fire setting up for the same execute. This is your chance to go map 3. You just have to win against the MP9. That's a god flash though. When that flash comes in, they're screwed for a couple of seconds. That fully blinds everyone. Once again, Mass still finds a frag. No way. The MP9 now taken down. And the Turkish trade has arrived. Although the MP9 will get 1. The 5.7 not good for anything. And that will be that. Eternal Fire. They convert on BC Game's map pick. I find this rather unbelievable. I was expecting a 2-0 after how that overpass went, especially after their struggles after securing those initial 4 rounds. But they make it back, man. This is a well-deserved victory. They just play better, and yeah, I mean, if you look at that lineup, Emor, who else would you give it to? Has to be the MVP.
I mean, 22 frags, 105 ADR, clearly putting his team up on a pedestal there and fragging out and helping them get where they needed to. I mean, Emor definitely, has a lot of experience on his back, the captain of his team, been on this team the longest, and, make sure that his team, ignores a statistic of a 36% win rate in 28 maps on this map, and coming off the back of a 3-loss map streak on this map here. So again, they've got to be feeling good here, and so that's going to force us to a map 3 here, Twist. And so we're gonna head to Inferno, where this could be anybody's game. BC Game definitely dropped the ball on that one. They should have won that one. Several instances where they try to clutch up here, but Twist, we're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, it's going to be Inferno here at the Proving Grounds. Everybody, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back in just a minute.
the underdogs. It was also a BC game. Surely the underdogs don't pull a reverse sweep. That's kind of my line of thinking. But, you know, that's kind of the incorrect way to think about things. Right now it's 0-0 on map number 3, and as long as Eternal Fire can put another big pistol round on the board, they would be setting themselves up for success. Trying to move towards A. Some pot shots and a triple setup. This will be a good test of the CT defaults, as now they're popping out. Nexa is flashed, and he does get one, needs a double, can't get it. Sessanito there. A 3v3 smoke down, and that will slow things down a little as CDs are preparing for the retake.
Yeah, bomb getting planted on that backside there. Waiting for anybody to just kind of peek, and the CTs, I don't see a kid on anybody. I don't think anybody had one. You got one player there inside of Boiler. He didn't peek, or is he in? Oh, there he goes. Okay, this backstab, this B-Nox kid right here.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, there
That's
we go.
it.
Double kill from B-Nox. That's huge.
Should be.
Ate a ton of time off the clock there, and this retake is impossible. Yeah. At this point, just go get some frags, or get some money. And that's a pistol round on the board for Eternal Fire there, Twist, and that's huge. That's a huge start for them.
Oh yeah, that is once again them winning the pistols. I think when you're the underdog, like, you have to especially prepare the pistol rounds, because they just have so much sway. And when you're playing against favorites, normally they're going to be winning the rifle rounds, and that is what the majority of the game consists of. But if you can just be good at the pistols, that's like 2-3 rounds if you can win the pistols, plus win some rifle rounds on top. Like, that's a close game. So I think Eternal Fire doing very well for the time being, as they're going to try to push through. Mast will find one. There's a refrag from Mast, and this was a force buy again from BC Game. As you said, we can kind of see that this is becoming the new default for the CTs, to just force. And although I think Inferno is probably the best map to do it, just because the passageways are so narrow, Mast overwhelms with the Mac 10. 3v4, player arriving from Banana. I think unless you get an opening pick here, I think you have to save. Like, at least have the MP9s for next round. That flash is going to be huge. They're flashed, Andy. Well, that's a kill given away, though. Yeah. And they're going to disrespect the smoke, try to get in front of it, trying to jump up. They spot Lugson. Information there, but just not enough time, so we are going back after all. No kit either. Yeah, they like to take a peek, have a look around, but that's it.
So they're going to leave next over here with the MP9, trying to get some kind of kills there. If nothing else, you save the Galil over, you try to do what you can to bring some of the guns over. And you know that next round, if they held on to Mac 10s, you might be able to overwhelm them with some, like, maybe potentially like half by upgraded pistols. So it's not the worst, you know, kind of strat in the world, because you, especially if the T's have a lot of players alive, you know they're not going to throw the guns away and waste money. So you kind of force into that round. If you win, great. If you don't, it's almost like a bonus round for the T's. But because of the amount of people you killed in that round, now you've got more AKs, and now you've got an even harder task ahead of you. And so now we've run into the situation where you kind of actually made it harder on yourself. And Emor with the opening frag onto Flamus there, the scout going down, and that was pretty much an easy opener frag there for Emor. And Leo's going to try to get into the play, but still man advantage in the way of Eternal Fire there, as the kill from Andu got traded back.
Yeah, this would be a must-win round for Eternal Fire. I mean, it's literally just the saved weaponry, right? Surely this doesn't go wrong. Emmy gets tagged up a little bit. That smoke delays play. There's a gap. Smoke thrown willy-nilly. But I guess you just want to wait it out. I mean, I would like Eternal Fire to have another player on B if that's where they want to go, but they still haven't picked up the bomb. So I think once they decide, as long as they move as a unit, surely there's no multi-frag potential from either three of these weapons. Maybe the MP9, but, like, come on. So if they simply go together, that should be the round. The only way how they can themselves dig a hole here is by giving away 1v1 gunfights to Nexa, where he can reset to be ready for next one. Bad timing, though. Oh, still wins it out, though. Gonna try to stay in apps, and that's one gunfight given away. He is the only one on the side, though, so he's probably just looking to delay and regroup with his team, but B-Nox sniffs him out. So Sessanito and Emmy. I guess exit frags is the strategy. What else is there?
Yeah, exit frags. I mean, you have that Galil saved over. You don't have any armor on Emmy right now. And Sausalito, he's just got the scout. And, I mean, yeah, you can carry that over the next round, but why would you want to? You've already kind of saved. I mean, are you looking to go down 4-0? Or, I mean, you're obviously going to reinvest in the next round. Might as well go for it and just, hate to say it, just die. See if you can maybe get an AK for your efforts, but I mean they're so far away. Why would you want to carry the scout? Okay, there you go. He got himself a Galil, but I mean I guess you can take the Galil over into the next round. Galil on CT side's not the worst weapon in the world to go for. And now you've got Eternal Fire here, who's just going to go ahead and start going for, I guess you want to call it a hunt. And so again, it's not a terrible buy. You know they'll have some money left over. They should be able to buy an AWP there. Emmy still needs some armor though. But, yeah, there we go. So, yeah, we're able to buy some, the AWP. Keep the, because, I mean, an M4 and a Galil is essentially the same thing with 5 extra bullets. It's not a one-shot headshot, and you still have, 5 extra bullets for,
You think that? I mean, it is from, like, the damage perspective. I just really dislike the Galil. I dislike it so much that I prefer FAMAS over Galil. But I guess from the damage standpoint, you are right. Okay. Yeah, I am. I truly am.
I hate the FAMAS with a passion, personally. I am not a FAMAS enjoyer.
I don't know. It's not easy to control, but I just always get lucky with it. I think that's my thing.
Yeah, if I had my choice, I would be like, just give me the Galil.
Yeah, I see that. I think that is the smarter choice, in fact. Oh, Sessanito, though. Here's the footsteps. That's the perfect punish, man. What else could you ask for? Well, that's the attack dead, isn't it? Need to find the apps player. Hold on, maybe it's not. Calyx and Mask come in with 2. And that's a 3v3. Really dangerous. I can't believe Emmy gets a frag and gets away with 100 HP there. Big nade will tickle him, but Mask is down to 7. And now they're just trying to speedrun this to B. Mask catches a bullet to his back, and the timing is favoring the CTs, although the smoke will help. I think they're just gonna push through as soon as he plants the bomb. Oh, well, no, they're gonna wait. So at least you get the plant in this, right? Everything else should be denied. I want to be 3. Footsteps made, and the last thing you want here is just to stay on site. You need to somehow find a 1v1 gunfight, because otherwise they're going to wait, and they're all 3 going to push you at the same time. So Calyx kind of needs to take a swing here. I don't know why he's delaying so much. I mean, yeah, the molly now comes in. They're going to know exactly where you are. Nice shot by Calyx again. What is going on? The flash and Calyx, the 1v3? Really? Excuse me, Calyx, for teaching you how to play. God damn. Sure, just wait on site. If you can do that, you don't need to isolate. Instantly locks on 2 and then plays it perfectly for the 3rd. And that's Eternal Fire with a huge round, right? That was the momentum breaker for BC Game, the first rifle. Instead, Calyx goes nuclear. Not the first time he has done it in this best of 3 either.
Oh, I think Calyx is definitely making us look silly there. I mean, and I was agreeing with you the whole time. I was like, I need him to move around, try to figure out where the fights are coming in. And, you know, BC Games started pushing him, you know, together. They started pushing him, and Flamus was supposed to be the backup. Right. They did everything right. Yeah, they mollied Dark, and they pushed him away pretty much to that pillar position, and he was out in the open, and they still didn't win the fights, and that was huge by Calyx. And then the timeout coming in is just making, I mean, them talk about what's going on. They've got to be wondering where their comms are at right now. They've got to be like, I would love to hear the comms at this point, and that was huge. That was massive. There's no, I mean, like you said, you know, if nothing else, they got the bomb down, and we were already ready to call them out. That was a consolation, you know, money right there. And if he got 1, maybe 2 frags, cool. But the fact that he was able to get the 2 players or pushing him together from Coffin was massive. That was crazy.
I don't even know what to add to that, man. That's just a... You do everything right. Normally, if like 99% of the time, if you're going to be losing a 3v1, you made a mistake. There are, yeah, no mistakes. Calyx just goes insane. So 4-0. At least cash is there for BC Game to rebuy. But I think they're a little bit flustered after that round goes down. So we're going to be having Eternal Fire, having a much slower approach to things. Nice timing for the spam. Andu almost catches Beanox, who is tucking in the corner. Now they are going to line up the utility to go towards B. A double setup there. Looking for the 5th player. There's a boost on roof. Alright. Through they go. Andu punished. Beanox. Oh, what is happening? What? Emmy was flashed for
They
a
were
century
both
there.
blind. They had to be.
Yeah, well, $200 win the round, doesn't it? That's a plant, and you have no cash for next round, so that's a full save. Wow, well, welcome to Inferno. You're going to be seeing a lot of this.
I mean, Inferno's a fun map to have as a decider, but it's also one of the most boring maps in the in the pool because of situations like this. You take A, and then the B players don't want to come and retake. You take B, and the A players are like, we're smoked out, and that's it. But like you said, a $200 investment blinded the B players. I mean, like you said, what was it, Mast? I think, or no, it was Beanox. I mean, he was blind for an eternity, and Emmy clearly didn't see Beanox sitting right there and loses his life. And that was pretty much the easiest round that they could take, going through the smoke. And it just takes 2 kills. Sometimes it only even takes 1 before the CTs are like, no, we're not going to retake. No, it's too hard. And we just we got to save. It's better to have 3 players alive so you can fully reinvest back in. And yeah, I mean, Beanox got the 2 kills right there, both of them by himself, and voila. I mean, that's a 5-0 scoreline on fire, no pun intended. And that's a second timeout coming in from BC Game, back-to-back rounds, losing that unfortunate 3v1 clutch, and then that one as well, just making sure they're all on the same page. Like, I feel like what I was talking about with Eternal Fire, even though they won Dust 2, it felt like they weren't working as a team, and now I feel like the script has been flipped, and now BC Game are doing the same thing. And so, without, your normal key players, you got Flamma stepping in for Simple, and you've got Emmy over here as well. Like, you got your core, yeah, you've got your Sausanito, Nexa, and Andu, but you're just missing the other pieces, and sometimes that can just get missed in the you can get lost in the sauce.
Indeed, yeah. It's funnily enough 3 times now where BC Games start with a big disadvantage entering into the map, right? Overpass was 0-7, Dust was 1-4, and this is 0-5. So they've been able to claw back for sure. Once, cool. Twice, impressive. 3 times is a big ask. Like, you have to start digging back now. Sure, you might have pushed it to overtime and even tried to win on Overpass, but now it's very difficult. Although the player advantage there, Molly, no way, Mast doesn't want to fight it. I feel like that could have been a free refrag, but chooses to play it safe. So still 3v4, 2 on either bomb site. You can pick your poison here, doesn't really matter.
Oh, that makes sense. Okay. Emmy is their coach. So they actually don't have a 5-stack. So BC Game don't actually have a 5th player. I was like, who is Emmy? Emmy is their coach, man. I just looked that up. I was like, that's crazy.
And that is pretty insane.
That explains why it seems like BC Game, they have moments, but it explains why it seems like they seem a little disjointed at times, because it's never fun having a coach playing.
No, that being said, I think he did play for Partisan for just quite recently, so it's not like one of those coaches that, hasn't touched the game in 5 years. Emmy still has output. More than Flammas. Emmy, well, this is the time, actually. Perfect segue. 2 players low, surely he can shut it down. Finds the first, Mast misses, and the coach strikes. He's on 5 kills. He's equaling Tofrag on the team with Sausanito.
You know what, Coach? My bad. I'm sorry for questioning your ability there. I apologize.
Yeah, I think he tried to transition that coach role very recently, because I do vividly remember casting a Partisan game where Emmy was playing. So, yeah, 32 years of age, plenty of experience, and I think it definitely helps just in-game, throwing some ideas in as well. You don't have to call attack pause to do it. That's the first round for BC Game. They're gonna try to piece it together again. They've done it 2 times so far. Getting close on Dust and winning on overpass. Ash is kind of
Flamus flashed off the angle.
Flamus, yeah, just overwhelmed there. Too much utility chucked at him, and that's just Sessanito then. That's Sessanito in a 4v5 where it's getting messy. We'll get 0, but Nexa comes in, Emmy comes in, and this is getting really weird. Do you really want to push that? Probably not. Kadantnu is going to activate. Now you know where both players are. Bomb punched in. You don't want to disrespect the smoke. They lay a molly and a flash, but can't exactly get through. So now they have to slow things down. There is still a re-smoke available on Luxon, and he's just going to chuck it right in. So all they have to worry about is short. This position should be pre-aimed. He gets off the angle. One towards apps, one towards short. Yeah, time is kind of low though. Calyx still guarding this angle and might be overwhelmed from the apps player. Not sure. But you really just got to find these frags immediately, and that's going to be a lot of kerfuffle. But Calyx and Luxon winning it out. Alright, that's a solid way for Eternal Fire to say, no, not this time, boys, no comeback. We gave you the chance twice. No. This time we take 5-0, and we'll be shutting it down here.
Yeah, the comeback, I mean, the comeback on Overpass was massive. They tried to do it on Dust 2, didn't quite work out, and like you said, I feel like this is Eternal Fire that don't want to lose. And I mean, the amount of points that they're going to be gaining from this match is going to give them 5 spots. They're going to gain 25 points if they win and gain 5 spots in the VRS ranking. So this is huge for them. They really want this win, and then they can move on to this tournament because I mean, there's a lot of money riding on the line of this tournament, and I hope that they can pull it off. You know, like I said, you know, BC Game, they not having Simple in the server here might be their downfall, and I don't know why. There was just an X post that says, hey, Flamus is stepping in, and right now he's sitting at 0-4. So Flamus needs to find some impact. He is absent from the server so far. I said that about him on Overpass, and then he came back and showed me up. So maybe if I talk about him, maybe we can get him in the server.
Yeah, his substitute has been Flamus, and Flamus did a stellar job on Overpass, 29 kills. But he slowed down on Dust and is yet to frag on Inferno, so I think now Simple, not having Simple really starts to show. You know, if somebody drops 29, that's fine. Simple can, you know, that's a good stand-in. That's a great stand-in.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
But this is where the problems arise. Sessanito will find Calyx, so it's a good start. Nobody to refrag there, so maybe... Well, Calyx finds out, but they think that was the lurker, because normally that's just one, you know, if you kill one player absent, there's nothing else coming through, that's the lurker. So they preemptively rotate to B, which leaves just 2 on the A site. Kind of playing yourselves here, 15 seconds to go though, gotta find the duels quick, they're overlooking site, Nexa finds one, the crossfire is so strong, and there is just no way to get into that. Yeah, over-rotation there from BC Game for sure. I mean, they kind of have to gamble with how little time was left, and they gamble wrong, but the setup is just too strong. And we have a T player losing his life after time runs out, which is never cool, because Beenox now is going to be actually on 1500, so he had money before. He had 0, could have had, well, he got $0 for dying in that one. So...
Yeah, but the funny thing is, like, because of the loss bonus, because they had won so many rounds in a row, it was only 1,400, and he actually had about the same amount of money as Luxon does. So it wasn't the worst death, but like you said, he died after time, and now he's going to force into it. But I'm like, do you really want to force into it? And I mean, yeah, you've got money on Emor and Mass, but this is going to be just go ahead and save and have 20. You know, was it 14, 19? You'll have 3,400 the next round after that. You could buy AKs and do you really want to go down to 0? That's a ballsy play from Beenox right now. I mean, he is at 10-6, but that's ballsy. Not a huge fan of this call right now.
No, me neither.
I guess they're all gonna force. I'm gonna say screw it. Let's go. Force it.
Yeah,
go big or go home, right?
It is Inferno though, and I think Inferno is the best map to force. Right after Nuke, interestingly, that would be my top 2. Yeah, I think this can still work out. All they really have to do is just play close range. If they get a little bit lucky, somebody kind of walks into the crosshair close range, they get an opening pick, and then the job is simple, just explode and accelerate on A. So that's kind of what they're setting up for here, trying to find that first pick, hoping that somebody overextends, somebody just had has an itch they have to scratch. We'll set up on A, and look at that smoke. They're gonna go right through it. This is a lot of flashes. The Flam is the setup still good. Luxon with one. Oh, 2 kills come
How?
through though. I
How?
don't know how, but they find them, and now Luxon picks up an AK. M4 in the hands of Mast,
No
and Luxon
way.
punishes Emmy. Ah, that was a 2v4 against pistols. Andu has to do it. He does hear the footsteps. I think he's probably aware of both players, so we'll swing into Isolate. Knows exactly where that second one is now. Flash comes in. He dodges it nicely, but will be going down to Luxon, who has been having a stellar game. That's a quad kill for him in this round. And I think throughout the whole best of 3, like, I almost have to put him as the MVP. Beanox is there as well, but I think he's a lot more inconsistent. Luxon just has been that impact player when you need it the most, you know? Like, 1 kill isn't a lot when you look at the scoreboard, but 1 kill in that 1v1, that's everything. That puts Eternal Fire right back in the lead. It also breaks BC Games' economy to where they have to go on 2 MP9s and they lose this round. That's 9-2.
Yeah, Luxon's definitely been a player. I mean, yeah, he's been in several clutches, but he's won several of the clutches. And getting multiple frags, I mean, that was his. I don't know. I can't. I've stopped counting how many quad kills he's had. But clearly, Eternal Fire have made the right choice of promoting him to the main team, and he's showing. You know, he's trying to earn his keep, earn his spot, earn his job, and making BC Game look silly. Nonetheless, they're making him look silly, and that's huge. I mean, 7-2 lead here for them, and that's put up the 7-3 scoreline.
Oh my god, that is what I'm talking about, Emor's aim. Like, that flick is just so fast. When he's hitting shots, he's hitting big. Yeah, you never want to look silly, man. That's probably the worst way how to go out as a man, to look silly. Like, come on now.
It almost makes the comeback on Overpass look, you know, worthless, because you did all that work. You were down 7-0 on Overpass. You came back. You got it to overtime. You won it overtime, and the firepower just isn't there right now. It just seems like they're lost. And
Hold on. Okay, no, we're good. Yeah, we're good.
there we go. We're fine.
Are we?
Everything's fine.
Yeah, should be. Think bomb
Should
going
be.
down here. At this point, if you're Flams to Nexa, yeah, back to spawn, boys. I mean, there is no other option than to save. You're gonna have USPs next round otherwise. With 2 hero rifles, maybe you can force out an MP9. Like, at least you have options for next round. At least it's like one where, you know, if one of the rifles goes for a double, God forbid a triple, like, that's a chance to actually win the round. So Flams and Nexa. Actually, I say that, well, they're getting, I don't know, this is just weapon delivery. Last would love an AK. Emor would love an AK as well, so
Yeah.
next up. Looking for exits. Emor, well, no, doesn't clear it really. Just get away! Please?
Yeah, go.
You don't
Run.
want the AK? Doesn't want the AK.
He doesn't like the AK. The AK is
He
a
wants to,
trash
like,
weapon.
Give it away without griefing, but give it away.
I mean, what's crazy is, like, we see Eternal Fire at 8-2 right now, and in the first 2 maps, you got Andu posting a 134 rating, Flamus posting a 124 rating, and if I were to look at that, like, they were topping everybody from Eternal Fire, but yet we have Eternal Fire leading 8-2 right now, and I don't see them slowing down. Like, they just look very coordinated right now. And I'm genuinely surprised to see, like, you know, Flamus has only gotten 2 frags. Nexus trying everything. He's got 10, but some of those were exit frags. And oh, Mass with a double
Okay.
opener right there in mid. That's the round right there.
That was the
That's gotta
force. They put all the eggs in this force basket, and Mast just steps right onto it. Wow.
That's the round. This should be over. I mean, you got 1 player on each side.
We have Sassanito. Let's have a dream. Sassanito has an
Alright.
idea.
Come on, Sassanito.
Good position as well, but the aim is not good. Almost could have played trigger patience there, maybe. I don't know. Emmy will... Yeah, the coach is not happy with that round. I can tell you that much.
I mean, like I said, you know, having having a coach, in the server right now, does help. Situations like this. You got a French timeout here where you can talk things over and not have to worry about taking a tack timeout, but or tack pause. But it's one of those situations where now he's being hunted. It's like he's got to focus on the game while everybody else talks. He wants to hear footsteps, and can he survive? Nope. All right, bye, Emmy. Sorry. Nice knowing you.
Yeah, BC game again. They did this twice. They made the comeback happen twice. They were down 0-7. They were down 1-4, which ain't that bad. But 2-9 just feels like a stretch, man. Like that is a lot of rounds. And Eternal Fire are on the T side, right? And technically CD should be a little bit easier. Mast, come on now. You can't be doing that. That's just nasty. That's illegal. Last round he
check his PC.
Yeah, that's just skill. And it's funny that it's Mast, right? Because normally it's like there's two poles on the side of Eternal Fire, and everyone talks about Beanox as he's usually the star player. Mast has a negative HLTV rating, and he's not the in-game leader either, so a lot of people actually hate on him. But I guess he just has his moments when he activates and goes nuclear, and this is the perfect time to do it. When you're right about the reverse sweep BC game, you just make it quick, make it easy. Could have been a 4-8 if not for Mast. Now it's looking to be double digits reached in the first half. The only thing to deny it here is just Emmy. The coach has to do it all. He has to do it alone. There's going to be no help or support. The smoke is deployed. Eternal Fire are their worst enemies here. As long as they wait out that smoke, the rotations are going to be coming in, but they set up. Molly at least deployed. Emmy, finds one, but that's it. That's the site. And now you're on for the 3v4 with actually no re-smokes. So at least CTs will be getting vision towards the site in around 10 seconds time. Nandu tries to take church control. They're setting up to go. 2 from CD, 1 from church, I guess. I don't even know if they know. And okay, that smoke is good. Does help, but there's the re-smoke. They've picked it up from one of the dead players, and Luxon, I think, delivers the final blow. Sessanito still good for 1. Molly actually burns. Hold on, wait. Okay, what?
Okay.
1v1 now, and Beanox misses the shot. What is going... Why did he peek? And there's no kit. What is going on, man? What the hell is this round?
No
Why did Beanox peek? I don't even know. There's so many misplays in that round. I think like we didn't see too many misplays in the first half. That one round just slurps up all of them. There's like 4 different big mistakes. I think the biggest one being Beanox peeking. I just whatever. Just there was like 11 seconds left. Even if you think your opponent has a kit, just stuck in the corner. Whatever.
Right
like,
here.
Look here.
Yeah.
Well,
There's
either
no
way,
reason for that.
Eternal Fire get big help. I can't believe there was no kid. Surely somebody bought it, because who was it? Sessanito was looking for it. But yeah, last round and a half, I mean, that's the low cash for you. You're buying like 1 kit and it's just lost, irretrievable. Alright then, Eternal Fire on double digits. Who the hell expected this after they lost their own map pick in overtime? They are... I guess not tilted. They're feeling it now. Yeah, double digits. Just, I don't even... This is over, man. Like, I'm willing to entertain if BC game win this pistol and, like, the first rifle round. And I'm like, okay, 10-6, yeah.
We can create a world, but, I mean... Is there a universe for that? Yes, there might be a universe, but I mean...
It's very far
you're
away
up
from
8
this one.
rounds. It's exactly... Just seems
That's
like
not
they're
perfect
just
chance.
too on...
Oh, it's a quad setup as well. Oh, this is done.
Oh, I didn't even see that. Oh, God,
Oh my
that's gross.
God.
That's nasty. You can't.
Oh yeah, you're done.
Oh.
Get us out of here.
Get out
Boy,
of here.
oh boy. Well, chance to put a flawless pistol on the board. Flamus will get the frag, but the bomb is in between 4 players on the B site, so that's a bit of an issue.
If Flamus has a USP, maybe he can just go tap tap tap. Maybe. Not with a smoke in his face, though. That's that's even worse. You got a smoke in your face. Sausanito was trying to come up.
Surely
Banana.
not.
Oh,
Yeah.
all right. Goodbye. Good night. Good night. That's it. 11-2. Jeez. No bomb plant. You got to force into this one. Only got what? One frag? I think it is. Just one, maybe two frags. I mean, you're pretty much having to force the rest of the way because if you don't, you save and then it's match point and you got to play perfect for 10 rounds. All right, Flamus, you have 4 frags. Can you double that? Maybe?
I think they're gonna get just carpet bombed here in this round. The banana util. Less than I expected. You know what even is the plan here? I think the plan is just to draw things out a little bit longer and hope and pray for the best. Maybe I am just one prone to easily tilting, but it's also like gotta be just super difficult in this situation for BC Game to think about anything else than, you know, lying back in their bed in around 5 minutes time and thinking what went wrong. Like, how do you mentally pull yourself back in a game like this? We've seen it. I mean, FaZe Liquid, Aurora Mongols, 11-1 comebacks. This is 11-2. Yeah, that's what they're talked about.
That Mongols one, that was that was stupid. I think I was watching that game and I was like, all right, I kind of walked away from my computer. I left the stream up and I come back and I'm like, it's still going? I was like, what happened?
Yeah.
I was like, that was stupid, man. I mean, we got 30 seconds left in this round here and there's...
I kind of like that. I think when the time starts to run low, like the Tech 9s just get hectic and sometimes that can work out. Hell, Eternal Fire did it. Yeah, now Emor is kind of panic rotating. He thinks it's going to be B, so... Oh, they're going CT. They're trying to catch him. What are they trying to do? They're just trying CT control. They're going to push towards A. 18 seconds, 15 now. Galil arrives. Flamus could be a big spare in this round. Luxon finds one. He goes down. That's what I told you, man. That's where things get really hectic. Emor, if only he had not made that panic rotate.
Yeah, his position inside of Library would have shut this whole thing down and we'd be looking at map point right now. But like you said, he panic rotated over. I don't think it was really any noise, but I mean, that was actually kind of perfect from BC Game. You make some noise in car up banana and you back off and then you slow walk up mid, and Eternal Fire didn't want to get any information. They didn't want to really sit there and poke and prod because had they looked at anything, they just stayed on site the whole time. The only player that was really doing anything, like I said, was Emor, and he was over there by brackets, and then he panic rotated over to B at the last second, and at that point it's over and done with. Again, if he had died there in Library, the information he could have given over would have given Eternal Fire the few seconds I needed to put a defense up. But by the time he rotated over the last 2 players on A, it just it fell apart. And BC Game got one. And that's it, just one. And now you've got a FAMAS, an MP9, and a UMP to come into this next round. So we're going to have to delay the inevitable for at least a few more rounds.
Yeah, that's how it all starts, right? That's how it always starts. One stupid loss. Pistol's here, getting your economy wiped easily in the next there. Now it's 11-5, you lose a rifle. Now it's 11-7. Now you start to doubt yourself, you lose another rifle. That's 11-9 actually. I'm thinking about it in my head and it's like, yeah, even if you do everything correct, win like the next 3 rifle rounds, that's still gonna be Eternal Fire having the same amount or one more round than you do. So... one step at a time. That's the mentality you have to have here. Just literally don't think about the score, just think about winning this round. And I think they've found the perfect place where to do it. It's just Calyx with the MP9. Push comes through, he's kind of waiting for the impending doom. They know exactly where he is as well, because he peeked. Nice shot, double Calyx. Maybe the double won't be there. Yeah.
He tried.
So, the save comes through.
All right, so 11-2, 11-3. Now go 11-4. And it's just one frag at a time, one round at a time. The worst feeling is when every single round you hear that like dun dun dun, you hear that sound, and then you're like, all right, we're almost done, and you just almost forget how to play. And you just hope you don't fall into that curse. And the Turtle Fire is 11 all they get. I'm not gonna count them out just yet. There's still way too much game to play. And we're passing the 3-hour mark here, Twist. So let's see how much longer this can go. And my wife's looking at me with a sad face. She's like, "I hate you."
I mean, we have one more best of 3 loaded up, or I guess I do. Is you already substitute? Are you doing the next one?
No, Sheep said that he's going to be able to do the next one. So I did ask him. I was like, "Hey, did you need me to do the next one?" Because he was, I guess, had to go into work today. So, but he said no, he should be back for this next one. So you'll hang out with Sheep next round.
Okay.
Whenever that decides to show up.
Yeah, it should be like right now, right? This game kind of should have already been over. Yeah, I know, but that's the problem with this. That's the problem with the Eternal Fire, that they can always get so close, but they just really have troubles finishing things off. They like one of those ADHD people. They do it like 90%, and then the last 10% is, well, again, I can't do it now. That's impossible.
Yeah, speaking from somebody who is ADHD, I'm a great starter. I'm a terrible finisher.
I'm kind of the same. I don't live in a country where it's too popularized, like going, "Oh, did you get checked?" But yeah, it's the same problem for me. It's like, "Oh my god, I fell in love with this new thing and I'm gonna learn everything about it." And then it's like 1 week in, I probably should finish the project I started. No, I do it later.
Nah, we don't finish our tasks. What are you talking about? Like you said, we get so hyper fixated that we just sit there and we'll learn the guitar in a whole weekend and we'll never pick it up ever again. It's funny.
Yep.
Oh, this stack is huge. This stack is
Hold on.
huge.
On this side, though. Oh, it's messy. 2v3, nade. Equals Beanox. He's gonna re-swing. He's gonna get another one.
Okay,
and I think you're just overstaying your welcome. Like, you got what you gambled for and more. Just get out. Stay alive. Keep the 2v2 alive. They're gonna box him in. They're gonna molly him in. And yeah, now it's just a 1v2. Check this out, though. Calyx, he's slow walking. And they are coming back to A.
Maybe?
But they're going back to spawn, and they're very aware of Mexico being a possibility. This just comes down to timing. If he hears one footstep, that's a good giveaway. Surely, just go now. Go now. Check your right side, bro. Check your right side.
Go.
I mean, they are checking the back.
What are you doing? Oh, you missed everything.
Yeah, but it's like he
now
doesn't
you
have
go.
the
Now
info.
you go.
I mean, fair enough. Like, you're hoping that maybe they make a step or something. Surely they don't go B now, right?
There's the
For
Valorant
Calyx,
gun for you.
I feel like Calyx should have went A there. Like, he wanted the gun, and now, okay, he's close to B, like, he will check it out. But it's like, the T players were just on B. Since the bomb is not down, they probably went A, right? What's the other reason for them, like, taking B and then just waiting there? That doesn't make sense. But he did want the gun, so it makes sense why he chooses banana first. Gotta look out for yourself first, and then your team, I guess. It's fine. He'll be saving it.
Fine.
No, like, he plays it. He plays it well. Yeah.
That's 3 rounds in a row for BC Game, and I mean the comeback is at least on the table. It's at least a conversation. It's at least something to think about, and
I don't
the money
want to
should
come
be
back,
good for.
man. This one. Come on, now.
I mean, or what's worse is they make it cosmetic and it gets to like 11-11, and then Eternal Fire's like, all right, we're gonna turn our monitors on now. We're gonna go ahead and win, and it's 13-11. It's like, okay, then why did you do that? Just why did you make us play this whole 24 rounds of Counter-Strike just to win it out? All right. We're gonna get serious now. Eternal Fire's gonna get serious. Now they're gonna go ahead and do something. Emor's got it. They had an op. Yeah, Emor Luxon's got his op. All right, everything's fine now. He's got an op. We're fine now. I believe in the Eternal Fire.
Very heavy lean from BC Game towards A. They have nobody in banana. That might be a misplay if Eternal Fire choose to be aggressive towards Banana. For the time being, they're 3 towards B, but there you go, Luxon. The one you called answers. You want to get in front of that? Probably, yeah. You want to punish Calyx. Great pick by Flammus. Brings things to an equal ground, and now they're just going to push the op. Op has to hit for another one. Luxon finds, but refragged. 3v3 now. All the rotates coming in as Sassanito is looking for more. The bomb will be going down. Eternal Fire now looking to retake. Have the nade chucked in. Bit of damage on Sassanito. 1 M4 bullet away from dying. 1 headshot away. Waiting for Mass to actually get into apps, and at that point all of them will just come each from their own location. And there's a lot of gunfire made, so they know where these players are. Unfortunately, they lose both. So Beanox is just there left to save. What else can you really do? Get the headshot in, sure. More? More exits? Problem really is the cash. Like, now you've lost the rifle around, man. Well, at least it's going to be an AK save from Beanox and $100 for each player, as you have to now count in the kill bonus. But that's 6 for BC game. That's almost the halfway point. That is the halfway point to an overtime. Yeah, I think the worst way how this could go down is there being an overtime and the BC game losing. That would be the absolute worst.
That would be even
way.
worse than what I just said. Yeah, exactly. I mean, but 4 in a row for BC Games, starting to build some confidence here. Eternal Fire still don't seem like they figured out BC Games' attack, their strategy. You know, they're playing the defaults, they're playing the 3-2s, they're putting 3 people on B, they'll put 3 people on A, and it just seems like they're not confident in keeping everybody there. It just seems like, you know, they're questioning themselves.
They're also kind of throwing Eternal Fire off guard, because the way how you're supposed to be playing Inferno, like the way how to like maximize statistically your chances, you just take map control, play very slow, a lot of fakes, a lot of go A and then go B and then go back A. And BC Game just picked a side they want to hit and then hit it like 2 times. So it works, it overwhelms, rotation's not there, but Beanox is though. They're not clearing him. Good flash assist. And the big problem for BC Game is that, like, these are the rounds you sometimes lose, and if you lose it, then that's map point for Eternal Fire. You have to remember they're so close to this victory. But they're attacking the A side again, and this time, I mean, what else can you do? The P250 goes down. 3v4, and I guess Seymour looking for a rifle to pick up. There's 2 AKs on the CTs, and I don't think they want to... Wait, that's the bomb. Oh, that's the bomb. That is the bomb, but now it's spotted. The AK will look for another. Emmy is trying to backtrack his way into this, but the bomb goes down. That is huge. 30, 40 seconds, but the smoke now, you have to wait it out. Mast is going to find a kill as well, and like, where could they be? Of course, Beanox gets the kill, and man, the coach is the one to do them in, huh? Oh, wait. Oh, Nexa jumps down, gets the frag. 20 seconds. Knows where Beanox was last seen. Has to make this crosshair. Beanox chooses to disengage. And he's going to try to attack right when Nexa tries to plan. He's very close to the bomb site. So Nexa running in. Knows he has to get on the site because Beanox is probably coming from short. Beanox is rushing in. Can't hit the shots and will connect at the end. Wow. Emmy, man. I mean, he's been playing well, but yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing with like life coaches as well. A lot of times they're gonna have really good advice, but then you look at their own life and it's like, well, it could be a bit better. It's easy. A lot of people are just great at giving advice, and I don't mean this as an offense. Like, I'm like, yeah, a lot of people are good at giving advice or like knowing what is the correct thing to do and kind of explaining, you know, how things should be going, but then when you're in the thick of it, sometimes you forget. Emmy forgets he has the bomb, I think. He just gets cut off. Eternal Fire played perfectly. And as I said, as nice as the comeback has been from BC Game, like, all it takes is 2 rounds. That's why, you know, working on 0 mistake basis is not something you want to have. A round like that goes down, and well, now you truly are on a 0 mistake basis.
Yeah, I mean, trying to be consistent in that particular situation is near impossible. It doesn't matter what side you're on, whether you're on the CT side and having to make the right calls, or on the T side and having to make, you know, the right calls. But I mean, that was a clear indicator of experience. I'm not saying that Emmy hasn't played on, you know, high level teams, but he could have put himself in a better position. He could have put himself. He had to kind of assume that they'd be coming from that direction to get the bomb. And you need to reposition yourself. And it's something he would have called if he was the coach watching it from the outside. But sometimes that experience just goes out the window, and you think you make the right call, right? But opening frag here from Andu there onto Beanox, and one of the heaviest hitters from Eternal Fire are out of the server for the moment. And now can anybody else step up? That is a B site that is undermanned, and it's just, it looks like Mass that's over there right now. And so what does BC Game do with this man advantage?
Now they're trying to play like you are supposed to be playing Inferno, right? Very slow. First minute is just meant for the utility dumping. It doesn't really help. Everyone is aware of it, but you can't not do it. So now as the smokes fade, you actually have a minute of action coming up. Weird timings. Flammus finds the better of Calyx. Probably not aware of the op though, but Luxon misses and now he's just left on an island. There's 2 defenders on B. I mean, this is impossible for Luxon, it feels. He will throw a flash, but there's a smoke, dude. Yeah, where do you even go? Trying to just hide. Gets 1 killed. Can't blame him. Save for Eternal Fire. BC Game creep up to 7.
Andu's going to go ahead and see if he can punish. If anybody tries to go for the rotate, they're going to run into Andu's Galil. But at a minimum, he's cut them off. He can hear anything being made, and you know, kind of wanting to go for the hunt, maybe. I mean, they don't have a ton of money, so they go for a hunt. It's not the smartest idea. But, I mean, BC Gamers still kicking and screaming. They're still in this map, and they got 5 more rounds to get us to overtime. But like you said, you know, you've got to play perfect for the next 5 rounds, where Eternal Fire just have to get 1. And I don't foresee this happening. Eternal Fire might not be able to save these weapons. Might not be able to. Yeah, that's Mass going down and Andu taking out Amor. So, 3 players left alive for BC Game, and it's not over just yet. We're still going, Twist. We're still in the server. We're still here.
Yeah. I see that. I see that. I can't believe this is going to be a 4-round game, man. Like, yeah, I don't know what's going on. I think it might be one of those where Eternal Fire, like, they're in the flow state, and as soon as they recognize that they're in the flow state, it's like you dig yourself a grave. You know, as soon as you go, oh, this is... Okay, it's so easy. Wait, we just need 1 round. Just 1 round, guys. Like, come on. And then you start, like, going down, like, spiraling. Well, the only round they've won since that 11-2 it was the Deagles, but what? No way! Emor, the call that. Wow, I think that is gonna be just a circus trick here, as they're still in the 3v3. Weird timing, actually. 5-7 finds 1, can't pick up the AK, looking for more. Confirms the information. Flammus up close, though, and that could be where you die. 5-7, Flammus wins the fight. A crucial one to take. Still a 2v2. No way you close it with a Deagle call-out, man. A very forward position from Luxon as well. Look at Luxon's position, man. He's just cutting them off. Yeah, if they cross, Luxon should be getting the shot off. Flammus clears it from the other side. And oh, timing! No, he did. Yeah, wow. A 1v2 for Andu now to keep them in this. Surely not the Deagle call-out. It is going to be that. Luxon finishes things off, and Eternal Fire avoid disaster. Avoid a 12-8. Avoid whatever it was that they were running from. 13-7. Beanox finally gets his MVP. This time he starts off strong and finishes off the same way. Luxon honestly had great series as well. I'd actually give him the MVP. Emor kind of underperformed, but if you have 7 kills and you come in with a Deagle call-out to just finish things off, like, nobody's going to be complaining.
Oh, God, no. 21 kills there for Beanox there, 106 ADR, finally getting the recognition that we felt like he should have been getting. I mean, it started with Overpass and ended with Inferno, and I mean, huge output from Beanox coming in here. And like you said, you know, if you end with 9 frags, but you're able to get 2 with 1 bullet, I mean, we see that with AWPs. We don't ever see that with Deagles. And I mean, I would clip that and I would post that if I was Eternal Fire and say, you know what, this is a great way to end the map, especially when BC Games started picking up some momentum. They were down 11-2 and grabbed themselves 5 rounds, and you know, you start questioning yourself. So again, congratulations, Eternal Fire. Your next opponent is going to be ecstatic in the quarterfinals here. So, you know, GG to BC Game. You know, you got reverse swept. That's something to go back to the drawing board and figure things out. But again, it's never fun having a coach in there, Twist.
No, I mean we do have to remember that yeah, BC game played at a pretty big disadvantage. They didn't have simple. Flamus was great on the first two maps, just went completely underground on Inferno. Then you have the coaching as well. The coach makes some mistake. Coaches are actually teaching not to make, but that's a story for a different day. I think Emmy still played very well for actually probably not playing that much anymore. Put good numbers on the board individually. Yeah, BC Game unfortunately eliminated from this tournament. Simple really was that crucial, it seems. Eternal Fire, I've been kind of waiting for these boys to get a chance at like a good run in Tier 2 tournament. Now they're going to be on to the quarters, playing up against Ecstatic. I think they're looking rather fine. Yeah, that's also the playoffs kind of but surely shaping out at least the quarterfinals, as we've figured out everyone to be in quarterfinals except for well one quarterfinalist, that being
Yep.
the winner of this Partisan Sinners matchup, which is just gonna be beautiful derby. If you think about things like one of these teams is very Czechish, and then the Czechish is that's the way I say it, and then the other side Partisan, of course, the Serbs. I think that's going to be a pretty cool matchup coming up in around 10 to 20 minutes.
For having me on here, Twist, being your co-caster, and we'll see you next map with Mr. Several Sheep over there. So have fun with that one. Hopefully it doesn't go 3+ hours. But thanks for having me here. It's been an absolute pleasure, and for everybody else out there, it's been great. We're gonna take a short break, and like you said, we'll be back in just a minute with the next match, the last one of the day.
but the simple missing was noticeable, especially on that last map. Still can't believe I didn't get to cast him, but it's fine. It's all good. We're moving on to the next one already. We have, as you said, Partisan versus Sinners coming up, and this, I don't know why, to me, it feels like a derby.
Yeah, it kind of does, even though these two teams don't face each other that often. Previously, what you could kind of classify, like same sort of vibe, would be Team Sumpy versus Sinners or Sumpy versus Dynamo Eklot, that kind of fits in that sort of...
Eklot, that's another one.
Yes,
in this bucket.
Yeah. Sort of check
Good point.
around that area, and well, Sinners are recently coming off the Slovak National Championship win. And they've beaten the aforementioned Eklot twice to do it. So that must mean they must be in like at least some type of high spirits, because they did get a nice win there. Prize pool, I think 11K is what they took home. And Partizan, it's, in my opinion, pretty much the dark horse team of every online event, but not much more than that.
I like how their logo looks like all of them have a crown. Like if you squint your eyes a little
pretty
bit.
sick.
Yeah. I
Or
like their
flower
logo.
on top of their head.
I like their logo in general. I think that's as far as that one goes. It looks like a patch you'd have on like an army jacket.
Yeah, it's a nice logo, but for the team itself, I mean, there have been some interesting runs, right? The most they've been talked about was most recently when they beat BC Game, right after the tweet Simple made, like, oh, can I get some real opponents? And then they lost versus Ruby and Partizan pretty much back to back.
Yep.
And yeah, Partizan, and even in some close qualifier tournaments, right? They sometimes just destroy the opponents, and then you have other matches where they go down 0-2 to a team called Giuseppe.
Yeah, that's
in
a banger.
in a CCT tournament, right? And that was a team just of like a bit of a Polish mix. So, I mean, it's a team that just hasn't really gotten back the form that they've had before. And that kind of goes for both, right? Sinners, they used to be like the guardians of tier 2, right? If you can consistently beat Sinners, you're a tier 2 team. They're far, far away from that. So this is kind of a recovery match. Let's call it that. Because both of these teams are looking for consistency. Haven't had it much, but for both as well, this tournament could maybe prove something else. The map veto. Anything interesting here, Davis?
Yeah, kind of. I mean, it is going to be very one-sided on all of the maps. It depends for who. Starting off on Inferno, it will be Partisan with a 75% win rate compared to Sinners 50. So definitely having the upper hand. The Nuke is twice the win rate that Partisan have for Sinners, 64-33, and Mirage is also almost double win rate for Sinners. So I think the veto kind of favors Sinners a little bit, but it does imply a third map if we go according to stats. Ultimately, the pistol round will decide a lot as well, as Partisan are looking to head towards Banana. I like the setup, but I think you're going to get overwhelmed here if you're Kisarek. B-Stick should be there to refrag. We'll find one, but it's just a little bit too slow, and that's the B-bomb side gone. Well, good luck retaking that, Sinners. Smoke is there, so will the plan be.
Pretty much forced into the commitment. It's not good enough for B-Stick. Okay, well. Stressarn, apologies. Let's get one kill through the smoke, but being boosted up leaves Shock all alone. B-Stick in that banana fight, he does get sort of forced into attempting to take more than one kill. I think just the value of having someone still alive in and around the bomb site would have been a bit more. Get that first kill, just book it, just get out of there, right? Don't go for a second swing. Of course, all milliseconds in it, so can't fault him too much. It's hard to play perfect there. But as you mentioned, even the dualies don't think they even got a single bullet out. Partizan easily getting the first pistol round on their map pick. And it is a bit of a weird matchup because it is the playoffs, of course, and there is the sort of guaranteed hype around a match in playoffs. There always is for players, single elimination as well. But then on the other side, I don't think these are two teams that either of us will judge to make it
There's
into
nothing
the
to lose
semis.
here.
Right?
Yeah. This feels like a zero pressure matchup for both sides. It's like you're not going to the major, so you have time to actually chill out while that's going on. You know, as you said, it's not like you're maybe that motivated even at times to like, I don't know, it's gonna be weird. I don't want to like put anyone down here. I think we just got to take it around at a time, man. Partisan, look at the frag on Peppo, who actually, if there is something exciting about this matchup, every time I've casted Peppo, he has popped off, man. He was brought into Sinners, I believe, half a year to a year ago, and I casted his first map that he played. He went like 30 bomb or something. It was insane. So I'm kind of hoping that once he picks up the AWP, that all hell breaks loose. He's always cool to watch. What is that? What? Okay, that's one way to finish off your prey, I guess. The force buy, no bueno. Oh, it wasn't for. Wait, what? That MP. Didn't they have an MP?
Oh, it was a force buy. It was a force buy. The money had already been put in. Yeah, it was a bit.
Okay, we
It went a
got
bit
there.
too quick. Went a bit too quick, even for our eyes, as Partisan actually keep that very clean. I mean, that is something that I think we can look at with both of these teams as a sore lack of consistency, is something that does paint these two teams. So you're saying there is no real pressure in theory? There isn't, but what I do like to see is, especially in matches like this, is keep it as clean as you can, right? So no team kills. As there is one for
Good
Collins.
idea.
No, but this is a great matchup where you can really test out like, okay, how can we focus on comms, focus on playing off of each other very nicely, and from what I'm seeing thus far, Partisan are keeping it pretty damn clean. And looking to be sharp. I mean, especially compared to yesterday's final match of the day that we had. It was Ecstatic versus Oramond, the old Reason roster. Reason were just not playing good Counter-Strike. They weren't hitting all of their shots either, but then the macro Counter-Strike was terrible as well. So I'm just hoping that we can at least see some good CS out of these two teams. And maybe some new ideas. That's also always fun.
Peppo
There you have
on
it.
the
That was it. Yeah.
Yeah, man, we're on the same wavelength. Posted up towards Banana and misses the shot, I believe. Indo will refrag though. So it is Inferno after all. I mean, I'm actually surprised we're getting this many gunfights so early on. Partisan will take control here. Stress Sarndo on the other side. I mean, this would be the perfect opportunity to get some frags in. Instead, chooses to get away from the angle. Look at Partisan, man. They're just creeping up. They're a thorn in your back here. Beastic has to be super careful because he can get backstabbed down to the timing here. Shot gets one, but there's the backstab coming in from 8kit. And he definitely spotted that. Gets the kill now. There's still two defenders on A though, so I think better would be going B, but then there's going to be a CT fight coming through. And if the B player wins it, and Peppo will, then I guess back to A. Like, this is getting really scrambly from Partisan. They're trying to come up with like last second solutions. 30 seconds to go, and this defense is not going to move. You have to find 2 kills here. You spot the one in mini pit. Are they aware there's another one site? 20 seconds now, man. Just gotta move quick. Do something. Picking up the M4. Vladen gets one. Now it's up to Stressarn on the side with 15 seconds. He just needs to get a kill and delay as much as possible, and he is gonna do that. Whoa.
Nice.
Whoa. All right. That helps. That definitely helps.
That initially looked like a very fun and a very good round from Partisan. Using those smokes. A bit more of a lurk smoke on the long corner, you can kind of get out, get some early pressure in, another smoke, which opened up even more space. And then they just kind of lose one player to Shock, who was peeking over towards short. That's the bomb that already sort of hinders their momentum. And then everything just slowly kind of falls apart, and they thought rotating back into the AWP of Peppo through CT would be a good idea, which rarely it is. So yeah, an interesting loss of a round there for Partizan. At least a bit more of a push here from Sinners. Some action early on, which allows them to go for a couple of more rotates. Another smoke, just to keep his teammates safe. Attack on A is imminent, though.
Imminent danger. Rotation from Kisarek. I think they're just... I know there's still a minute left. It feels like they take map control. There's not like that much confidence as to where they want to finish. They take something, then they send some players back to B. Now you risk a chance of just losing a player without a refrag to Peppo, who is actually posted up on the angle. And in the meanwhile, the CD is pushed in, but that's actually what Partizan were almost hoping for. That's a cleanup then. 2v4, and Kisarek once again has to stand tall. A double here is necessary, or... well, you can't get away, so one in the getaway won't do. Peppo posted up on the angle, though. Nobody coming in. All of them coming from short, and Kisarek has found out. So that's the round. Peppo sticking around, hoping he maybe gets a frag here. Actually be taken... oh, what? Combat off and gate it. Alright, just why not? Just W key it in, boy.
Yeah, that was a very self-made mistake from Sinners there. B-Stick, I think it was, on the B-Bomb side, who was pushed up with the SMG. He falls back. A smoke comes in. He doesn't feel the confidence to stick around long enough to gain any information on Banana. As soon as they lose top Banana, they've lost top Banana for about 5 to 10 seconds. Sinners enter panic mode, and they instantly want to retake top middle with such little info. And, well, that proves to be very costly, as you can just kind of see them losing out every single gunfight because there was 4 players posted up in top middle, or 3. Well, yeah, you might not survive, especially if you dry swing each of the angles. So it's fun to pick apart these rounds, see what's going wrong, especially compared to, you know, watching some tier 1 Counter-Strike. If you do, many of you will. Oftentimes, you'll hear a lot of praise on how everything's set up. That's just straight through the smoke.
Yeah. Lucky pot shot. Lovely stuff. I mean, not too much impact as it is just the pistols. But I think, especially recently, I'm just... whenever I see pistols, I'm like, might as well be rifles, you know? There's like a 50-50 they convert. Either they win the round or they don't. Recently, a lot of pistol versus rifle rounds have been going the pistol's ways.
We had that earlier this week, didn't we?
Oh, right, yeah.
That one matchup where it just, that was horrendous.
Don't remind that. That was, I believe, 3 Glock rounds or 2 Glock rounds and a USB round, something like that.
Yeah.
Just insane. Well, they have equalized, actually. They have. They're not in place exactly to shut it down. Shock.
Yeah, Dragon tucks in just in time. Stressarn is moving in, though, but one singular picked up weapon, and it's an armorless B-Stick that needs to hit some very swift shots. 8-Kit is superb on the AWP thus far, will continue to do so. He's feeling himself, man. 8 kills on the T-side op. Go on, brother.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell he's feeling it when he's just rushing with the op and pre-aiming, like, just Kenny, prime Kenny S-opping. The way how he took down Peppo like 2 rounds ago. Yeah, on the other side of things, I mean, we have Stressarn on a 4-piece. He had like that... well, he literally single-handedly won the round. Apart from that, Sinners have not been able to just get in the game individually. And that is... sure, we're only 6 rounds in, but you don't want that to become the norm. You don't want this to become kind of... oh, we're just all having a bad game now. And 4, Beast, a great position. They're not checking. Oh, that's only the one. Good refrag. Yeah, that's a really tough spot to be stuck in for Beastic as well. Like, you just... it's almost impossible to get a double out of it.
He was blind on the initial engagement, so it doesn't really give you much.
Oh, there you go.
Peppo stepping in.
Peppo. People.
It's a great name, isn't it? It's a great Counter-Strike name.
Reminds me of like an old Italian grandpa who's like fixing people's shoes or something. I don't know why, just...
you go to Peppo
like
if you need your shoes.
Yeah, oh, the Peppo. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, there's a great shop around the corner. It's called Peppo's Leather. I don't know why I turned Swedish there. My accents need work. I've actually been to Italy for like 2 whole weeks, and I can't even copy their accent. I apologize to all the Italian Counter-Strike fans, which aren't many. Apparently, the guy renting me my car was, and he recognized me, which was pretty interesting. As we'll maybe touch on that later. It's going to be Sinners rotating away from the A-bomb site. The A-bomb site now being attacked by the remaining 3 of Partisan. Shock needs to deliver something electric here. And it will be the first.
10 seconds, though.
Oh, yeah, no way. Oh, Shock with a triple.
Shock.
Oh, it's Stress Arn from long range that will help him out eventually. But it's Shock that holds him off.
Dude, what? What a round at it. That was... you were talking, and I was like, should I intervene and, like, you know, cast the site tag? And I was like, no, there's Shock on side. It's like a 1v4. Like, okay, that's just a 6th of Partisan. I think a good time to call attack pause, right? Whenever you're doing good and then just everything falls apart like it did in that round, you probably want to take a 5 just to reassess and figure out what's going wrong. Can't be running around like headless chickens.
He needs to wipe. Oh, but Partisan indeed will lose the round, and sort of their comfort with that as well. Back to a Galil on a Tech 9 for Vladan and Collins. Not the easiest, and they know that this, I mean, you touched on it before. They know that getting such a good start on the T side is something that you want to maintain. The force buy, full buy rather, comes out, as the money from Sinners isn't all too great either. Shock is surprisingly alone here.
Yeah,
He could get locked in quite
My
easily.
man likes to gamble, what can I say? Peppo is there to assist, though, and actually now it becomes a meat grinder. There is a 3-piece on the other side. Shock is unaccounted for. 8-Kid will try to refrag, but yeah, you're like, Shock is boiler, so surely there's nobody short. That's a cleanup. That is as clean as you can get, really, from Sinners. A really, really nice way how to put the 3rd round on the board. And after that initial, what was it, 4-1, 5-1 start? Like, this is where things now become very interesting. Sinners slowly but surely just making things happen. Oh my god. So I'm a FaZe fan, right? I kind of keep a tab open. Can I just keeping it? They were down. They just won 9 out of 10 rounds against Vitality and pushed overtime. That is crazy.
Holy shit. That's ridiculous.
Twist
I
is
saw the
so
score
bad,
before we
dude. It was
started.
26 and 13.
Yeah. Take the man out of Liquid. You can see what it does to him. In our Liege, maybe not so much. Although Liege was fragging. A bit of an exist timeout.
Just chilling. Just taking in the scenery. Man's timeout. Yeah, it feels like a cold shower for Partisan here. Like, you started off so strong, it's your map pick as well, and now you're just, well, literally getting wiped in the previous round. That was 5 alive for Sinners to top things off there.
Yeah, welcome to Inferno, boys.
Yeah, Laden is just with his head in his palms, man.
They're gonna need to die at some point. If this round takes any longer, we'll probably bite the dust first. Yeah, no, take your teammate out.
Laden
Don't let him
takes
get
8-Kid
cash.
out of his misery, yeah.
It's the 2nd team kill from Partisan's side, and it's 9 rounds in. Mutiny!
I'm just giving rounds, man. They got to 5 so quickly, it was like, okay, let's make it a fun game.
These two teams are very close to each other in the VRS ranking, which is fun. Just 3 spots in between them. Actually, no, that's the HLTV ranking, which I don't know why HLTV still does a ranking, by the way.
That's mean. But
I mean, no
agree.
one pays attention to it anyways.
Yeah, I know.
The VRS ranking is like, oh, you win one quarterfinal and you're now number 1 in the world. Oh, Shock! What a move! Doesn't pull the trigger on more. Does now through the smoke. It's 2. Shock! What a lovely move there. And he gets
And
out
he's
before the
out.
smoke fades. Great job. That is a horrendous start for Partizan. Peppo already on the angle. Easy for one more. And what do you do now if you're 8-kitting Kindo? Not a lot, I'll tell you.
Yeah, I don't even know what. I mean, Shock makes a really good play, but it shouldn't be a thing in the first time or in the first place where you have 4 players in the smoke. Like, if somebody threw a nade in there just to kind of blow open the smoke and see what's through it, you'd instead illuminate 4 players and deal like 40 damage to each of them. I think it's kind of a misplay from Partizan. Not how they wanted things to go. Yeah,
Oh, and it's 3rd round in a row where Sinners keep it clean. Or second. I don't. Oh no, there was actually
Like,
1 or
look at
2
their
kills
cash.
coming out of the Deagle.
Beastic is just the rich millionaire. 10k, man.
Love that clip.
Rich millionaire. Billionaire.
Huh? 8-kit. Doing some dodgeball, tries to catch it.
They win this round.
Yeah, you think so? Maybe. Dashes are
Actually,
good. There's
rotations
already
are-
a lot of help here. Oh, long. Peppo
GG.
not missing. Exactly what we're expecting from him. And with 3 kills already coming through, there is 0 damage done to the Sinners.
Just watch. 2v5.
really
Um,
hoping
there-
on it, don't you?
No, I mean, the reason I said it in the first place is because a lot of times when your defaults are not working, you, with the pistols or like lower buys, go for a way more of an aggressive play, and that kind of, switches things up. You're not doing the thing you've been doing that didn't work, so I've seen a lot of times the pistols kind of break momentum. But yeah, this is just a very good rotation from Sinners. They're exactly where they need to be. Sure, they might take down Kisserek, but 35 seconds, bomb is not in your hands. Sinners take the lead. Who could have guessed, man? It was just 5-1.
A pretty clean 5-1 as well. One thing that I do want to critique Partizan off a bit is the fact that they haven't even thought about going over towards the B bomb site. Which, I mean, especially in these
good
types
point.
of Tech 9 rushes, you can delay it long enough. And you've been going plenty of times. You can delay it long enough, or you can even go just as quick as you want to over towards the B bomb site. Usually, there's always around 1 to 2 B rushes in there that you can win, even when you're getting destroyed on T side Inferno. There's always one B rush that works out. There's even a secondary op bot in just for when they feel like they need it for the side of Sinners, spending all the money that they got. And once more, feels like a lot of A-sided control that they'll have. Sinners, 3 players on Banana.
Has been a drought, man. You need to get this round just to end the half on a high note and feel better coming into the pistols. And yeah, I guess, like, it looks like they're playing default Inferno, but at the same time, they're kind of just being furniture around the map, just kind of sitting there. And, well, I just love them to go for like an actual execute, just, right on. Choose a site, attack it. I'm gonna play this pick for pick. And Sinner's setups are too good. The refrags are there. So they punish. And look, the call is so there, dude. They have a quad stack on A. Because there is no presence towards B, like, where else could they be? Smoke, I mean, this is hard, but then Stressarn is there, so as long as he wins his gunfight... Oh, bit of a timing on Kindo, I guess. Yeah, big timing on Kindo, but he's fully flashed. Vladden at least refrags, and now the attack is on. 20 seconds, I mean, this has to be perfect. Shot missed from Peppo. They're trying to wallbang him. 15 on the clock as they're trying to push in. Collins will find one. Shock with the double refrag comes through, and Stressar will find a two-piece. Damn, he's activating 10 and 5. Yeah, we need a replay for this. So it's for the whole thing. There was so much happening in that last round, but Partizan just run down the clock and have 3 too many angles to account for. Can't believe that Sinners with a 7 and 5 start. This is 5-1 for Partizan.
Stress aren't even the one to kick it all off with that 1 versus 2 within the A bomb site. It's a nice highlight from Shock. Could have FIFA been 0-5 with a bit more luck on his side. The nades were good. You've seen people getting flashed, but they're just not there when the execute starts, and it's a very swift spray transfer from Stressarn, who's on fire. Another pistol round. Oh, if you lose this, if you're Partizan, you're gonna be in the bin. Shrek turns his back. Oh no, missed shots. Oh no way. Dragon misses a clean opportunity to find the opening pick.
Oh, Apps player though, no way, 8-Kit, as good as he has been, can't convert. There's a very low HP player on site. He goes down, and yeah, now you're the favorites to lose this. You were the favorites to win this at 5-1. They've just found, at this point, that's probably going to be 8 or even 9 rounds straight if Partizan choose to force it. There's a backstab on top of this. I mean, Sinners have just been... Not even one. They've been like 2 steps ahead, man. That's how clean these rounds have been.
Oh, the ace!
What? He's so sick. He was on 3 kills. That was the last player you needed to activate. Sinners just have all the Infinity Stones now.
All 5 for Kisarek. That was lovely stuff in the pistol. Him hitting all of the shots. Of course, Dragon. That initial fight should have been a trade going the way of Partizan. Now, it was Vladan that did get 1 kill back into the 4v4, but got punished with a dink. And Kisarek just storming through W key all the way. And there is a force buy. As you already noted, 4 players here. The escape is locked with the mollies, but it's decently overwhelming for the side of Sinners, leaving it in a 3v3. 3v2 as 8-Kit gets shot to the moon.
Eat that. Check the nade in.
Macedonian Airlines.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess Dragon alone then, 1v3. You kind of have to force in a situation like that, but that just makes the game go from already really bad to just horrid right now. Double digits reached. 5-1 start for Partizan, and Sinners reached double digits before Partizan reached 6. That is insane to think about. And this is Partizan's map pick. So I think if they go out of Inferno in this fashion, like,
yeah,
surely your morale is not going to be there on the next one, right?
No, that might... Yeah, that might be it. I mean, you described already. I don't know if it was on live or not, but you did call a Sinner's victory. I mean, they're feeling good. Earlier today, they won a best-of-5 final, as I mentioned, versus Dynamo Eklot. A team that's still kind of struggling. Well, as most of these teams, with sort of losing their main guy. You had Dynamo Eklot losing Blitz to Nexus. You had Team Sampi, of course, losing Mattis. That's a while ago now. But I don't think even half of the people know where Mattis actually came from. Because they're just like, oh yeah, he came from Fnatic to G2. But he made his name already in the Tier 3 scene.
You know what's interesting? It's everyone in Tier 1. This is one of those, you know that meme where there's like 1,000 people look in one direction, you're looking like back at them, and you're like, they're all wrong and I'm right. It's not pronounced Mattis, it's pronounced Matush. Like, that's actually how he wants it to be pronounced. Yeah. Because his first name is Matush. So, why? There's a Y, because in Kyrillix, and I think in his language as well, the Y is pronounced as a U. So in Russian, when you like write a Y, it's pronounced as a U. So it's like Matus, and then there's the Esh on top. I'm Latvian, so I kind of know these things, you know. Not too good, but I think he on Twitter as well said it's pronounced Matush, but it's fine. I think Maddie's is cool as well. Maybe he likes it with time.
I mean, he could have told me when I interviewed him that I needed to pronounce his name differently.
Now you're making me
would've been-
reconsider myself. But I dude,
Would have been
like,
fine.
Look at his HLTV profile.
Yeah, I
and
know what his real
think
name is.
Yeah, I think I saw a tweet as well.
Well, I apologize, Matush.
Now you're gonna,
That-
and now the problem is you're gonna be calling him like that, and everyone's gonna be like, "What the fuck, you're stupid." So that's the problem here.
I mean, it's like that with so many Counter-Strike names, right? Especially because it's so international, and at least most of the casting happens from a couple of nations. So you have the knowledge of the Y being a U, but not a lot of Russian gets spoken in the Netherlands. So, ooh, lots of nades, airstrike. Great damage on the Partisan as an easy clean above the USPs in the previous, where you get back into action and it's Shock with a smoke kill. That is the same as it was in the first half. 11th already looking likely here.
Yeah, we're just having a lovely chat, glancing over these rounds because they've just been so one-sided. Mac 10 though, hold on. Well, maybe, I don't know. I want to give Partisan like this benefit of the doubt. I want to find a silver lining, but there's just none to be found. Shock is gonna find another Mac 10. Yeah, there it is. 11 for Sinners. That is 10 rounds in a row. Partisan have internally imploded.
They just took both bomb sites at the same time.
Yeah, why not? I mean,
Why
it's
not?
like you've beaten the game, so you just go on the next difficulty.
Yeah. It's Sinners looking all right, man. We saw a couple of shades of Partisan, and you know, 8 was looking good on the AWP. 8kit's AWP on the CT side has been pretty much non-existent. Shock, another opening kill. He's been on fire at the start of these rounds, man. Shock has made it a whole lot easier for the rest of his team, for sure. Look at the setup
Oh, yeah.
on B. You have the MP9. Yeah, I know there's the flash setup for it. It's Fallen's flashbang, but there's not much more util than that, you know. Pretty much just has that, and now not even in a position to flashbang, which just
No.
leaves Collins all by himself.
Wallbang him. I feel like Kisra could have played that a little bit better. Maybe the information wasn't that Collins is literally one.
Collins gets
He gets
another?
a double? What? It's you start to see some cracks, I guess. That's the first like actual mistake from Sinners. It's still a 3v3. They're still up against 2 Deagles and an MP9. But if you are somebody to nitpick, if you are somebody to complain, then yeah, that could have been played a little bit better. They're actually walking into
A little.
yeah, they're walking into the heavier defended bomb site. No,
Trying to
interesting
push behind.
smoke. Yeah, Vladin is playing anti-flash, so he's just gonna pop out as soon as he hears the flash. Is there gonna be one? They clear it. There's the flash, and now Vladin should activate as he is nowhere to be seen. Dragon arrives with the backstab. Peppo punishes. There's Vladin, but kind of too late, too early. I don't know. Not really a way how you can play that better. Sinners with 12 now. Map point. Are we really? I don't think I've seen this, man. 5-1 turning into 5-13. Like that's just diabolical. There
It's
is
been a
no
while
other
for
way
me
to
as
put it,
well.
man. God.
It's actually Collins standing in for Nopsy, something that I failed to touch on. Nopsy is in the official lineup now. Hasn't been really any significant performer. Mostly just playing the
Oh,
Challenger
what?
Cup.
Playing
That's a
KZ
move.
now. What the hell was that? Why? Just why? I mean, come on, just do the 10 straight then. Finish off strong, right? Isserek will find Kindo. 8-Kid comes in with the rescue though. And now they're pushing down Banana as well. Partisan have found some confidence to go for these aggressive plays, and because they've never done it before, Shock is dead in 3, 2, 1. Sword and B-Stick. This goes to overtime then.
Could you imagine? 2v4 won't get off to the greatest of starts.
Why did Peppo do that, man? Like, you know.
Vibes, man. Vibes.
It's like...
Pure vibes.
Yeah, I guess. To me, it feels like building a house of cards and then destroying it right before you put in the final piece. It's just like... It's not that they destroyed it, it's just like they delayed it. And you're so close. I know, it's like, it's silly. I would probably do the same thing if I've won 9 rounds in a row. But, alright, that's so weird in terms of the economy. Shock is on 10k. Kisrek is on 0, but I guess they're even gonna have rifles in the next restaurant can drop. Okay, well, that's like one given away for free. Partisan get a tester kit. Yeah, we'll see. 6 in a row, all that you need, boys. Molly. Oh, boy, that's so good. That is beautiful. I love that so much. Kisarek will get Kindo with beautiful utility play. They're looking to accelerate on it and go towards B, but because of the heavy chunk of utility thrown in by the CTs, they kind of ruin their chances now. Because it just means that Sinners don't accelerate on this B push, and I think having 2 players on B is better than 2 on A. So if Sinners choose to hit A, then... Oh, well, Peppo just chooses to do that. Don't even just through the smoke. Why not? 1 shot, 1 kill. Headshot for good measure.
Just to make sure he's turbo dead. Another nade thrown in. B-Stick getting the information. Here's the jump of dragons. So now he knows for sure that there's 2. Baits him in with the AK spray. 5 versus 2. Sinners, they won't go for 12 in a row. But it will be the 13th round on the board. Partisan have a collapse after a great start. It's Sinners that will take the map pick of Partisan. And they looked, I mean, after those initial first 6 rounds, after that, pretty much flawless. The only round that they lost was Peppo decided to troll. And the rest was history. Stressarn, impressive performance. Newer name to the team. Pretty impressed.
Yeah, first time I'm seeing him, and that's a great way to announce yourself. Just why not get the MVP, get almost 10 rounds in a row, 9 for 9. 9 is good. And Sinners, Stressarn is definitely looking the happiest out of the bunch of that victory. I think definitely a confidence booster when you join a new team. All right then, we will be having. Am I super grainy to you as well? Jesus, I'm like one. Yes. I'm like Nokia. I'm like Nokia quality, man. God damn. I don't think you see like a blob here. But okay, well, we'll be trying to fix that. You take over, I guess.
Yeah, we'll have a quick break coming up. It's gonna be the second map. After this about 10-minute break, we'll have Nuke Sinners' map pick coming for you right up. See you guys there. Welcome back, everyone.
Whoa.
We're straight in as there's already a Molotov on top of a hut. Let's see if 8-Kit with these dualies can do something. Yes, yes. Honest with one more kill, looking relatively good for the CTs as they now make it into a 4v2. Not in the mood to let this bomb go down. What a swift pistol there, Davis.
Yeah, quick adventure there. 10 seconds.
All right, so a very nice move there for Partizan, getting all the kills necessary, just sort of stepping in earlier on. As no force buy, of course, no bomb plants. It's become slightly more popular to go for bomb or to go for force buys after a bomb plant. We've seen it more and more often, but not the case here for Sinners. And see the singular deagle. That won't do much. Hey, hold on there. Might actually get a bomb plant here. As Vladan gets sold 3 and will deny that. Easy as you like from Partizan thus far, but as we know, a good start doesn't necessarily mean much. Partizan, of course, with a 5-1 start. In the previous, that didn't amount to much. Now they do have the advantage of starting CT side. We might see a map trade here. Wouldn't be too crazy of a result, honestly. Too surprising of a result, I should say. Oh, nice opener. From Kisrek down towards Secret, Collins getting dropped. 8-Kit had already fallen on outside. Trying to take that gunfight. Sinners, in a nice mood, they're putting on the brakes. Response is covered both in lobby and in secret. That lobby response might see some action really quite soon, and Partizan falsely assuming it's the bottom bomb site. Now they hear everyone dropping and stomping on the upper site. Will there even be an attempt? Yes, there are 2 defuse kits. Make that now 1. As Shock deals with Kindo easily. There's one more kill. Famas looking to be saved. Vladan wants some more. He wants that AK. There's no real way to get it. And we'll see Sinners swiftly stopping the early advances from Partizan. Not wanting any of the repeat that we've had before. So no 5-1, although I have a feeling we might see a very similar map play out, as me and Davis already talked about. Davis is currently experiencing some issues, but I think should be all good soon.
Think they're fixed? Think it should be good? Do you hear me from both sides, my
See if
friend?
Sinners can convert. 8-Kit has brought the AWP out. It was a bit of a bonus round in the previous. Not up influential at the start.
All right. Is everything okay? We good here? Yeah.
So, I think
Probably
so.
double
Welcome
for
back.
you, but hey, I'm back, man. I need to switch this cable ASAP. I hate this shit. Yeah. Anyways, we'll be seeing how this one goes for the Sinners.
But missed
Got the
much.
first Yeah, no, I mean, I was watching along while you were doing a good job covering what's been happening, and I think the answer is not too much, as we have Dragon already falling. Push towards ramp, that is quick from Shock. That's a tilter for Collins as well, right? You get the headshot in, but you need another bullet. The AK is just faster to connect to the head. 8kid is there, though, with the op. Didn't get to see too much from him on Inferno, but here he gets a double. That might be the round, although they've done a good job making it the 3v3. Now he's out of options. Still gets a headshot, and that's commendable. Stressar now will be 1 or 2 bullets away from dying. In the meanwhile, Kindo is still up towards heaven, and Vladin is nowhere close to deny the plant. So we're looking at a 2v2 post plant here with a single flash on Kindo, but there is a kit in play. Peppo still on 0 frags, was having a rough time on Inferno as well. This would be a good round to redeem yourself from that dark position. Gonna open double doors. Ramp player spotted, and now Peppo has the info, but surely they're gonna be clearing this. And he's just not aware of the ramp player. He's waiting for the gunfight to come through. Gets a first. Peppo comes in with the double. There you go. Took some time. But I think Nuke is one of his best maps. At least I remember he had one of the sickest USP clutches I've seen in the 1v2. And that was on Nuke, and there have been some other clips as well. Just some moments, just some flashbacks I remember from Peppo on this map. So I think he will be somebody to keep an eye out for. And that's actually a huge round to convert as well, right? Because that means Partisan are now on USPs, which is a really, really bad spot to be in. Especially on your opponent's map pick, on playing the CT side. Now you're going to be a round down on the CD side. Well, it should, I mean, I'm already talking like I see the future. We'll see. Definitely should be.
You might be really quite right about the future, judging about your earlier 2-0 prediction for Sinners. Especially in those earlier crucial rounds, getting another clutch. You know, previously it was Stresson that had the nice 180 to win the round in the bomb site. Now it's Peppo getting that clutch win. And that is something that even in very dominant maps, very rarely do you see a dominant scoreline without a 1v1 or a 1v2 victory for the winners. So those clutches, you need them. There will always be an opportunity to get closer for the opposition. But Peppo does very nicely there to keep his team in the lead. They get some breathing room out of it. Not pretty impactful clutch, an extra free round. A lot of free space. But there are 4 players down at this bottom bomb set. This could get scary, I guess. Especially if this Deagle from 8kid does something.
Oh, wow.
No way.
That's a Kindo call-out?
Yup.
That was a... It's disappearing at the same time. Yeah, that was a call-out. What the hell? Yeah, I mean, I did...
Wow.
Oh, my God. Again, dude, we are the bad luck charm. Like,
That is insane. How does that round go wrong? Well, it's very clear how that round goes wrong. The Deagles just get 3 kills.
Eagle call-out, man.
Collateral, a
you know
body
what's
hit
funny?
collateral.
You know what's funny?
Oh.
That's how the BC game, Eternal Fire game ended. Emor hit a call-out with the Deagle, and that was the final round. And they won with pistols as well. So I don't know what's happening today, man. That's 2 for 2. How often do you see a Deagle call-out, man? I've seen twice in the span of like 4 hours. I don't know what's going on.
I've seen 3 in the past 3 days, which is a way higher rate than ever before. I've casted months without a Deagle call-out, and now I've seen 3 in 3 days.
What the hell?
I'm also seeing many more team kills. I think the counter in my past 3 days is up to 7 at this point. So everyone's being a bit less careful about who they're shooting at. But yeah, what a round, Parson. He taking the lead and retaking the option to buy full guns. It's a nice Tech 9 move. Oh, Vladan is able to get 2 though. This is still on. Maybe. Beppo, another 1v2.
Yeah, he has warmed up in these. You know? Feels like he should be promoted to the next level, the 1v3, but has to prove himself again. Unfortunately, this time, timing completely off. Akid peeks on a good timing, and there was Dragon for the support as well. So good, I mean, a great recovery. What else can you say when you win a Deagle, a USP and a Deagle round? Excuse me, not even full Deagle round. Yeah, great recovery from Partizan. They're going to be putting 4 on the board. What should have been Sinners in the lead is now Partizan still looking all right. Just I'll use that word. They're looking all right. Very default start in a sense to Nuke as well. Things go right about as expected.
It is of course that CT side that Partizan get the start on, so a bit more control you can have, especially on a map like Nuke. I haven't seen anything too crazy from Sinners either. I do like that both teams are trying to play within their possibilities. You know, sometimes you see them kind of stepping out. Especially we saw that on the last map where the Partizan T-side rounds, where you're kind of looking at them like, is this really you? Is this really what you need? But that's looking good. They get somewhat lucky with that pistol stack. Of course, that Sinners do decide to go towards the bottom site.
I think it's interesting to note that Sinners warmed up in a derby of some sort today. They played against Seklar, which is another team you would put here. And that was a best of 5. So they won they just literally won the Slovak National Championship 3-1. And then they have this match where they're certainly warmed up. Partizan are now looking to make the comeback, and I think that's another thing to like start considering the longer this goes on. I think at one point Sinners will just really start to feel tired. You know, you can only be caffeinated for so long, you can only be locked in for so long, playing at your best. I know how it feels to cast like 8 maps in a day, so I can't imagine actually playing them when, you know, when everything is online, really. These are the playoffs. Yeah, interesting thing to note. I think Sinners would really love to finish strong here on their map pick, 2-0. But Partizan right now at least made the necessary for a recovery of sorts. As we now arrive to a rifle round again. This should be where things get really interesting.
The record is 8 maps a day. Weak. It's not a competition. Okay, Beastig, that's not a fight you should ever win.
Yeah, just exposes a big flaw in that defense. They are not accounting for a lot of these plays, and that is going to be true for a map where you don't have the best win rate. Your opponents have a really good one. Like, they're going to be finding these timings and exploiting the CD defaults. So it's actually huge for Partizan that not only they win the pistol, they also win that weird USP Deagle round. Like, I think Sinners definitely have Partizan beat when it comes to just like default rifle v rifle rounds, and it is up to Partizan to kind of try and salvage and just, you know, round by round put some unordinary ones in their basket, because that is a round as clean as it comes, really, for Sinners.
Yeah, I'd like to highlight there from Sinners in this round. Of course, you have Beastig kind of walking through. It's very spread out as Sinners is trying to take space over outside. As soon as that first kill happens, you see 4 players of Sinners just instantly all group up as soon as they are ready to enter mini, and then with all 4, they just spread out onto the bomb site. That's something that I really do want to highlight. That's a great way. That's a very nice way to play a Swift T-side round. If you are going to go for those opening picks, sometimes you see teams, i.e. Partizan on their T-side, go for kind of opening pick setup. And then as soon as that pick happens, it's not really any other plan. And that looked very good from Sinners. Dragon out the opening pick. Okay, Beastig. To trade. I don't think Dragon's aware.
No, Sinners man down, but they still kind of have them beat on the timings. Well, Dragon not aware, but just able to capitalize either way. A really good pick, to be honest. Is now Pepo, Kisarek, and Stressarn will be left in 3v5, 2v5. Okay, I guess, a way back in. He knows one more second vents for sure. And the op just wait, whoa, where's the
no.
what? What is going on? I thought Peppo saw the op for sure, so he should have taken the. I don't even know what's going on, man. 1v3 either way. I mean, yeah, Peppo did a 1v2, so it is once again his chance to strike. 30 seconds. Does have the bomb. Vladen, though, has a, like, unless you pre-aim that immediately, it's super difficult, but he gets off that angle. 20 seconds. You really want to go heaven here? You just don't have enough time, and I think Dragon... timing. Dragon, he didn't hear the jump. He didn't hear the jump. Peppo is going to get the kill. 10 seconds up the chute, up the ladder, and now it's Vladen.
Molly.
Yeah, Molly is going to be huge. Taps the bomb. Needs to find Vladen. Molly, actually, I mean, it is a willy-nilly one. Peppo gets the bomb down. Oh, and Collins arrives. That is close. But it will work out.
That got really close. Collins there, full sprint to save his teammate. To save his own team from what could have been a bit of an embarrassment.
Embarrassing.
Where's that original clip from again?
I think it was Drake. He was on a live stream gambling, and I don't know what the context was, but he just went, embarrassing.
No, it was something before that. Drake
You
quoted
think?
that from something. Yeah,
You
because
think?
I've seen this in like earlier like GTA videos of Vanos and stuff, Vanos Gaming,
Wow, okay.
where they'd add like a sound clip going, embarrassing. I thought it must be from like an Adam Sandler movie or something.
I'm trying to find it, but I can't really. I don't know. I think Drake was the originator, or he is just a really good thief.
Yeah, well, he is. There's a Stress Arn, another opening pick, but 8-Kit is the mole that whacks as he pops up from secret to get a nice headshot off that AWP. Partizan are looking to make this a pretty significant lead, actually, on the CT side. Because it's 6-3 now. They're going to be losing these AKs most likely. Don't think a 3 versus 4 will be won here from Sinners. You're looking at a 7-3 with a half buy right afterwards. It ain't looking all too hot for the team that got like 10, 12 rounds in a row in the previous game.
Oh, beast.
Nice awareness.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but if they can just win this round, though, that completely changes
Oh,
things.
no.
And Shock will. Shock's the defense of the B side for sure, and 2 from ramp. I hate this. I hate ramp retakes. There are just 2 narrow passageways, but Vladen still wins the fight. Shock looking for the other player, not aware. Has relocated to double, but they were not aware of his prior position, so they should be clearing this. And tries to find a timing. The window is not broken. Vladen, oh, this is really weird. Vladen is holding the other side. They think they've cleared this. Vladen goes down. Oh, trying to get away. Shock just needs to get in the vents. Gonna go for the defuse again. 8-Kit is trying to stick it, and Shock, he's running in,
Oh,
but
no
he
way.
doesn't know where 8-Kit is. That's such a good call from 8-Kit, right? Like, he kind of estimates where the bomb is, and he figures out that, hey, I can just defuse on the other side of Dildo, and like there is not really any way how to deal with that. So yeah, nice bomb defuse there, and the third one still for Sinners. They needed the 4th there.
Yeah, sent for a bit of a loop in that round, you know, with Sinners dragging it back into the 2 versus 2. It is still a round victory for Partizan, but the bomb plant does kind of allow somewhat proper buy. Peppo on that Tech 9, and Sinners are gonna need to win something real soon here. So they're getting delayed. Those smokes, they will have a timer on them. Shock, a bit dazed by the flashbang. 8-Kit looking for a second. Just gaining information on Kisserek. Partizan has just been getting opening picks every single round, haven't they?
Yeah, and it's crazy to think that this should have been 4 or even 5. Like, Sinners got completely broken when they lost those USPs. They have not found a round since, man. It's just rough. Never want to be losing against USPs. Probably the best way how to completely tilt your team. Okay. 8-Kit knows what he's doing. You're watching a master at work. "3v5. They will try to piece it together. To go for it. I mean, there's no other option, but Vladden so aware of this. And look at that. Look at that setup. I think Partisan are doing a way better job of just working together as a team as well, right? We saw on that first map, a lot of times they just get picked apart, kind of. You know, they're not checking all the angles. They're just not working cohesively, and I think that has definitely changed on Nuke. So, for Sinner's map pick, yeah, you kind of expected at least 4 on the T side. Probably 5, even 6. Definitely the game is still on, but Partisan are making a really good case for taking this to Mirage. And that's crazy. Like, when you look at the map win rates, this is exactly how it should not have gone. In fact, both teams have almost twice the win rate on their respective picks, and somehow they just can't show it. Isn't that the tale for the ages?
Yeah, the bit of preparation you do often is on the map you know the opposition is gonna pick. Good entry though, but they need to continue without losing more. Sinners will find a bit of a safe haven.
Heaven, Nate.
I say that, yeah. Another kill from Dragon on the flank.
It's one of those you're on the side, but you're just too scared to plant. Because they can be anywhere, and you have to commit to it at one point, but at which point 8-Kit is just gonna run in. Oh, what? But Kisra goes down. And yeah, that's that. Bomb planted, sure, nothing else found. Can't believe that there are so many different pieces to that. Doesn't really matter as it is the last round of this half. So no economical implications. What's going on, Sinners? How do you lose to USPs? Moreover, how do you find 0 rounds after that? I'm not saying Sinners can't bring it back. They've just lost the momentum ever since that round that shouldn't be named.
Yeah, it's not looking all too great for this Sinners lineup thus far on Nuke. Of course, the one advantage that they do have is they are allowed to go on to Nuke. Or go on to Nuke CT side, is what I meant to say.
Well, they're also allowed to go on to Nuke. That is also a factual statement. Oh, there's Peppo with the drive-by. Dude, he's the king of USPs. I don't know what it is, but Peppo's aim on the USP is just so sharp. Kisarek will find Dragon, so Partisan at least get the stick. Surely that will be it. B-stick on the refrag Vlad, and I don't even... Well, come on, just like, make a run for it. No? Really? Saving Kevlar now? Man. That is a Liquid fan in action. Has that triple craft with the Liquid stickers.
Well, 4th on the board for Sinners. They do at least get the pistol together very cleanly. But it's still a long way. It hasn't stopped them before. Although a 9-3 gap a bit more significant than a 1-5. Still, as of yet, not a lot to worry about. One thing that is of worry is the fact that these Tech-9s have a free avenue in towards the vent and Shock's under heavy pressure. 8-Kit, look at it, charge him down, catches his dink and 0 kills. That bottom site has already fallen. Indo's already clearing all the way back up into vent. Sinner's gonna lose another crucial force buy. Oh. You'll get the kills necessary thus far. 3v2. Stress aren't. I'll probably guess
What?
8-Kit.
Huh?
Did that
Did you
just
see
clip
that?
the wall? I think they just clipped the wall. I think he just shot a millisecond too late.
Whoa, CS2, bro. That's
There's
insane.
actually 3 players left. I forgot. 8-Kit's on 1
8-Kit is
HP.
on 1.
Yeah, but he's still...
Oh,
He's still here.
needs to
Oh
run
my-
that, just
imagine.
needs to survive. Just needs to survive. But
Imagine.
the
1
plan is for
HP.
him. Just needs to survive. And there is a kid on Peppo though, but they need to stick it. Peppo is sticking it. No way.
No way.
On 1 HP. What? What? Oh man, they're done. What the hell is that? Everyone, that is 1 HP against 300 HP. They have the kid as well. He plays it perfectly. Where are they looking? Where is the second player looking while Peppo is defusing? That is, yeah, facepalm. I can see it. Chad doesn't see it, but I can see it, man. That's how I feel. What the hell is that? Okay, on to Mirage we go then.
They didn't know he was low. That's the only explanation I have.
Because it's 1 HP against 300 and he has a Tech 9, man. Like, what is going on?
I know, but Stress are looking away from that
Oh.
flashbang. They could have gone
What?
for a wall bang, for more pressure, for a double swing even. You know, you're one guy is sticking the defuse. Yes, it's in a smoke, but Stressor is just out in the open. You might as well just tuck back into the smoke. Oh, there's so many ways you cannot mess that up. Why don't you clear? Oh my god. Oh man.
Yeah,
Their eyes are bleeding.
They lost the USPs and a Deagle, and then they lost to this. Like, you're done, man. Just pack up your bags. Go to Mirage. I don't even know how you like. If this happened to me, especially if I was not at fault, I'd be full tilted. I'd be full tilted, just griefing at this point on Face It, man. Like that's and I know like it's team play and you're still trying, but like come on now, that is insane.
I'd probably have a couple of keys out, like a couple of outlines of keys of my keyboard on my forehead, just from slamming
Yeah.
it into it
Oh, that's
repeatedly.
unbelievable.
Oh, there's
That is
2
just
kills now coming
unbelievable.
through, though, out of the MP9s. There's still 2 players here on the bomb side. Peppo braves the fire, but Kindo, Collins, and 8-Kit are all dealing with the rest. You see? That's how you deal with lighter weapons. Oh, my word. Oh, my word. You said 2 dominant maps, huh? maybe we got the wrong maps. But at least they are swift.
I can't believe what we just watched, man. That's
That is
probably
horrendous.
You know, like the AI prediction, and normally it's like in a 1v3 it's gonna be like 5%. In that 1v3, it's like 0.0001% clutch. Like you never see that. The circumstances as well. That is 1 HP, literally the meme. The 1 HP against 3. Okay, it's gonna be hard to move on. I mean, it's gonna be impossible to beat that, isn't it?
You could put a freeze frame each and every second and draw lines on the minimap saying 5 different things that Sinners could have done better there. And even then, they go 2 players up in that previous round and they just fumble the man advantage. One guy gets murked through a smoke, and then the players on the side, they just die to being forced out by the Molotov. Now, once again, it is another force buy for side Sinners. They're gonna need some magic at some point, but it just doesn't feel like anything's going their way on Nuke here.
I mean, you say at some point there is like, of course.
Okay,
yeah, this-
okay.
Dude, what is going on? Casters don't cry, please. How can
Yeah.
you not, man? How can you not?
I'll cry as much as I want. It's my birthday party. Come on. Stressar gets another headshot, and this is going to be just Deagles and an MP9. Another 1v3. Stressarn will shut that one out. And Sinners, they do win another force buy round. Is this the start of a grandiose comeback and a recovery that makes us all forget what tears have been dropped? Or is this just a flash in the pan?
I think you can start to see what happens when you play literally the best of 5 finals for winning like your local tournament, and then you have to go on and play another map. Like mistakes, the longer you play, the more mistakes you're going to be seeing. Okay, yeah, sure. Let's move on from that round. I mean, Sinners. It's not the same caliber, but they do make it work with just the Deagles and the player disadvantage, actually. Kisarek, the one behind that. So, not too bad. Not too bad. At least they pull something together. I mean, I'm trying to find a silver lining here, but I think Partisan just have one too many, or like even 2 or 3 too many rounds here. Sure, you're on the CD side, but eventually somebody's gonna get those opening picks. Nice shutdown though. Okay, Kindo and 8 can still get theirs, but that is weird. 1v1 for Kindo. Timing though is every... Oh, gets away, so he avoids immediate death from Shock. Chooses to relocate. But Shock he's just in the perfect position. That being said, he doesn't, yeah, just not even looking that direction. Okay, Sinners, a weird round to convert, but they do. A 3-piece keeps them afloat. 6-11 now.
Something that you really don't need in an attempt to make a comeback like this is having rounds go down to a single player left standing. That is the one worry that I do have.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
At least for now. You do get it over the line. There is a bit of breathing room at this point because there is a singular Deagle and Glocks. Now, you and me, we're both very familiar with these rounds going sideways, so let's not just, let's not get too ahead of ourselves. But I have a feeling Sinners will be quite alright in this one.
No, don't. That's what I said, man. That's what I said against the USPs. It was the exact same setup, actually. I think there was 1 or maybe 2 Deagles, but not that it matters, man. Not that it matters.
Not already got spotted there. We're sitting on the bottom.
No, but check, this is kind of cool, because you get an elevated peek into Secret, and the player arriving on Secret is just never going to be expecting that, so it should... I want to see how this goes. Oh, yeah, they get the spot. Vladin unfortunately misses the shots, and we'll find a headshot. I'm keeping this round alive, man. Let's see how it goes. Anyone's game at this point. They would love to get that rifle, but it's just going to be triple guarded. And Beastick is going to find Dragon.
Yeah, Kisrek stuck around for a bit too long there, maybe, if you're looking for perfect Counter-Strike play. 8-Kit is in hut with a Glock. So he has the opportunity 4x3 to just sneak past. Oh god, this is a knife kill, isn't it? He's going. He's going. He's just waiting for the white. So he got it up. Okay, he does still get it. No knife kill, but he wanted it. He wanted it. I respect it. I respect the play.
The hustle. Okay. So
We're coming back
difference.
here, man. We're coming back here.
We
Sinners is making the comeback.
I can't
We've
believe
seen-
that's happening after they lost that 1v3.
Oh, that's
just
crazy.
Like, it doesn't matter how, even if they lose 7-13 here, the fact that they don't immediately just like jump out of the window, they keep playing and they actually make a comeback in the rounds, like, that's commendable. That is good, you know, that you do have that mentality. That being said, I still need to do a lot more here. Cash low on Partisan, actually, so if they win this rifle, that should be 9, and then if they win another, maybe they can equalize. Shock, however, takes down 8-Kit. And now they're trying to go towards Ram. Peppo hears this, doesn't want to fight. I think that's smart, especially with Beastick picking up one now. You just want to survive. You don't want to give away these kills. Peppo will fall. And now that opens up a whole bunch of possibilities. You can lurk around towards main, you can go heaven. You can go back, you can go down towards ramp. There's 4 possible places where to go from here. And Partisan, I think they choose the best one. They choose to go back, which will isolate Kisarek, but he tucks in lobby. This is really interesting. Kisarek could do it all here, gets 1 and the info. That's plenty. Still 2 more kills needed to be found.
I was thinking about a vent drop possibility, but the Molotov goes there, and now you have to fight onto the bomb site. Vladan with low HP will get long ranged. And Sinners 2 within 3. And the final sort of steps to equalizing this will start fighting off against the half-buy at most. Only $1,000 spare, or maybe $1,500 spare for all the members. That means Tech 9 and armor, grenades here and there. Currently 8-Kit. Oh, 8-Kit doesn't have a Tech 9 and no armor. He's going to be focusing on getting that AWP out on the T side, I assume, in the upcoming round, hoping that that will change their fortunes. We've been talking about Peppo on Inferno, Davis. It's not been we're not seeing the Peppo that you want to see in a game, right? Are we?
No, not at all. He's been just having bad series. The first map wasn't too great either. Yeah, I don't know what the problem is. He still has time. Sometimes for an opera it just takes a really long time to activate, but then, you know, you get like 2 impact rounds in and that's your job done. We're kind of getting to that point where those impact rounds, impact frags are going to start coming up, where every single kill is going to matter threefold.
Bomb is getting planted. It will be dwindling defenders. You know, some Tech 9 magic may always be there. Actually, with another kill
Oh,
from Kindo.
boy.
That is happening in lobby. Oh, Stress aren't never expecting that.
Well, hold on a minute.
Yeah, no, I'm starting to get worried as well, but they have a nice setup on the door.
Hold
Now the
on a
AK
minute.
picked up, though. Oh. No, it doesn't actually know where the bomb's been planted. Peepo boo.
Man, I'm on the edge of my seat. There's a Glock, a Tech 9, and a player like 200 meters away. I'm on the edge of my seat, man. I don't know. Like after that 1v3, nothing is sacred. Nothing is safe. Good recovery from Sinners though, so they will at least win that. Bomb plant was given over to Partisan though, so that means full buy and plenty of util as well. Not too bad.
Another opening pick earlier on.
They walked through this, and
Yeah,
that,
wow.
oh, come on now. Well, what's the idea there? Like, Beast, I don't even know. That's a weird play. I guess, like, it's one of those, the play is so crazy that surely you're not going to be expecting this, right? The play is literally throw a smoke and let's instantly walk to our own smoke, but Beastic is just there by default, so he would literally have to look somewhere else to not have the advantage in that fight. Well, that's 2 players down. Third one joins for good measure, and we have the Kisrek spot. They actually pre-aim him, but... Well, I guess the 2v5 start... What? They thought he went the other way? I don't know what's going on. That's going to be a flawless round 10. 8-Kit. No scope. No scope. Oh, clean. That's it.
That's it. 10 to 11. We're actually getting here, and it's been with relatively little worry. I mean, that walk through the smoke on the previous, that's a pretty big gamble, and they got a P250 Sand Dune field tested. That's probably the best way I can describe it to most of you. I can't even open cases in my country, so it's very
Oh,
vague
yeah, I've heard that.
references. But
Well...
tactical pause from Partisan. Tactical pause from Partisan. It's 11 to 10. This gap is entirely closed. We've seen Partisan, the biggest, like the closest that they've gotten has been a 1 versus 1, in which I'm pretty sure it was Vladan didn't really stand a chance versus Shock due to the positions, and then the round where they had 2 Tech 9s and a Glock, and we actually thought it was something real. The rest have just been stomps, you know. It is somewhat understandable that Partisan would like to go for some gambles. Now they lose over 150
Just
HP
What
to
is
a
going
Molotov.
on? What
You know,
what
you
in the
can't-
hell is going on? Like, there's no reason to W key that molly. I mean, sure, you get down secret very quickly, but surely
someone here.
sinners account for this. Yeah. I don't know what's going on, man. Why not?
Beastic has missed his Molotov, so
Especially,
there is a bit
like-
more space taken.
Especially losing that HP when you're playing against M4s is really well. I guess there's 3 AKs, but when you're playing against at least M4 of Stressor, now that's like single headshot kills on all 3 of them. So that helps. Yeah, we're just waiting things out. So they go super fast through the molly, but then they're just slowed down immediately. Not indefinitely though. They are looking to go towards B. Beastic. Oh, boost, boom!
Oh, no.
Beastic, wall bang? How is that a wall bang, man? I don't know. That works. Hey, why not? And he finds another one for good measure. God damn, what is going on right now? This was 11-4,
Yep.
and they won with Deagles. And yeah, it should have been 4-12, and just one more round. Man, surely this goes to overtime, right? I feel like that's just, yeah.
Games like this usually do, but Beastic is lining up 2 more players here. I say that Dragon is able to burn him. One man up
3v5.
situation. Vladan once again with this faraway lurk. Indeed, as you mentioned, it is a 3 versus 5. 2 flashbangs left on the side of the CTs, and after that, it's all aim, all game. 8-Kid on a great angle. Peppo finds the other. Shock was just looking for the response. How have they not found 8-Kid yet? There he is.
Okay.
Vladan now gets punished for being very far away. He has
This
to
guy's
rush
just
in once more.
Wait.
We've been here before.
They're not they're under defusing.
Okay, thank you, Peppo.
I'm so on the edge, man.
Somehow Sinners have
Wow.
created a situation where it feels like every single round can go wrong for them. And they've made the comeback. It's 11-11. They've gotten 7 rounds in a row. They've kept it very clean up and except for one round where they lost 4 players. All of the other rounds have been very clean. And it's 11-11. You see a Mac-10, 2 Galils on the other end, hindering the Force Spy. After this, there won't be much money left for Partisan to fight for an overtime. So this is pretty much their last hurrah.
we have like the goofiest games ever as a duo, man.
Yeah, this is weird, but it's funny. I love it. It's vibes.
It's what you expected from this not derby
Yes.
that is a derby. Classic Partisan, man.
I mean, it's enjoyable, right? You can have these kind of fun games once in a while. There's so many games online. Might as well have fun with some of them. As Dragon is able to find the opener onto Shock. Shock has been great with the opening kills. Oh god, is this the moment where we will actually see this
Look
turn
at the
12 to
rotations,
11 for
though.
Partisan? Yeah, they're in very quick.
Yeah. Nice nade. There's a lot of spots you gotta clear out though. Peppo arrives with the op. Vladen, they want to swing into this. Peppo misses. Kisarek, they're clearing him. So now they know where Peppo's up is. And there's another M4. Dude, triple, yeah, they're just gonna push. Why not? Stressen still finds one. It's their double refrag. And now 1v2 for Beastic. And he's still on ramp. Yeah, gotta get a move on. I don't know why he's so slow there. Still gets a frag though. Will smoke the bomb, and he might be just looking to try to go for the defuse. Doors open. He's gonna tap the bomb in the smoke. Surely you know where that is, and you do. Dragon will finish things off. Partisan, as soon as their backs are against the wall, they're gonna reach map point first. And I don't even know what's the best. What do you want, man? You want overtime? You want Sinners winning in overtime? You want Mirage here? What's the play?
I don't know what I want anymore. I just want the lurks to not stay on the top bomb site around 20 seconds after the bomb's been planted. That's what I want.
Good point.
At this point, I think the damage has been done to both teams. I think at this point, the rest of this game, how it goes. I mean, we're in a situation now where Partisan have done what they needed to do initially, right? That clutch round, and especially that clutch round from 8-Kit. And to mention, it was a very good first half from them. They kept it very clean and deservingly got it into,
Alright, here we
got
go.
themselves into a great position. And yeah, the overtime is looking likely here. The Sinners recovering 2 opening picks.
Partisan have this strategy in their strat book, which is take ramp, then wait, and sometimes go back, sometimes go forward. Just take ramp first. And they've done it. Problem is they've lost 2 in the process, and now Peppo's scope, although not seen too often in this game, surely gets a kill there, right? It does. And converts the bomb. Can't get away though. Vladen finds 1. This is a 2v5 in the making. They've gotten 2. They've picked up the bomb now.
The 2 players here on this top bomb side. Stresshorn, the one closest, and now up from the vent comes in Kisarek. Kisarek with 1 swift one in 1v3. Vladan doesn't get it. It's not ending in regulation here. Sinners pull back an 11-4 deficit to make it into overtime. What a half. What a game in general. This is this
What
has
is
been
going
fun.
on, man?
It's
It
been
has
enjoyable.
been super fun, yeah. Normally, like when comebacks like this happen, I'm kind of tilted for like, how are you not making this happen? To be honest, Sinners have just played very, very solid on the CT side, and I know there's a lot of goofy stuff happening in the mix, but it does really just boost the atmosphere. Yeah, good aim, some weird gunfights.
And what I've been saying, I mean, Partisan, don't forget, they had a 9-3 half that was pretty much on merit. Right? There were a couple of rounds where I was looking at a Sinner Seaside round that was like, there's some very easy fixes to do a bit better there. But then on the other side, Partisan absolutely did what they needed to do, kept it very clean. And
now Peppo is alive, but there is a player events, and that's a one tap for Vladen. Finally, dude, the lurk works out.
yeah, 8-Kit though with 1 more. And
Oh,
Vladen's gone in
what?
very deep. 1-tap shock. Kisarek going
2
for a
one-taps.
rotate onto the silo, hoping to catch someone rotate late. In the meantime, no one's left in the fresh air. Everyone's elected to be the basement dwellers. And that is within the B-bomb side. A retake not happening here. And for a map where we've seen such strong CT sides, for Sinners to now lose around here, that is going to be worrying. Partisan setting themselves up beautifully again.
They're struggling with the T side so much, and then as soon as they enter overtime, like they immediately put the first on the board. I wouldn't be surprised if they get 3 here, man. 2 more, why not? Like, sure, make it even crazier than it has been. So they regain the lead. They've always been in the lead. They've just left Sinners equalize and put on the gas pedal again. It's also like, if you look at the kill count on the side of Partisan, like, I don't even know how they have 13 rounds. In 25 rounds played, you have 14 kills, 13, 8-Kit is 19, Vladen is 21. But individually, I think Sinners are just doing a little bit better. Beasting has been huge in that, he's 25 and 19. But still, close game after all.
We haven't seen many saves either for a nuke map in 2025.
Yeah,
And,
good
it's been
point.
pretty aggressive from all of the T sides
Mm-hmm.
and the CT sides. Therefore, otherwise you wouldn't get that many saves. The first time in a while, it feels like we can breathe a bit. Partisan, slow it down, trying to figure out something no more. Walks through smoke, and Shock is at an angle that can get cleared pretty easily here. Just gonna try run Shock.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
only finding the 1. It's long range B-Stick, still with a nice frag out of the M4. So much response to Dragon getting through B-Stick.
I get
And,
that though.
yeah.
Like, because they've been overwhelmed plenty of times on B. I think that's something they really want to make sure doesn't happen again. And honestly, there's like one towards low. Kisarek like is just in a good spot to gain some information. His main task here is not to go down. In fact, if he can take down the bomb, that'd be huge. Dragon is gonna get in defense. Does Kisarek account eat double? This is weird. And Dragon gets a frag. Up the shoot we go. Peppo though in a great spot. Peeks out. Can't hit the shot. And now he's getting mollied off. Oh boy. Sinners, they're struggling. This was a 2v4. What happened?
Very swift rotate from Peppo, but very much red. A 1 versus 2 Dragon. The one to fight it. Flashbang won't touch him. Peppo is jiggle peeking this. Dragon, he has his back
Okay.
covered just for a moment as Beastic swings around. Oh, that's a tight victory for what was a 4 versus 2 for Sinners. Partizan do lovely to get the attempt back.
Oh man. I'm this this
You okay
feels-
there, Davis?
Yeah. No, I just have a lot of different thoughts going through my head. I think this is like quad overtime. That's why I was laughing. The idea popped into my head and it seemed so absurd. But it did pop into my head, and you know, coming back from being 4-11 down is also absurd. So yeah. Oh, yeah, why not? Peppo goes down, Vladin. Dude, he has been super sharp with the headshots. Like, it's not that he finds something often, but when he does, it is just like perfection. My man waits to deliver. Oh, what an adjustment from Kindo, though. Player down now for Partizan. 2 players
What?
down. Vladin catches Stressen with his pants down. Kisarek in shock then.
Vladin is just so fast with taking space, and Kisrek's trying to get himself out of the vent. That's so successfully. Kindo is eyeing that smoke. He knows there's some shenanigans there. Don't mind the voice crack. Let's see if Sinners can crack open this 2v4. They are kind of
Kinda
stuck. There's
have
no
to go.
Yeah, there's not really a solution to open up here. 2
I mean, they're
flashbangs
hoping
moving on
that
the second.
opening will provide themselves. Shock finds one, finds a double. Hold on, that's a 1v1. He doesn't know where to look for the last one, though. Dragon is in heaven. That's such an unlikely position. Molly is huge, because you know where he is, but there's no smoke, so... Well, there's no time. There's the kill, but there's no time. Very nice play from Dragon. Just plays it slow, makes sure that utility is what converts the round. Partizan find 2 T-side rounds. Is that going to be enough? That's the big
I
question
think
here.
so.
I don't. I think we go double overtime, to be honest.
Oh god, you really think so?
Yep. I'm super confident, actually.
Okay, well, we haven't seen Sinners do all too well. I mean, there were a couple of close rounds, you know, T-side rounds have been brought. It's like 2v2s and all that stuff, but Partizan to get 2 very solid T-side round wins. It's Beastic that is far away from the rest of his team. 29 frags compared to the 17 of the next 2 players, starting with S. Vladon's up there as well. I mean, the eye test reveals that Vladon is doing very, very well for Partizan thus far. Let's see if this T-side from Sinners can bring something. It would be so horrendous to just see them fall flat here. To just do nothing on this T-side at all. They're gonna go for the double walk through the smoke. Are they?
They're taking a strat out of Partizan strat, but Shock just cleans up too. What? Where did that come from? Oh no, Vladin. Oh, that is nasty. That is really cheeky. But once again, he's
Very
like
early.
so far away from the action that at this point it doesn't really. I've seen this exact
It's
same
not
scenario
clear.
like a day before. But Beast. Oh, and these. Dude, this is like the goofiest matchup I've seen. So many like so look at this. This is just straight out of Looney Tunes, man. What the hell is going on? Well, I guess a 2v4 is, with everything we've seen in this round, it would only be logical to predict a 2v4 now coming through. But surely not. Oh, there's one from 8-Kit. Don't even know how he finds it. Bomb down. There's a smoke on Vladin, and The fuse kit on 8 kit, that could be cheeky. Is he gonna give the smoke over to... He is. Is 8 kit gonna... Is Vladen gonna make sound that he's going for the save? He is, and then 8 kit is gonna wait to go for the ninja defuse.
He's gonna go in quite early. That
Oh, no.
flash will be good enough. He doesn't really check below him. Now he does. There's no trade. Kisrek stuck on the bomb site, but luckily for Sinners, it's Kisrek that is able to step up and look up in time. And the op will also be taken out. So for Sinners, if they are aiming to win this out in this overtime, taking out that AWP might be crucial for the final round.
Are you feeling the double OT, my man?
Yeah. Yeah, it might be happening. For a game that's been round streak upon round streak thus far, seeing as soon as we get to overtime, it's back and forth, double up. Yeah, that does check out.
Round for round as well.
Oh, 8 kit, that is
Really?
maniac! What is
Really?
that? Sprinting in with the AWP, a full wide swing.
That's something that my Premier teammates do.
That's something that I do.
Yeah, and I know, and when I do it, I know that it's bad.
Yeah.
Well, that poses a lot of problems because there's a single defender on the site and Kisarek is made down towards Secret, so he works as a good sandwich for this play towards B. Vladen, once again the lurker, this time the action comes to him, and as he will be tested, we'll see how much he's able to do. It's a nice utility set to clear out 2 of these positions, but this sometimes goes overlooked. B-stick on the jump up, really? Well, that's a clean-cut round for Sinners. It's Kindo and Dragon left in the 2v5.
They're gonna go for saves, because you need money
Yeah,
for
you
weapons
need
in
to.
next.
Yep.
That is an unfortunate timing for Vladan. I gotta be honest. He hears the footsteps and he's like, okay, I probably have them isolated now. We heard some others close to the double door and on the control window. But then as soon as he peeks, it's Beastic in the middle of a strafe jump already, making the angle even harder to hit. So yeah, it looked like a bit of a whiff, but no, it was just Beastic getting slightly lucky there and hitting a great shot afterwards. That was Kindo on the other end. Well, both spawns occupied by fleeing CTs, and that will be one more M4 dropped. I think Dragon might want... Yeah, Dragon's gonna go for an AWP. We'll have an MP9 as the compromise. And only a single defuse kit to defend map point. Sinners, for the first time on Nuke, will have a map point. We'll have a game point. And they close it out in the first OT. Will this be another generational
Oh.
fumble? Well,
Oh, wow.
jumping into a mollied angle. 8-Kit never expecting someone to go
There we
there.
go.
Double overtime. Will be served as the appetizer. Well, the mid-meal appetizer by the looks of things. Sinners just completely collapse in this final. What is this final T-site round? There was no real plan here from Sinners at all. Yes, it's Partisan hitting their shots, but Kisrek's just jumping into an angle. Was he expecting there not to be an AWP or something? I've no clue. I don't know what that was from Sinners. That was double OT getting set up. We go for more.
Yeah, and I mean, at this point, you played a best of 5 today, and now you're getting into the overtime of the second map of this best of 3. Like, I think if you're Sinners, like, I know it sounds really stupid, like, yeah, but you gotta close out here because it will be harder on that third map. Like, this is your best chance to close out. I think definitely on both sides we can see just like the mental strain starting to show a little. Both of those last 2 rounds start off with a very weird pick given away that, you know, normally you wouldn't go for. And we enter the doubles of overtimes. Shock. Oh, that's a really dangerous game you're playing, but oh, really? Kindo doesn't spot him. I can't believe that. Resmoke is gonna come through. He tries to deny the smoke, mess with it a little bit. Sinners, they just want to explore what's happening on A. Oh, Shock gets one, but naded down now. And Sinners don't accelerate on it.
problem I have with that play is there's just not really any response set up. Kisrek has taken some space. Shock, of course, he saw that there was a heaven fight, and that is very
Ooh,
nicely
okay.
done from Sinners. The double entry through the door. So I say there wasn't a play set up, but I have been completely wrong, because as soon as that fight from heaven starts, it's Kisrek that elects to take the space. So actually, really nicely done from Sinners there. Some good way to distract from outside presence. Good job.
Yeah, and I also think Partisan now are really starting to just feel it, man. Like, they were up 11-4, I believe, then they lost to Eagles, and then we go to an overtime. Then they win 2 T-side rounds, at which point, like, you should be closing it out, and they can't do it. So I think with every overtime we're gonna enter, the odds are slightly gonna shift towards Sinners. That would be kind of my prediction. Well, yeah, they even cleared that out. And Dragon is already saving in the first round, so not exactly a good statement for the confidence on the side of Partisan. I mean, he kind of had to, but still. Also, somebody in the chat said he asked us to not be one-sided. Who do you think
Yeah.
we're being one-sided to? Because I honestly don't know.
I read that as
but
well. I was like,
I'm not
I have
trying
no
to,
real
but-
clue.
It's probably like if you're a big fan of one of the teams, it's like whatever the casters say good about the opposite team, it's like, oh, come on, stop glazing them. Okay, Beastick with 1, Vladin with the refrag. They try to go for somewhat of a lobby crunch, try to go a bit aggressively, and it works. 8kid gets a frag on top of that. Shock is down lower, though. The bomb is on stress aren't. There are so many different possibilities how to play this, but I think they want to go down towards B, right? Just because of Shock in a very advanced position. And there's a possibility that Collins like jumps or makes a sound, and then Shock is aware of that as well. There's still a minute to piece it together, though.
Shock's getting good info again.
Yeah.
Zeroing Dragon getting curious for the vent, and that's a nice opening pick. Shock may falsely assume that the B bomb side is clear. It's an equal trade up top, and the bomb and Shock are very disconnected. Kisrek needs to get closer. Vlad done. A nice
Well,
opportunity
it comes
here.
down to this fight, doesn't it?
Yeah.
If Vladin finds one, sure, go on, and he does. Swinging for the second, now he knows, 18 seconds, you gotta kill him, you gotta take him down. Shock does, and he considered checking the vents. Taps the bomb, no way, really? Just like that? Man, he just gets wrapped around the finger there. What a play that is. Wow, taps it. Time is low, so you're kind of like, probably should move fast, maybe I can deny it, and that is just a unfortunate way to go out. Sinners outplayed.
Oldest trick in the book.
Literally.
That's a swift shot as well. He got himself ready when he
yeah.
heard that ladder.
I mean, that's true, but he could have even taken his time, right? Like, you're on the ladder, you're shooting pigeons.
Yeah, he wasn't on the ladder with his knife out there. Would not have been a trade kill coming. That would have not been a kill from Collins. As soon as Shock faked that bomb, elected to take the fight, that fight was won. And once more, we see 2 rounds on the board on the T side. I have a feeling Sinners now. It's 2 MP9s against them. Well, they have lost against less.
And they've won against more. It is.
That is very true. It's
Yeah.
been a game refusing to be logical. In a whole bunch of these rounds that we've had, it is a bit more of a slow play, which is very smart to do. Baiting out that early util, well, apparently baiting out those first opening picks is
No,
Collins.
okay.
Is going to right his wrongs from the last round. 2 kills opening up.
No.
And a collateral out of 8kit. Not the third. The third is there. 8kit.
It's
Keeping
two
them in
call-outs.
this.
I mean, it's clear.
Dang.
Yeah.
Hella
Nice.
clean.
Actually, both callouts from 8kit, right? I think he got
Yep.
the first one as well. Yeah.
But that was Kindo, I'm pretty sure. The Deagle collateral.
I'm going for 8kit, but
We can just look. we can
no,
just
no,
look
no, no,
this
no.
up.
Don't,
I'm looking
don't,
it up.
don't.
I'm
I'd
looking it
rather,
up.
I'd rather it be a mystery than I'm wrong, and I think I am wrong. So.
You probably are.
hmm Well, what a game this has been. Partisan.
Kindo with the wall bang Deagle.
Just had to make that sound, my friend. I mean, it's good at least one of us remembers this stuff. I'm kind of struggling with what Sinners is right now, this being my 5th map of the day and my 2nd overtime. Has been a lot of fun though, like this has been a blast. Partisan are now on the side that they really struggled with on that first, regulation time, second half. So, it's the time to redeem themselves. I can't believe they go for this play after what Beastic did to them, but they will be walking through. Oh,
It's
and
just
that,
not ready.
oh,
That was
Peppo,
so
he's
not
still
ready.
Oh, what really? He gets away at least, but that actually could spell even more disaster because this is so weird. It's so goofy. It is so. Oh my god, that is so much information. Dragon is on the backstab of his life. And in the meanwhile, well, 8kit now knows where to look. Yeah, that's perfect from Dragon. He does everything there. Peppo still hits the shot. And they aren't committed to any site yet. They want to go towards ramp or fake it and go back towards A. This is on the fly. This is
But there's
some
two
good...
players here. Stresson is in a perfect position. Gisrek finds the one. Stresson.
And they-
Now they're gonna go back now. Partisan
Wait, Vladen,
running
Vladen.
laps around them. Oh my days! What a play! That's that on-the-fly calling that we've seen them attempt before, especially on Inferno. The bomb is up at the top off, so they've gone again. There's no way. I think Kindo's right behind. Sinners will have no clue what the hell happened to them in this round. Partisan run laps around them. Damn. What a round. That's so crazy. That's just...
Yeah, I guess... I think this is triple overtime now, man. I don't know what is going on, but... You just can't set them apart. You just cannot set them apart. It's one of those maps, you better lean into it. If you're both sides of this, as now they're trying to go fast. Hey, good flash, completely overwhelmed side player, but Stresson comes in with a big double. They needed it. Kindo finds another. Stresson is there, but once again they go down towards lower, and Collins will be mollied off. But the bomb going down for 8kit. Collins needs to figure out a way how to be pieced together with his team. Shock is actually accounting for this, but I think the timing here is just gonna favor Collins a little bit. Peppo though swings into it. They're clearing him. And a 1v3 for 8kit. He has an op and a dream. Nothing else to his name. Needs to get
gonna
in
go
a
back.
spot. Oh,
Safe
oh
position.
No. Oh, no. Surely not.
99 HP more.
Surely not. We've seen this once with the Tech 9. They're running low on time. This point, he just needs to run down time again, man. Again! 8kit hits the first. They're gonna try to stick with defuse, though, and unfortunately,
Okay.
he planted in a bad spot. I can't believe. That is unbelievable.
I'm the coach from Sinners. I'm forcing them. Just load up nuke. Not even any bots on the map. Just run into B, check that corner when you're on a retake. How do they not clear that again? Of course, the bomb's planted in a bit more of a difficult spot.
Yeah, but-
8kit might not have been as wise to go for that same angle, but man,
he
how
was
do you
really
not
wise
check that
because
again?
nobody checked it. I feel like if 8kit, I think he planted behind, the silo, because he wanted to be isolated from ramp. But if he had just committed and planted for that spot, he got the kill, right? So I think at that point, that was a real big opportunity to just clutch from the same spot in the same way again. Sinners, yeah, making the same mistake twice, but this time surviving due to what I'd call luck and I guess a bit of a misplay as well. I mean, yeah, you're not planning. That's a bit of a weird play. All right, well, they reach map point then. They reach match point. I can't believe we're here, but we are after all. But last time Sinners were here, they got destroyed like instantly. Like there was a 2 kill from Collins, a double kill, a call at, and they could finish things off. It was super quick. So I'm at least hoping that it's a closer round this time.
Sinners' second map point. Second opportunity at a win, and it's looking like Partizan started this overtime half off with the most funky round imaginable. Now they're going to keep it simple. Straight into the A bomb site, and that's 3 kills coming through. Sinners don't know where to look. We are going for more overtimes because Partizan break the top bomb site. Sinners left dazed. And Peppo in a very lonely attempt. He's had a quiet game. I've been talking to this with M&J. Peppo is one of his favorite players, but even M&J can admit that Peppo can have a lot of these games where he just doesn't show up, and I think now is one of them. If you compare him to 8kit, the Opera of Partizan, sitting pretty at 33 frags with some massive impact, and we haven't seen any impact at all from Peppo, really. And 19 kills, far down on the scoreboard. It's just not his day, but we're going for another overtime, Davis. We might be here for a while, actually. You laughed at the realization that this might go quad overtime. That is very realistic now.
I foresaw it, man. I thought that this was gonna happen, to be honest.
God.
I don't think we're done in 6 rounds even. You talk about
Opening
Peppo though.
pick.
He's gonna be opening this one. And
Well,
the double
actually, hold
ops.
on.
Okay, well, I guess you just all the gimmick plays come out. Should be a good way to convert this round. Just at this point, just don't give away any gunfights, right? Just do not, or double up, I guess. Alright, there you go. That's rather easy. Just Laden in the 1v5. And he... you kind of want to call him a baiter, then he does something from here and there with the lurk, but... Well, just padding his stats for... He's on 32 and 24, actually. I know we're in the triple overtimes of things, but... Has been having a decent game. Saving the KD a little bit and all that. Well, Kisrek puts an end to that. 19 for Sinners. They take the upper hand again. And it seems like after we got through regulation, like this is Sinners twice now sitting on the possibility, on the opportunity to close and not being able to do so. So they definitely need to find a way to just close it out. They seem like the better team. Like I actually think they are the better team here. They simply get overwhelmed when they're that close to just putting an end to this. One CD side round here. Almost feel like they have to get 3 here.
I mean, at some point, some team must get 3, right? Because it's just not been a game that's been clean for either team. That you can convince yourself that they can win like 2 more rounds on the other end. It's a nice kill by Peppo. That actually brings this back into a very
but we're walking through smokes here. And Peppo thinks it's a wall. So it's... Oh no! Okay. I can't believe he didn't clear that corner, but well, the op barrel exposes itself. So now it's Shock on the op. It's also Kisarek doing this, which is very much heard. So he's kind of stuck there, and the op misses, so they know where both players are exactly. Molly comes in, it's not gonna help with anything, and there's a fight towards heaven. Yeah, they're both low though. I mean, it's kind of down to Kisarek here. The op needs to hit, it doesn't matter, they're low. So Kisarek just needs to win out the gunfight, and he's gonna be moving out from main. They hear him. 1 second Vans, the Shock cleared is the question. 20 seconds left to defuse. You gotta be making the move quick. You gotta push in. And that's a beautiful setup. So the op is... Okay, well, alright. 19 for Partizan. Man, I told you the phase vitality game is 2020. You were like, oh my god. Now, in my head, I was like, I can't imagine casting for that. Well, here we are. Alright.
It's been a pretty interesting one thus far. And once again, it feels like as soon as a round stays relatively normal, you're in a scenario where Sinners win most of them, as many of them as you'd expect. And then as soon as these rounds kind of get funky, you know, some rotates, a late flank onto Peppo there. It's just been Partisan all over. Their reads in the chaos have been way better. And I mean, that has been what their playstyle, like the playstyle that they have succeeded with, is these sort of more structural tier 2 teams. A team like ENCE, a team like OG, you know, a Fnatic, teams that they meet often later in runs, in tournaments, that Partisan just create such immaculate chaos that they are able to win a couple of rounds. And if you do well, you are able to take a couple of maps, as they are going to try and do here. Yet again, not flawless on a half in overtime. Neither team.
No, what? Kisserek, turn those off. How did you know? Perfect.
That's
Yeah,
at
waited
least
the
one.
perfect amount of time. Okay, well that is surely Sinners on... I can't believe I'm saying that number. On 20. 20, my friend. Can you believe it? What is the longest overtime you've done? I think I've done like triple. Quad? Yeah, I've done quad probably.
I've
Definitely
had a
not 5x.
7. I've had a
A
7.
7? Okay.
Yeah. In an ESEA match.
Oh. Oh, wow.
That was crazy. Shock. Nice kill. Still there. They have the bomb site surrounded.
Yeah, it's the plant. And
Not-
the single door is
1v4.
really delayed.
That's Sinners winning the half. 2 on the CT side. And as we know, it doesn't matter for much. We just need to see what will happen after this one. Partisan moving back to their strong side, CT. No, I've had or it was 6 or 7 was my longest one. I cannot remember. It was the dice with Devil, the old envious player, playing versus a young Danish team, Thunder. I remember it quite well.
You have a
Because
great memory, my friend. What the hell?
I remember it well because someone asked me in chat, was like, "Yo, who's gonna win this game?" Because I want to put a bet on it. I was like, I guess the dice, because they've been playing better, and then it goes to 6 or 7 overtimes with the dice winning, and he gave me like $90 donated or something. I was like,
What?
all right. So that was fun. So I remember it. I remember it vividly. Still remember his name as well. So if I see him in Twitch chat, I always say hi. Or on Kick chat. I don't know if he has a Kick account.
Why did you? This is so goofy. They throw the outside smokes, but they cross before they bloom. Oh, bad miss shot from 8kid. What? Hits the second one. There's no refrag, and that's a bomb being dropped. Confirmed. There's 2 down towards lower, and 8kid is gonna hard clear this. I think. Surely he does. So the bomb is locked in, unless 8kid misses. Vlad and Doe refrags. And he gets away because he's like, surely there's another one. Like, I need to get away before the refrag comes in. There's no other one. The bomb just went down before the smokes even bloomed, mind you. And now you're left trying to retrieve it. Kindo will find one, though. And 2v4 for the Sinners.
Back to the bomb site. Getting in safely. No reason to overstep here from Vladan. And Collins coming in with a swift flank. Don't know if Peppo will or ever is ready for this. No, he's not. Our AI is going to give a 1% to Stress Arn. And that will
Make
be
that
confirmed by Collins. Yep, make that 0. 20-20. Both teams still in with an opportunity to win 2 rounds back to back, and Nuke is yours. But oh man, Nuke has just been a map both teams do not want to win.
That's a lovely way to put it, yeah. Mind you, if you're just tuning in, this was 11-4 for Partisan.
Yep.
And then they lose to the Eagles. The rest is history. Since then, Sinners have been the leaders to close out in both overtimes. Had to just convert one more round. Couldn't do it. Partisan have the fight back as well. And now they've equalized. 20-20 is the scoreline we're going to be seeing here. That is 40 rounds of Counter-Strike played. And with the way how things are going, I mean, I feel like this could be going round for round. 8kid though gets a big opener on Kisarek. Partisan have been doing well in the second overtime. Second half of the third overtime. Oh, man, wow. Yeah, just to get the opening picks. And I think Sinners are like we're a minute in and they're 10 meters away from spawn with no control. Like, what's going on here?
It was a very deep kill by 8kid. I have a feeling they were kind of expecting other players to push on the back of that. 8kid pushed all the way up into trophy to find Kisarek in lobby, who, well, understandably wasn't really ready for that. So now we're in a situation where, indeed, this is probably the most
Like, what's the plan?
Yeah, this is the most stuck we've seen a team be in a man-down situation. Never have we seen an opening pick that cleanly. Everyone's still on full HP. Everyone's getting burned out, but Stressharn is getting dropped out. 2 more kills coming through. Oh, that's swift. 8
Wow.
A triple. A full house for him and Vladan. Top fraggers for Partizan. Map point for Partizan. We haven't been here since 12-11. Can they close it out first try? Sinners. They're going to have to go for something swift or something clean to give us the aforementioned quadruple overtime. I'm going to be mad at you if it actually goes to quad OT because you predicted it a bit too hard.
Oh yeah, no, we're getting there. I mean, 100%. You think either of these teams has the capability to close out? It will be pretty much
Absolutely not.
It'll be a battle of endurance. It'll be one of those like Russian sleep experiments where
The prisoners have been punished. With what? Watching overtime between Sinners and Partizan. Oh no, so horrible. No, it is a fun game. It is actually pretty enjoyable.
been
still. I hope
super
the
fun
viewers
so
are
far.
enjoying the show as well. It's Sinners with the opening pick, and then it goes slow contact into ramp.
of course.
Still the man advantage. 8 pulled out
come
5-7.
on.
Just
Really?
the wrong timing.
Wow. Every time either of the teams needs to close out, they just drop the marbles. It's insane. The
Say
timing
that.
is really bad. I say that Vlad is there with the backstab though. Maybe this is the chance. Peppo, no other choice than just tuck in the corner. I think they might have seen the bomb. They're going to be approaching on him, or are we? They don't know about Peppo. He has the bomb. This is everything right now. Kindo. I don't know who sees who first. I think Peppo might spot the legs first. 30 seconds. Oh, we're not clearing it. We're 25 seconds. You gotta go like on this immediately. There.
Kindo ever checking this?
Yeah, either side is never checking this. 15 seconds. They're gonna go towards window here, but even if Kindo gets one, surely that's an immediate refrag from Peppo. That's the shadow seen. That's a frag from Kindo. And he somehow gets away. 5 seconds. You have to plant. How does
way.
Kindo get a double there? Peppo with one,
No
but there's
time!
not enough
Partisan
time
win!
to plant. And it all falls apart like that. We will 3 maps to the side this one. Oh my goodness. What a game, man. What?
You can, yeah. If any fan of either of these teams is like, oh, I've missed this game, let me watch it back. Skip nuke. No, it was very fun. It was quite a long one, I'd have to say. A lot happened there, and both teams being very sloppy. I mean, that's why we kind of ousted both of these teams, not really having a chance of making a deep run. But they at least want to beat each other, and that's what matters. And that's
we're done with Nuke. We are done with Nuke, and there is a possibility of even 1,000,000 overtimes on that last map of play, as that will be the distance that we need to take here. Mirage is up next after around a 10-minute break. It is a map, you know what, who cares about the stats? This was anything but the stats. This was absolutely crazy. Well, we're already, like, have another map to go, so